brought to you by Newsworks in cooperation with the City of Eau Claire. This program is simulcast on WRFP-LP 101.
The City Council is now in session. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson.
Here. Here.
Berge.
Here.
Christopherson.
Here.
Emmanuel.
Here.
Prager.
Here.
Klinkhammer. Klinkhammer. Moore.
Yeah.
Wells.
Here.
Worthman. Worthman. Dawn.
Here.
Klinkhammer.
Here.
Worthman.
Okay. Again, good evening. Welcome to the legislative session of the Eau Claire City Council. Our apologies for some technical glitches here getting started, but we will get right to our meeting here. I just have a few items that I would like to go through. Again, all of you that wish to address the council this evening, you will need to join the meeting as an attendee on a computer, a tablet, or a smartphone using the link provided on the city website. The Eau Claire City Council conducts public hearings, listening sessions, and public discussion where residents in our community are invited and encouraged to ask questions and weigh in on the important decisions that we'll be making tomorrow afternoon in our legislative session or in the coming weeks and months ahead. We want to thank Valley Media Works for live streaming this proceeding. To watch, please visit valleymediaworks.org or visit channel 994 on Spectrum Cable. There's also simulcast at 101.9 FM, and you can find past meetings on YouTube under the Chippewa Valley Media Works channel. If you plan to address the council this evening, I will briefly review the protocol. Once an agenda item is introduced, staff will present on that item, and following the presentation, the council may have questions to clarify an issue. We will then open the item for public input. Once the item is open for comment, please raise your hand on the WebEx screen, and we will call on you in the order in which the requests are come in, but we will do our best with that. Obviously, we have a lot of people that are signed up, so bear with us. When it's your turn to comment, though, I will unmute you and ask you to please state your name and address and then begin sharing your comments. We welcome each of you to speak for up to 3 minutes. I will then ask you to bring your comments to a close. I will then ask you to lower your hand. I'm sorry. We will also give you a 30-second notice when we'll ask you to wrap up your comments. So you will get a 30-second notice from the moderator. I will then ask you to lower your hand. You will then be muted, but are welcome to stay in line to listen in to the rest of the meeting or share a comment on any other agenda items. There are times when council members will ask you follow-up questions, so please give us a moment before disconnecting. Again, if you wish to speak on an item that is not listed on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. Lastly, if you're not comfortable speaking in public, you can fill out a comment form on the city website, and those comments will be shared with council members ahead of our legislative meeting tomorrow. As always, you can email or call the council members outside of this meeting, and our contact information, again, can be found on the Eau Claire City website. With that introduction, we'll get on to our first item on the agenda, which is a public hearing on the resolution approving a site plan in a key public district to allow for a parking lot expansion known as Phase 1 for the Transportation Education Center for Chippewa Valley Technical College. Mr. Allen, good evening.
Good evening, Council President Weld and members of the council. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay.
We can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Appreciate everybody taking the time to hear this item here tonight. I know there are a number of other items before you this evening. This was an item that was heard by the Planning Commission at their meeting last week on October 5th. It is a request to approve a parking lot expansion, in other words, phase 1 for Chippewa Valley Technical College, located at 4000 Campus Drive, their west campus. This is for phase 1 of their new proposed Transportation Education Center, or CVTC, at this campus. The site plan is before you here because it is in the P Public Zoning District, and therefore it does go before both the Plan Commission and the City Council, unlike some other more standard site plan requests and approvals. This, again, because it is part of P Public Zoning District, is before you for your consideration here tonight and tomorrow. The site plan that was submitted by the applicant, and the applicant and property owner is CVTC, along with their engineer Ayers Associates. It is for phase 1 of this new 115,000 square foot Transportation Education Center for their west campus. A site plan as shown, and I should say here, the notice here, or the notation I should say, is number 5. The file number is PZ 2006, the top right left corner of your screen there, the northwest part of the city. Thank you. Again, the number 5 there is referring back to the Plan Commission agenda item from last week. We move on to the next slide. Thank you. This shows the notification area for those who are directly notified of the public hearing last week and here tonight. Because it is again, a public hearing process, direct public notice is required. So this shows the properties that were directly notified. Should note there were no comments at the Planning Commission or prior or since from those directly notified or others to this point. Here's the overall area map showing the overall property and campus as part of this this phase. The overall Transportation Education Center will extend directly west or to the left of the notation there. And we'll show a little bit more of that overall site plan here next. The next slide. This shows again, the dashed area showing the extent of the proposed expansion for the Transportation Education Center. You can see the Energy Education Center, which currently is located there on the east side or the right hand side of the screen, kind of grayed out. If we move to the next slide, zooms in and shows more specifically the proposed parking area as part of this phase 1. The narrative notes that the overall new facility, again, from the applicant, notes that the Transportation Education Center would require 294 stalls. The site itself, as part of the Energy Education Center, already includes 302 stalls. So this new expansion plus the existing parking would lead to total proposed stalls of 596. The phase 1 here, it's in the dark gray, is 176 parking stalls of the new proposed 294. So kind of doing all the math there, one number that was missing is the 118. And so the 118 parking stalls are yet to come with future phases. So that's how that math works out for a total of 596 with 176 here before you this evening. Again, the overall site plan shows that new facility. So we can go back one more slide. So we go back one more. Thank you. Again, this shows the overall site plan. So the rest of the phases will be coming in subsequent site plan approvals before you. Thank you for jumping around here. We'll jump ahead back to that over the specific site plan for the phase here tonight. Next slide, thank you. And we'll park there for a moment, no pun intended. The applicant has noted that reasons for the new parking lot is for overflow parking, And then also for staging during project construction for the other phases with that Transportation Education Center. They've also noted that the budget included additional parking and the need for this through their expansions. Should note, again, just because of the location and number of parking spaces, certainly staff has noted concerns about the location here, which is approximately 600 feet from the Transportation Education Center. And even as placed here is still approximately 400 feet from the existing Energy Education Center. So it is located kind of at the far extent of the existing facility as well as the proposed expansion. The parking requirements, again, that 294 additional stalls as part of the overall project, including the 176 here tonight, are based on the number of employees, staff, and facility needs. And that has been noted by the applicant as well. Again, it's hard to know exactly the number of students and staff located at the school at any one given time. And with recent staff kind of inspections of the property, certainly the parking has been underutilized, plenty of parking stalls available. But again, considering the current situation, certainly could be a number of students not on campus, but more operating virtually. So again, just anecdotally noting that for your information. And again, certainly are concerned long-term for overparking facility, which may not have that long-term need. As you know, the main campus on Claremont Avenue has quite a large parking facility that is certainly very underutilized. And therefore, this kind of jumps out as being a potential concern that we don't want to see repeated here at this campus. As presented here, the plan is not showing the full extent of the pedestrian connection for the proposed new parking lot to the proposed Transportation Education Center or to the existing Energy Education Center. So that has been presented as a staff recommendation for approval. Again, everything else in terms of landscaping is provided, preserving trees throughout the site, and again, being in compliance with lighting standards and other basics of this general site plan, particularly related to this first phase. So again, as we get into, if we go to the next slide, when the actual building comes forward, and again, staff requested that the applicant provide some additional kind of future phases just so you have a clearer picture of how this phase with the parking lot ties into the remaining phases to come. So this is the proposed building, again, longer term with additional phases. As I mentioned, there's that kind of missing 118 parking stalls yet to come. This shows some of those more adjacent to the building. So again, this is from looking from the northeast to the southwest. So just to give you a little perspective. So the parking of this phase one is not shown in this drawing, but this just kind of shows you the next pieces of the phase to the north and west of the proposed parking lot here tonight. With that, again, there was quite a bit of discussion about connections, particularly pedestrian connections, again, connecting students and visitors, faculty, and others from this proposed parking lot to the existing building and then the future building here that you see. And the applicant has provided some additional drawings to show you here tonight. So if we go to the next slide, it shows that a little bit more, kind of that overall picture. And that's, again, in response to one of the requests in terms of recommendations showing with the blue line there, you can see that the blue line shows kind of how this proposed phase, this parking lot, thank you, would connect to the Transportation Education Center, and then some proposed connections into the existing Energy Education Center. The yellow shows future connections to the south or the remainder of the campus, but again, focusing on the blue for tonight. If we can show to the next, thank you. If we can show to the next slide, we'll show a little bit more specifically calling out connection up into the Energy Education Center itself. This is a comment and discussion that the Planning Commission had at length last week, and had some just general discussions about how best to consider looking at connecting to the existing energy education center. It was not recommended by the Plan Commission as a formal condition or motion for approval, but it was certainly part of quite a bit of the discussion. So thanks to the applicant for providing some additional information for your consideration here tonight and tomorrow. And so with that, that wraps up my comments, but certainly can answer any questions. And I should note, Mr. President, that I see at least 3 representatives for the applicant were online, and those are Adam Whaling, Rod Bagley, and Brian Lambert. And again, they represent CVTC and AIRS. Again, Adam Whaling, Rod Bagley, and Brian Lambert. So I did see them online. I'm not sure who would like to speak first, but I know Mr. Bagley, I believe, spoke first at the Plan Commission meeting last week. With that, I'll try to answer any questions.
Any questions for council? And any questions from council for Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen, I don't see any questions. I do have Mr. Bagley's hand up. Did you want me to call on him or?
Yes, thank you. That would be great. I know he may have some additional comments to share as he did with the Plan Commission last week.
Mr. Bagley.
Yes, good evening. Am I on?
Good evening. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Well, thank you for including us this evening. And mostly we're just here to answer any questions you may have. But I would just like to comment that in terms of this project, we will be bringing to you the actual transportation center later this fall. But really our motive for tonight is really to build this parking to create some additional space for overflow, not overflow parking so much as staging for contractors and construction materials as we start this project next spring. And we just felt it was a good idea to get a head start on this, creating the space so that we had some room to maneuver when the construction does begin. The other reason for it is we do have 27 semi-truck trailers on the site that currently park right where the construction will be located. And so we do need a space to park some of those vehicles that are close to our training center as well, so that this parking lot would help us in that effect as well. Yes, it's true that right now our parking lots are very vacant, and I think you'll see that with a lot of places around town, but that really is a COVID function. A lot of our programming is currently being done online, or when we do bring people in, we bring them in small groups to kind of avoid large crowds. So on a typical weekday pre-COVID, our parking lots at the Energy Center are probably 75 to 80% full with students. And that doesn't take into account other events that we hold out there. We do a lot of business and industry training that brings in a lot of people, community events from electrical vehicles, programs to the garden club, various other committees and those types of meetings. So we do utilize the parking lot out there pretty well, I think. Yes, the Claremont parking lot is very underutilized at this time, and as I mentioned to the Plan Commission last week, that lot is due for a major maintenance and overhaul in the coming years, and we will commit to looking at right-sizing that parking spot at that time and try to bring some green space back along Claremont Avenue. In addition, we do have future plans to the south of this proposed parking lot. Our long-term facility plan would indicate a residential construction building to be located just south of that lot. And if there is space available, we would like to utilize that parking lot to support that building as well, with probably another 25 students plus instructors and other equipment that could also be located there. So with that, I think I'll just stop. And if there's any questions you have for me, or Adam Whaling is online, who is the Dean of Transportation, and also Brian Lambert from AIRS. So if you have any questions, we'd be happy to entertain those.
Council have any questions for Mr. Bagley? Councilor McGregor.
Thank you, President Weld, and thank you, Mr. Bagley. And appreciated our conversation at Plan Commission last week as well, and the additional site plan design work you've done to provide additional pedestrian connections. My question would be about the pedestrian connection that, and I'm not sure if we could go back to that slide with the blue lines drawn on it that shows some of those, but I see a lot of convergence onto an entrance on the southeastern part of the building, where that green space is. And I guess in my experience of the building, that's kind of it's not an entrance that's used super often. Could you maybe give us some perspective on what entrances are like the public and most frequently used entrances? In my experience, the southern entrance kind of in the southwest of the building, and then the eastern entrance and the northeast of the building are most commonly used. And I guess my concern is that the way the flow of this site plan works is it's directing pedestrians toward an entrance that I'm just not sure is used very often. So some perspective on that would be appreciated.
Sure. Both the southeast and southwest entrances do get utilized pretty heavily by our students. You know, it kind of depends on which program they're in. If they're in EPD, they may enter more likely on the southwest side. If they're in one of the architectural programs, they may park on the southeast side and enter through that door. The primary entry for visitors is on the northeast corner of the building. There's some visitor parking out in that area, so that tends to be where a visitor would enter. But we see a fair amount of parking on both southwest and southeast side, as well as entries into both of those corners of the Energy Center. And it may not show up really well on this plan, but those blue lines will take you to a sidewalk or walkway to get you to any of those three entries from the south.
Okay, thank you. I guess a follow-up would be on the green space, there's a sidewalk on the western side, and then is that some sort of loading dock that it like doesn't really cross, like just to the southwest of the building? I guess I'm trying to figure that out a little bit.
There is a receiving area there, but there's also a pedestrian walkway up to the building.
Because I'm just not saying like a crosswalk. That might be something to consider there too.
Sure. Yep. I see what you're saying, Jeremy. Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Let's see. Thank you, Mr. Bagley. Thank you, Mr. Allen. If I could just get clarification, Mr. Jason Gonzalez and Mr. Mike Schultz, if you do not wish to speak to this agenda item, which is agenda item number 1 in regards to the site plan, if you would please lower your hands. If you do wish to speak to this agenda item, then we will call on you. Is there anyone in the, again, this is a public hearing. The public is welcome to weigh in on this agenda item. If anyone wishes to speak to this agenda item, please raise your hand. Ms. Kivlin, you wish to speak to this agenda item number 1?
Thank you. My name is Kathleen Kivlin. I live at 4229 East Hamilton Avenue, Eau Claire. In all honesty, I am really disappointed in the city council and the county board. I feel as though you have chosen not to listen to the citizens of Eau Claire.
Ms. Kivlin?
Yes. Yes.
This is in regards to agenda item number 1, which is a site plan.
I'm sorry. I thought it was agenda item number 3. Okay, I'll wait.
Thank you. All right, so I do not see anyone that wishes to speak to this agenda item. Moving on to agenda item number 2. This is a public discussion on a resolution accepting and appropriating Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, Formula Program Funds from the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, and Bureau of Justice Assistance. Ms. Thompson. Good evening. Ms. Thompson?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, Council President and City Council members. This item is regarding accepting and appropriating funds from the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant. This is a grant that we get annually, and the funds are allocated based on community crime rate and population. The grant requirements include an opportunity for the public to make comments related to accepting the grant funds. The Eau Claire Police Department and the Eau Claire County Sheriff's Office have a memorandum of understanding that splits the funds 75% to the Eau Claire Police Department and 25% to the Eau Claire County Sheriff's Office. The total grant award is $15,062. The Eau Claire Police Department will be using our funds, $11,297 to purchase new bike uniforms for patrol. And the Eau Claire County Sheriff's Office will be using $3,765 to purchase technology upgrades and replacements. There's no match required for this grant. And that I can take any questions if there are any.
Any questions from council with regards to agenda item number 2? I do not see any, Ms. Thompson. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a public discussion. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this agenda item? In agenda item number 2, in regards to the grant, is there anyone that wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, we will move on to agenda item number 3. A public discussion on an ordinance amending chapter 8.04 contagious disease by creating section 8.04.021 entitled Local Health Officer Orders of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire, authorizing the local health officer to issue enforceable orders with necessary procedural and substantive safeguards. Mr. Nick or Ms. Stromberger, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the introduction, Council President Weld. I'm going to be starting the presentation, and Assistant City Attorney Stromberger will be helping me out with the rest of it as we get into the specifics of the ordinance a little bit. But if I could, let me introduce it for you. Next, please. So this is a process ordinance. It is how to develop local public health orders when those orders may be necessary to respond to a contagious disease public health emergency. The ordinance establishes a specific process. It delegates local authority to act, expanding locally the authority to act, but not expanding current statutory authorization, which already grants local health officers this authority through Chapter 252. The issue handled in this ordinance is allowing that to be enforceable at a local level, as we'll describe throughout this hopefully brief presentation, and then we can stand for any questions. And I know obviously we have a lot of people interested in this ordinance waiting to comment publicly. But first, my thanks to those that assisted in this process. Thanks to Dale Peters, Catherine Schaaf, Janessa Stromberger, as I indicated, Tim Sullivan from Corporation Counsel Office, and Lisa Gagese, our local health officer, for their research, direction, drafting, and editing of this proposed ordinance. The ordinance is a well thought out, well researched, and well drafted ordinance. It is, we believe, legally sound, although those legal parameters have changed as this pandemic has progressed. But it is informed by Wisconsin Supreme Court case law and other cases, and is certainly an operationally and legally sound document. Whether it is a sound policy document is something that we are certainly able to help you discuss, but is fundamentally a determination that you need to make is before you tomorrow at your legislative session. In terms of a few comments of further introduction, this is a very difficult and trying time for the country and the world as we face this pandemic. and it has not been faced on similar levels for quite some time, but it is not without historic parallels. And it's really those prior historic parallels that give us some of the authorizing statutes that we have, including Wisconsin Chapter 252 and laws like it across the country that were drafted after pandemics, including ones that we experienced as a country over 100 years ago, and came to a realization that some level of authorization and preparedness for a public health emergency response was needed to maintain individual and community health. We also know, both from recent court decisions and longstanding ones, that even in sort of emergency circumstances, that our constitutional structure and our individual personal liberties need to be maintained. They do not stand down even in times of emergency. And certainly our recent case law, including the Palm decision from the Wisconsin Supreme Court, needs to be understood, even if we all don't agree with it, but it is the law of the land and needs to be understood and applied. And it speaks to the proposition, as do other decisions, both before and since it, that the legislative process must still be maintained. We must take action even in time of emergency that's consistent with our constitutional structure. This ordinance attempts to balance that. Again, it will be up to you to decide whether it does so in a way that you want to apply locally. But what it does is it authorizes at a local level enforceable orders that can be implemented promptly when necessary through that specific process. And in doing so, protect both individual and community health, while at no time divorcing that or separating that emergency professional executive side response from the legislative process and the kind of hand in glove public information to allow the public to know what's going on, the underpinnings, sort of the rationale for the decision, and let that legislative feedback loop work. Because while the prompt response is authorized by this ordinance, at any time, City Council, or if the county sees fit to adopt a very similar mirror ordinance, the county board can take that order up in a legislative session as shortly as an emergency session that can be held within a day's notice, and ask the important needed questions of why that order is necessary for the community, and should they disagree with it legislatively to alter or rescind that order. Next, please. Thank you. So I've just got a couple other slides that I want to kind of cover again. These next couple slides are slides that we discussed at a town hall virtual meeting that was held last week, and kind of at a higher policy level reviews some of the issues that the ordinance covers, and in the next slide what it does not. There's been a lot of questions about it. There is a extensive amount of information about what this ordinance is and what it is not on our city website, on City County Health's website, and the county board's website as well. But in terms of a broad overview, again, this ordinance establishes a process. That process is specific, is detailed, and is based in statutory existing authorization. It is not in any way vague, as has been used occasionally, and vague shouldn't be confused for discretion. So it is not a what ordinance. It doesn't specifically say that masks are required or that a reduced occupancy is required. Instead, it is a process that necessarily reviews local health conditions, uses best available science, and then allows a timely, prompt, professional, evidence-based response. While doing so, again, at all times linked to legislative oversight. That oversight is responsive to, again, a number of legal decisions, including the Palm decision, and also is consistent with our constitutional structure and our personal freedoms and liberties. Next, please. In terms of what the ordinance does not do, it's also important to understand, I've said it a couple of times, but it's worth it bears, repeating, is that it does not expand the scope of current state law. So, I understand that that's a difficult, concept to reconcile. You hear that, well, it's authorizing something, it's empowering something. And yes, it is at a local level. But we do this in a number of state statutes. We adopt Chapter 125. So the alcohol laws are established at the state level. We adopt and apply them locally. Traffic laws are established, many of them, most of them, at a state law. We adopt and apply them locally. If we don't do that by local ordinance, we can't enforce them locally. It doesn't make them any less of a law, but it affects our ability, if need be, to issue local citations or to take local action here. Same type of thing. The authority isn't broadened. In fact, there's a number of local legislative oversight policy issues put in place that augment, that strengthen the legislative process, the council's review process, responding to recent Wisconsin Supreme Court decisions that have narrowed the statutory authority of 252. So the purpose section in this ordinance very clearly recognizes that balance that must be struck and attempts to do so, and again, then adopts it at a local level for local enforcement should that be needed. Again, at no time expanding what is already under statutory law of 252. It does not apply often. So again, I referenced the purpose section. If you look at the purpose section, that obviously it's trying to explain to a reader when, under what circumstances this ordinance is expected to be utilized. And the purpose section indicates that it is intended to remain exceptional and infrequent. These do not happen often, and the specific aspect of this ordinance dealing with orders or rules of general application throughout the city are really only one type of response for a contagious disease outbreak in our community, and a very rare one. It's obviously one of the reasons there's been concern and interest about it, because we're not experienced with this type of response because we haven't had pandemics in our recent memory. The more frequent type of response is a more individual or specific business outbreak response, and the ordinance doesn't change that statutory authorization one bit. The ordinance also does not allow an order to continue if the city council, or should the county choose to adopt a similar ordinance, the county board says no. So again, it's a process that intentionally inserts local legislative involvement in the order process to meet current Supreme Court requirements for that to be enforceable, and to maintain that public input loop that builds legitimacy of any order and also allows it to be lawful and enforceable. It does not change laws about individual illness or specific outbreaks, as I touched on just a moment before. And it also inserts a time frame. So the statutory authorization is open-ended, but one of the things the Supreme Court has told us is that it really can't be open-ended. There needs to be some time frame, because otherwise an order looks too much like a law, and that only can be adopted by the legislative branch. So this ordinance would introduce time frames that we have been recommending for our local orders, and that have been followed in our local orders throughout the process since we've had them after state emergency orders were struck back in May. So those time frames are up to 30 days, and within that time frame, the local health officer would have to report initially to the Board of Health, and then also either the local health officer or the city council or the city manager would have to report to city council. By ordinance, the total amount of the duration of any order, so each individual order could only be 30 days, after which local conditions would have to be reevaluated. Best science would again have to be applied to extend that order, if at all. But it could be extended if a pandemic or other serious health condition continues, but up to a maximum of 6 months under the ordinance. To extend beyond that time frame, city council would have to take specific action and could only do so twice out to as much as a year. After that, any orders would be advisory with the longer term durational issue if we, whether in the current pandemic or some future contagious disease outbreak, decide that there's a new normal, unfortunately, that requires, again, best to use examples that we can try to grasp. For example, masks continue to be needed until there's widespread adoption of a vaccine or other type of response to the pandemic. And that perhaps needs to be done beyond a year. That would then be done through direct legislation. It's also worth noting that direct legislation from day one would be an option of a means towards enforceable orders under this ordinance. And finally, the ordinance does not modify our approach to enforcement. We have any number of local ordinance standards, as you all well know, including a great number of them that the City County Health Department is primarily responsible for enforcing. As you might imagine, given the name of the department, all things that further individual and community health. So whether it's housing code standards or restaurant codes, occupancy type standards, our indoor smoking regulations, all of those things are current items that are enforced by the health department, prosecuted in the city by our office, and we would treat them in the same manner, meaning that there is a robust amount of public information. If, after that information, we still have not, reached a level of compliance, there's a specific letter or order to that individual or to that property seeking compliance typically, and opportunity given to correct the violation. If those violations would continue, citation, or under this ordinance, potentially a license response for our licensed establishments may be taken. But if you move into that sort of process, we then have, the individual judicial response process, meaning that anybody cited or anybody for whom there may be license action taken has every right to avail themselves of the circuit court process. We're at the courthouse now, and what we do, as we do with every citation, is individuals receiving those tickets have the ability to contest the matter and take it to court. We talk with those individuals at pre-trials, and the vast majority of those citations are resolved, mutually and in a manner that the defendant finds acceptable, and the matter's closed. But if they would want a court trial, the same process would occur here, and it would be scheduled before one of our judges in Eau Claire County Circuit Court. Next, please. So at this point, we get into some of the specifics of the sources of information and law that we use to draft the ordinance in consultation and with the advice and direction of those I mentioned during the introduction. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant City Attorney Janessa Stromberger, and she'll take the rest of the way through this slideshow, and then we'll both be available for questions should you have any at the end.
Thank you, City Attorney Nick. Ms.
Thank
Stromberg.
you. Thank you, and good evening. So I will pick up here with the sources that we've considered and evaluated as we've drafted this ordinance and worked hand in hand with the county in drafting their ordinance as well. So first I'll highlight the case law that we've considered from the Wisconsin Supreme Court, starting off with the Wisconsin Legislature versus Palm. That decision came out in May and is the reason that we've had local health orders since May, as that decision struck down the state safer at home orders. Some of the things that you see incorporated in the ordinance that we took from that case in particular, Palm engaged in legislative rulemaking is what the court determined. And so what you see here is built-in legislative oversight in the ordinance to avoid one individual making legislative rules without legislative oversight. We've also been careful to avoid classifications, the essential determinations that were so problematic through March, April, and into May with the state order. Also, over the summer, there was an appellate case that came out of the city of Racine as they worked through having a local health order that was challenged locally there, and they adopted an ordinance to authorize a local health order there. And what we got from that case, the appellate court ruled that a presumption of constitutionality attaches when the legislature has acted, that you don't get that presumption of constitutionality when just an individual, when just somebody in the executive branch is acting. So again, another reason that you see legislative oversight drafted into this ordinance. And then a little more recently, the state Supreme Court granted an injunction against part of the Dane County Madison health order. And you'll see actually part of the language from that order in the purpose statement in this ordinance. That decision said that reasonable and necessary cannot include anything and everything. And we very much acknowledge that here locally. And so that's why you see the ordinance drafted as you do, with that strong purpose statement of when it can and cannot be used, what the intent is of the ordinance, and why we've taken it into such close consideration here. And then, of course, today, I'm sure all of you are aware that a decision out of Polk County by a judge actually in St. Croix County came out that denied the temporary injunction that plaintiffs had requested against the governor's emergency declaration and subsequent mask requirement. That decision, again, just highlighted the legislative oversight that is necessary. And also it mentioned that in the absence of legislative action, where the legislature has the ability to act but has chosen not to do so, that with appropriate factual findings and when orders are limited in duration, that the executive branch has the ability to continue to act. As the governor did, and as the orders would be permitted in accordance with this ordinance. So that's a summary of case law that we've considered in drafting the ordinance. We've also consulted with a national public health scholar. We talked through the draft and actually added quite a few things that were recommended in the safeguards as a result of that conversation. The ordinance was also modeled after National Public Health and Legal scholar writings. We've carefully considered those. And then the draft ordinance was also circulated to state colleagues who are dealing with similar issues in their municipalities and counties, and was also reviewed by the Wisconsin Counties Association Council, who is part of the Wisconsin Counties Association task force that was put together over the summer. Next slide, please. So just to give you a little bit of the background of the community engagement that's gone on in bringing this ordinance and the county ordinance forward. So this ordinance first went to the Board of Health on September 14th. And as the outcome of that meeting, there was a unanimous vote to provide feedback to City Council and County Board that the ordinances, and I say plural there because they were considering both city and county ordinances, were very appropriate preventative public health measures to be undertaking at this time. They also highlighted their desire for the city and county to act in step with each other. And currently the draft in front of you and in front of the county are substantively the same. The ordinance then on the county side went to the county's Committee on Administration on September 16th, and they voted 4-1 to move the ordinance forward to the county board. Then September 25th, city and county staff participated in a Chamber of Commerce town hall, answered questions and gave a presentation about the ordinances there. October 1st, city and county staff had a check-in with community leaders from education, both school districts and higher education, as well as leaders in the healthcare industry locally, as well as business leaders in the community, and talked about the ordinance there. And then just last week, as Attorney Nick stated, we had a community informational question and answer session on October 7th. And then throughout all this time, the city and county has had web pages with accurate information available. There are many FAQ documents posted on there that staff has worked through. And we've also done quite a number of media interviews with respect to these ordinances as well. Next slide, please. So then just to highlight very quickly the ordinance specifics. As Attorney Nick said, this ordinance is only applicable when an order is required that affects the population as a whole. It's really a very limited set of circumstances that this ordinance would be applicable during. When a highly infectious, novel, or unusually difficult to treat disease that threatens the lives of residents is found locally. That's when this ordinance can be used. It's not applicable to isolation or quarantine or specific outbreaks. It seems like there's some misinformation about that out there, and this ordinance does not speak to any of those topics. So there are two means to issue orders under this ordinance. One is when the city is in a declared state of emergency, which is the current status in the city. The other is when there's a need for a health order, but it doesn't require an emergency declaration. So those are the two options for means to issue an order. And then, as Attorney Nick highlighted, the orders are limited in duration for 30 days, can only go up to 6 months, and then council has to take action to extend that up to a period of an additional 6 months for a total of a year. And then at the end of that time period, you're left with direct legislation, which of course is always an option, even if there's an order, or there's of course always advisory orders as well. So in this ordinance, you see a number of safeguards, both procedural and substantive. Those are all constitutionally required. They require many reports to not only the Board of Health, but to you, the City Council, as the legislative body for the city. And you've been seeing reports like that, as has the Board of Health, throughout the declared state of emergency. There are publication and posting requirements so that the public should be well informed as to what any requirements are. It should an order be issued pursuant to this ordinance. And then as to substantive requirements, safeguards, there again, when the ordinance can be used is one of those. But then also that any orders have to be content neutral, non-discriminatory, and avoid classifications. There are requirements as to information disclosure as to what the order is based on, so that people can study that for themselves and build public legitimacy in orders that way. And the health officer has to make a finding that a voluntary order will be insufficient, that an enforceable order is necessary. And then throughout this time period, again, legislative action is always an option through direct legislation, or advisory orders are always an option as well. And then, of course, enforcement, as Attorney Nick already spoke through well. So I will stop there. I believe that's it on the slides. So if there are any questions for myself or Attorney Nick, we can speak to those now.
Any questions from council for Ms. Stromberger or for Mr. Nick? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President. Ms. Stromberger, on October 1st, when you had the leaders check-in, how many individuals participated in that?
On October 1st, you said?
Yes.
Oh, God. I want to say maybe there were about 15 of us or so. Without checking the invitation, I would be hard pressed to say exactly how many, but I think it was approximately 15.
Thank you. And the constituency, did it include any business leaders?
It did, yes. The Chamber of Commerce was represented there, if I remember specifically.
Thank you, Ms. Stromberger.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President. And actually, I was wondering if I could ask Ms. Giese a question.
Certainly. Ms. Giese. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Ms. Giese. I was just wondering, just from a public health perspective, just kind of your thoughts on this, and maybe it's like the pros and cons of just maybe a yes vote, or if it were to pass, or if it wouldn't pass, or even I know it's been floated like from the chamber and such to be postponed. So could you help me understand that from a public health lens, please?
Certainly, Councilmember Berge, and thank you to all of the council members for your time on this issue. I know it's been considerable. It's certainly challenging to talk about a topic like a process ordinance when we are in the middle of a pandemic. And I think all of us that are at the table with you today would certainly prefer to have an ordinance like this, a process ordinance, come when we weren't in the middle of a pandemic, where we have a general order in place that makes it more difficult for everybody, for the community, for policymakers, and certainly for the health department. If I understand the question correctly, there are different options that are available to council when you make some decisions tomorrow. Certainly to vote affirmatively for the ordinance, to say no to the ordinance, or to, as some have suggested, delay the ordinance, are certainly all options. From a public health perspective, I have to think about it not only for the current pandemic, the current urgent situation that we're in, but also long term. And this ordinance, like all ordinances, are on the books for future times, not really to speak just to today. The fluidity of a disease process makes it such that an order has been the typical process at a state level to deal with a pandemic type disease. Direct legislation is more difficult because direct legislation assumes you know a situation, you make a decision, and then that sticks around for a considerable amount of time. Certainly for City Council, passing a snowplow ordinance or a parking ordinance is something that is difficult, and it doesn't change like a disease process changes. So an order, a general order, has been seen historically as the way to move through a pandemic. A no vote for this ordinance to walk through from a public health perspective, certainly in the immediate term, that would result in the inability to enforce our current order. We are in a situation that has been a pandemic situation where all of us practicing some basic public health principles has made an enormous preventive difference in the number of people that have died or gotten seriously ill in Eau Claire. And our order has contributed to that. Many in Eau Claire, the majority of people in Eau Claire, have done an amazing job understanding the public health principles and following those at a business level, at an individual level. The lack of enforcement means that in those small cases where the voluntary adherence to the order doesn't happen, if a no vote happens, we would not be able to enforce. And certainly there are many in the community that see that as an important tool in the toolbox. Not the only tool, and certainly not the only tool that we see as critically important. In fact, it's one of our smallest tools, but it would mean that wouldn't be happening. It also means that if things get considerably worse, that direct legislation would be the way to have an enforceable action happen that could make a difference in outcomes in this community. And again, direct legislation doesn't typically allow for movement with a disease movement. It's static. Once a decision is made in an ordinance, that is how, with direct legislation, a public health ordinance would be moving forward. And that may not be the best thing for our community if things get worse or if things get better, that we have a static ordinance. So a no vote would likely result, if needed, in either lack of enforcement and or the need for direct legislation around some piece of our current order. A yes vote certainly makes enforcement possible. From a public health standpoint, I do have I see equal importance not only in keeping people safe and healthy from communicable disease, but keeping our community healthy and in a place where we are working together and strong. A yes vote with the political and emotional environment right now would create some additional challenges with us working through that as a community. And I'm confident we can, but I also know that things are in a difficult spot right now. We don't typically do things in ways that create this kind of controversy. And in public health, that would never be a preference. Our public health goal is whole health for our community, and that includes having an engaged and positive community. Tabling the current ordinance would result also in lack of enforcement. It would give some space away from the current environment for everybody to do some reflection and potentially have some space to think broadly about how the process of a general ordinance works. It would also have the same challenges as direct legislation that we talked about earlier. My worry in the current pandemic is that we have the right tools in our toolbox so that we don't face, in the coming months, some enormous challenges. And I know that that's a difficult policy decision for all of you. I'm also confident in our community. We've done some really amazing things despite having deaths from COVID-19 in this community that are incredibly concerning, and hospitalizations. Our business partners, our education partners, our healthcare partners, and community members have really come together to work on this in ways that are really unique across the state. So I wish I had, Councilmember Berge, a clear yes or no for each of your choices. I don't. There certainly are public health reasons for each of the options.
Thank you.
Councilor McGregor, your question.
Well, thank you, President Weld, and thank you to city staff for answering our questions so far in your presentations. I guess my question may be for Mr. Nick or Ms. Stromberger in particular. One of the concerns that I've heard a lot from the public is just this concept of discretion and putting that in the hands of non-elected professionals. And I guess I'd like to hear some explanation as to how we already give discretional authority to non-elected professionals in the city right now so that they can act promptly based on their expertise. I believe I've heard examples of the police chief and fire chief or our city manager, having pretty broad discretionary authority. So I guess I'd like to hear a little bit more about that and how that compares to discretionary authority under state statute for a health officer. Thank you.
Mr. Nick or Ms. Stromberger?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both for the question, and I'll try to answer it. But you did try to answer it for me, though, Councilmember Gregor. So thank you. So those are certainly some of the other officers of the city. The local health officer is statutorily enabled in this regard to respond. And in fact, it's shall language, shall respond in times of contagious disease that is occurring within the community, within the standards of Chapter 252. But that in no way stands in isolation. So whether it's the fire chief who's responsible for the entire fire department responding in times of emergency whenever that call comes, and acting with a great degree of discretion during the emergency call, which again typically we expect to be relatively short. And what you've heard this evening is that typically in a local outbreak or even an epidemic, they're relatively short in duration. This pandemic is something different, and so it doesn't not so short anymore. We're the better part of a year and not over with it. But other emergencies that other officers deal with, thankfully not in our community in recent memory, but they occur. So whether it's an exceptionally large wildfire season in California, where there's broad discretion to those officers and firefighters in the field while they're engaged in the emergency response, or widespread destruction in times of hurricane in the south. Emergency response is often led and is authorized in our local ordinances and in state and national laws to be done at an executive level while maintaining a level of public information and legislative oversight. It gets particularly tricky, and that's what the Supreme Court had to grapple with, is when you start issuing orders and they're of a longer duration. And at what point does something that is an emergency order start looking a lot like an ordinance or a law? And so the court was saying, a little bit too long. But that's why this establishes a process that does institute time limits. And again, even from day one, allows a city council or legislative inquiry and oversight into those rules of general application. But no, in no way is it isolated. It is simply the emergency we are being asked to deal with at a local level right now, and that we're suggesting we could better respond to, or at least we're putting that issue in front of you through a process ordinance such as this. But otherwise, whether it's the fire chief, the police chief, the city manager under his current authorization authorized by you in emergency response, or me in my office when we're handling litigation or prosecution, we're all officers of the city and execute that discretion in the best interest of our community. And within the oversight of either the city manager and or citizen review boards, and those sort of discretionary acts occur every day in the city of Eau Claire.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nick and Councilor McGregor. Any other questions for Council Vice President Emmanuel?
Thank you, Council President Weld, and thank you to our staff and our community for their considerable amount of time. I appreciate President Weld's comments that I've seen in the media. Really resonate with me that everybody seems to want the same in the end of this to be over and for us to be as healthy as possible. And so I really appreciate that and see that earnest work there. Council President Weld, I have 3 questions, and they're mostly for Director Giese. However, I would limit myself to 2 and ask that you might call on me sometime during the evening for my 3rd question.
Certainly.
Okay, so this question is my first 2 questions are for Health Director Giese. Good evening to you. I think there's been I've read in the media just some different accounts around this legislation, and I'm wondering just a really short answer around, did your department bring this legislation forward? Was this initiated from your department?
Thank you, Councilmember Emmanuel. The ordinance itself has not come from the Health Department or the Board of Health. Certainly the order has, and that has prompted the discussion about the framing language and the ability to enforce that is contained within the ordinance. But the ordinance itself has not come from the Health Department nor from the Board of Health.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question is, I'm really intrigued about this concept that you talked about with public health and a commitment to whole health in the community. I'm wondering, in your experience, what would that look like if there was a pause in this discussion? So let's say that this is postponed and we try to work towards having whole health in our community. What types of indicators of success would you see that might go into that, knowing that all three options certainly do have their very legitimate pros and cons? I'm really interested in that idea of whole health.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Emmanuel. Certainly, indicators of success would be an important piece of a pause, and I certainly may want to think about that a bit more to have a more complete answer for you. The initial response, I would say, is that I think in the times we are in right now, our community is struggling. And when we struggle, cortisol, as we all know, raises up in all of us, and that stress creates challenges in having good, honest conversations with one another, and with the ability to really step back and think through something as important as a longstanding ordinance like this. I truly think that a general order may never happen again in our lifetimes. This is something that no local health officer in the state ever thought would land at a local level, and is why we've never had to have these kinds of conversations in the past. I would see a measure of success being taking enough time to be out of the immediate response of this current pandemic so that we could remove the conversation from being just about COVID-19 and have a community conversation about what forward makes sense. And I think that would take some space, personally. I always find it important to bring a variety of partners to the table, and to really have perspective, especially with an ordinance like this, related to why there may be strong long-term reasons to have the ability to respond to an urgent issue with a public health perspective, and why that's good for the community to have an opportunity to talk that through and to talk about the safeguards that are in this ordinance to make sure that there is input and oversight happening. I think many don't know much about what happens in public health every day. It's fairly invisible. If we're doing our job well, we're doing prevention. And there is much that could be shared about the important work that happens and why it's important for the community to happen. But right now, we're focused on COVID-19, and that makes it difficult to have a really good collaborative conversation about a long-standing ordinance. I think your question about measures of success would take a bit more thinking, but I think minimally, even if all don't agree about an ordinance coming forward, to have at least a good shared understanding of the process and the important inputs would be critically important. And certainly much has happened in the last week in that regard as well. So I think we've the opportunities with the chamber and with the listening sessions and with the community leaders over the last week is a good step in that direction.
Thank you, Ms. Keith. Councilmember Clinkhammer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I'm not sure who this question would be addressed to, possibly Ms. Giese. I appreciated the question of whether or not the ordinance originated in the health department, but is current is there flagrant disregard for the health order that's in place, and has that been the motive for bringing this forward now, or is it just a general condition of we're experiencing this pandemic, so and we weren't set up for it, so let's get it corrected now? What's the answer to that?
I can certainly answer. Thank you, Councilmember Klinkhammer. I certainly can answer from the public health perspective if that would be helpful, but President Weld, let me know your preference.
We'll go ahead and share your thoughts or answers, and then we'll allow Mr. Nicker and Ms. Stromberg to weigh in as well.
Certainly. The question about the current order and how this ordinance would support the enforcement piece of it, I think is an important question for the council to consider, certainly as I was walking through the pros and cons of what your options are tomorrow. The ability to enforce is one of the tools that would be available with a yes vote. The situation that we have currently, the community in the city of Eau Claire, where this ordinance would be in place, we certainly have many partners across the community that are following the public health principles that are critically important. We do have examples where there are specific situations where we have received considerable complaints. And it's possible that with an enforceable order that the additional tool of enforcement may be helpful. And certainly, as many of you know, I'm a parent of 4 children, and that education and encouragement and getting everybody on the same page is the primary way we deal with most situations in this community or even within a family. But at times, the need for enforcement is there, and certainly sends a message that this is serious, and we have potential of disease spread, which is dangerous, happening. So I think the truth is that in this community, most partners are doing an amazing job, but we do have some where that is not happening. We also know that the order, because it's required, has given many entities across this community the ability to build their policies with the support of saying we have to do this because this is public health best practice and it's required in the order. We've heard that from partners across the community, that the order does give them cover for that in a way that's different than just recommendations. So that's also a consideration that is, for some, an important consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Giese. City Attorney Nicker, Ms. Stromberg, do you have any additional information from Mr. Councilmember Klinkhammer's question?
I think only as, thank you, only as a point of emphasis, particularly on that last point made by Ms. Giese, that, you know, the order has has continued as a mandatory. There have been a number of items in it that have shifted to advisory, but there's been a need as determined by Ms. Giese as local health officer that some of those need to be mandatory. And as she's explained, and we explained before that, for that to continue, there needs to be an authorizing ordinance such as this one or direct legislation. So whether it's termed as cover or just to be accurate in terms of being able to issue orders and have them be viewed as mandatory, this ordinance or direct legislation is needed. If that's not the policy preference of the council, that is absolutely your choice or the county board's choice for countywide, in which case the orders will be clarified that they're advisory. And, that cover, if you will, or that requirement, at least at a local level, will cease to exist. And we'll have to rely either on the current gubernatorial emergency order or actions of that sort on a statewide level for any enforceable standards or mandatory standards that whether it's businesses or public schools or individuals have to comply with in our community.
Thank you, Mr. Nick. Any other questions from council? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I hope this question is appropriate for this topic. But in the matter of enforcement, and just so this ordinance would just be for the local orders by Health Director Giese, and it does not deal with the statewide level, like the mask order. So the mask order right now is at the statewide. So I guess my question is, I don't think this ordinance affects that, but is the mask order enforceable? And how does this ordinance play into that? Does that make sense?
Mr. Nick.
Yeah, I'll take that one. Thank you. So this is just for local orders, should they be deemed necessary. Like you said, Councilmember Berge, the state mask requirement right now is a state requirement. So that would not be enforceable through this ordinance. Any enforcement through this ordinance would be through a civil forfeiture, just like any other ordinance violation currently is. And of course, we additionally have built in options for public nuisance prosecution, as well as if it's a licensed business with a city license, they could be facing potential revocation or non-renewal if violations occurred that way as well.
Any other comments from staff? All right, any other questions from council? Council Vice President Emanuel.
Thank you so much. This is for, I think, maybe Ms. Giese, or I don't know if the Board of Health chair is on the phone. I could just use some help clarifying just really the Board of Health position. I did see some information in the council packet, and I had a chance to read that. I also had a chance to listen to a recording of the Board of Health meeting. And it seems like my understanding of the action that the Board of Health took, which was basically action to let the council know that they reviewed it and that they had 2 points of clarification, looks different than what I saw was presented tonight. And it's difficult to ask for clarification, so I hate to put anybody in a hard spot. I really could use some help understanding the Board of Health's position, and perhaps somebody from your department could coordinate just a feedback on clarification on what happened at that Board of Health meeting. I think that's really important.
So thank you, Councilmember Emmanuel. I can certainly work with Ms. Price, who is our Board of Health president, to provide that clarification if that would be helpful. The Board of Health did agenda this item as an opportunity to provide feedback. They did not vote affirmatively or have a vote to approve or disapprove the ordinance. They really voted to provide specific feedback, if that helps in the understanding. It was not agendaed as a vote to approve or not approve the ordinance itself. But I can certainly work with Ms. Price to provide some additional information if that's helpful.
Sure, that would be, and I would say, I don't have a copy of the presentation today. You might. And if so, it's under a slide that says community engagement. And then there's a quote from the Board of Health. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Easy. Any other questions from council? I am not seeing any other questions. I will open this up to the public for comments here in just a minute. I would just like to review again how this how we will proceed with this process. Again, you'll be limited to 3 minutes. And when you approach 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you will be given notification. You have 30 seconds to wrap up your comments. Please stay on topic of the agenda item itself. Understanding that the current state orders are not part of this agenda item. But again, any comments and input that you have, either in support or not supporting, if we could offer fresh comments with each speaker would be appreciated. Just so that there's no misunderstanding, any negative or hurtful comments directed at staff members or public officials or anyone for that matter are not welcome. And your call will be ended if it is pointed to or directed to any one individual or group of individuals. So I ask for your respect in that regard. My goal is for this public discussion is that we have a healthy and positive and productive conversation. I think that's what everybody's hoping for and asking for, and that's the direction that I hope that we all together as a community, as neighbors and friends, participate in this next discussion. So we have a moderator that will begin asking for the individuals as we call on you to again introduce yourself with your name and your address, and then as you get to the end of your comments, he will thank you, and then we'll open up to the next person. So with that, Mr. Moderator, if you want to begin with the first comment.
All right, our first public speaker is Christine Klein. Please state your name and address.
Am I being heard? Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, with the little over 45 minutes of discussion about Agenda 3, I just have to say that I'm very disappointed with the board in not allowing this to be an easily approached board. I know of several people that are elderly, that do not have smartphones or computers, still have landlines, that have a lot to say, and I'm very concerned that this demographic of the city of Eau Claire and Eau Claire County is not able to be heard. As I stated, my address is in Elk Mound. However, I'm about literally 3 miles outside of Eau Claire County. I do all my commerce in Eau Claire. My job is in Eau Claire. Everything I do about my business is in Eau Claire. So this does absolutely affect me and anybody who does live in the greater Chippewa Chippewa Valley area. I know that I've heard a lot of talk from Stromberger and Attorney Nick, but if I could just bring us back down to some actual stats that I am looking at currently on my computer regarding Eau Claire County. What I fear at this point is there's been a lot of fear mongering regarding COVID-19, the term pandemic, as well as a lot of touting with the number of cases. But when I can look at the number of cases, what I'm looking at right now is the number of deaths. In Eau Claire County, there's been 8. I know of at least 2 that are vehemently contested by the family, stating that they were not actually COVID deaths. So in all actuality, the actual number would be 6. And I guess as a Chippewa Valley resident, I'm not sure why this is being so pushed, why there is such a huge push to have some sort of overreaching ordinance when 252 is already in the books. Why does there need to be this kind of overreach? Why does there need to be power to fine and, close and quarantine businesses and people when we have not had to do so in 100 years? This just does not sit right with me as a citizen in the Eau Claire County area. So I guess this smacks a lot of power grabbing, and it is very unfortunate that the board has made themselves so difficult to be able to be heard by our elder community and other individuals.
Thank you, Ms. Klein.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next caller, the Kim Etchison. Please state your name and address and move on with your comment.
Hello, my name is Kim Etchison. I live on Lindale Avenue over on the East Hill, and I want to address a couple of things here. First of all, I'll give you a little bit of my background. I've actually been an activist for a long time, and one of the things I was concerned here was the right to protest. I've spent over 10 years with the Buffalo Field Campaign in Montana, 6 of which on the front lines. I was involved with the People's Climate March, which got over 400,000 people in New York to march. I was involved in the DC March before that. So I see laws that can affect people's ability to protest, I get concerned. But out of all that time, there's one underlying thing that has to do with all of our amendment rights. And that's the simple fact that our rights end when we endanger someone else's health. And that's what this amendment is actually talking about. This amendment, from the way I read it, actually says you have the right to protest. We're just going to make sure that's done in a certain way so it doesn't risk our community. And that needs to be huge to us because, yeah, there's only been a couple of deaths in the community, but I'll tell you what, as a double amputee who has no support, who isn't considered disabled by the state of Wisconsin, I go into work every day getting worried that I get sick from COVID, that I end up with lung issues permanently for the rest of my life, that I have a heart attack, that I have an aneurysm, that I have blood clotting, all this other stuff that doesn't get counted into those deaths, that does happen to people. And all this does is this amendment says that a health inspector can take action when they see something dangerous and they need to take action. And it says that people have the ability to protest, but they need to do it in a safe way that still protects the community. And that's critical because of all the time and all the protests I've been in, you're never allowed to endanger someone else. And all this is saying is we want to make sure that other people are not endangered by people's ability to protest. And also when a health inspector does something that they need to act on, that they have the ability to act on right away, which could save lives. And so that's what we need to look at. It comes down to, yes, we still preserve everyone's First Amendment rights, but I need to make sure you guys have my back, that when I go into work tomorrow, that the super spreader event that happened today, I recognize people from that come into my work and refuse to wear masks in my work. So I get to go in tomorrow with all my concerns and everything else, and also worry that, did they catch something today that they're going to give me tomorrow, and am I going to be in the hospital next week? I should have the right to feel safe from that, and that's all that it does. People can still protest, they just got to do it in a safe way for the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Etchison. Next on our list is Kia. Please state your name and address.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Evening. My name is Kia, and I live 64th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. Kia Zhongyang is my formal name. And while I currently live in Chippewa County, I have lived in Eau Claire County for 20 years. My family still conducts the majority of our lives in Eau Claire, including my business, church, extracurricular activities, shopping, and dining. And I'm here to voice my opposition to the ordinance. As a concerned citizen, I have read through the Wisconsin State Statute Chapter 252, the DHS Chapter 145, the WCA 60-page guidance document, and then the ordinance for tonight's meeting also. And as an insurance agent, I handle contracts every day. This ordinance is a contract between the county and its citizens and those who partake in the services of the county. What concerns me is the loose language used to define the powers in terms of this contract/ordinance. So I respectfully, I disagree with Mr. Nick on it being loose, because I believe it is a loose language. Imagine, if you will, entering into a life or health insurance contract where the contract states that the insurance company has the ability to take all measures necessary to protect the insured by any means that they deem needed. This could effectively void all or parts of the contract, that's inside the contract itself. Basically, it would make the contract unilaterally in favor of the insurance company. Now, imagine that the insurance company is given the right to assess penalties on anything that they deem necessary. This would add insult to injury, as they would remove your core benefits and now assess penalties on top of it. So basically, that's what this ordinance is trying to impose. Who would enter into such a contract? Unfortunately, if this ordinance passes, we're all forced to be into this type of contract. The benefits which this contract can void should not be taken lightly. It is the very foundation of who we as Americans are. It's our constitutional rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Some may argue that this is an exaggeration. Our rights are protected. This ordinance is founded in the state statute, which has not violated our rights in the past, nor will it violate our rights in the present or future. Some may even point to the to the good character of past and present health officers. And I want to be clear, I'm not questioning the character, the political affiliation, or the decision-making of our current and future health officer, CDC, Wisconsin Health Board, etc. What is in question is contractual rights under the law, which gives these authorities the power to enforce the law. Having a clear definition of the power of the local health officer is the ultimate buffer against worst-case scenarios of tyranny. This allows the contract to be written in favor of the beneficiaries/citizens of the county and not the other way around. I find it interesting in Ms. Stromberger's slide earlier on the community engagement timeframe. She didn't point out that on October 5th, the Eau Claire Area Chamber of Commerce is asking the Eau Claire County and the City of Eau Claire to withdraw their proposed health ordinances until
Our next comments will come from Julie Court. Please state your name and address and your comment.
Hi, my name is Julie. I have PO Box 1415 Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Thank you for hearing my public comment. Similar proposed communicable disease ordinances have been struck down and tabled in both Chippewa Falls and Menominee due to opposition by consumers, business owners, and the general public. If you look at the Eau Claire statistics, which were shared by Christine Klein, and which I was planning on sharing, they are not worthy of a pandemic label, nor are they worthy of the type of enforcement that this ordinance contains. The lockdown orders are destroying our local economy and the mental health of many women, children, and adults. These measures are not necessary. In a similar case, federal judge William Stickman VI wrote his opinion that Pennsylvania's governor's coronavirus orders, which shut down his state, closed businesses, and limited gatherings were unconstitutional. The Eau Claire Chamber of Commerce is repeatedly voicing a strong no to the current version of this ordinance. I read their letter, and I wholeheartedly support their excellently written letter. Businesses, which is the backbone of this community, are asking for this ordinance for it to be put to the side until business owners, people from education, the medical community can be involved in such an important ordinance. The current environment that we are operating in are actually, I believe, destroying families' health. That is destroying the health of businesses that will take us decades to recover from. And the amount of suicides and abuse inside the home is escalating astronomically. Suicides are up 600%. City and county officials do not have the medical expertise to be qualified to hold the DHS accountable during this outbreak. We will not be prisoners during COVID, which no longer even qualifies as an epidemic or a pandemic. I am opposed to this health ordinance, and I ask each of the city officials, have you actually read the 60-page document? Have you read all of the appendices with the quarantine guards, with the ability to employ people as necessary to carry out their orders? That unsworn lay people have police powers, that local health officials may issue a violation order to remove the person and confine them, page 53, 54, undergoing examinations and tests to identify a disease.
For your comments,
Yeah.
Our next speaker is listed as Maggie.
Good evening. Yes. Good evening. My name is Maggie Vinipol, and I reside at 3409 Briarcrest Drive in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. I want to thank you for your commitment to making Eau Claire one of the best communities in the state to live in. We do appreciate your hard work on all matters regarding Eau Claire. This public comment represents the voices of 1,314 Eau Claire citizens and/or business owners. The first thing I'd like to speak about is the color of law. Our comments tonight do not reflect a partisan agenda, and we ask that your decision does not either. Many of us are small business owners who have been bombarded with rules, and as far as we are aware, we have been following them. We are concerned that we won't be able to run businesses efficiently because of the proposed ordinance. We already have had decreases in revenue, and we are following the guidelines given to us by our respective societies, insurance companies, government agencies, and other regulatory body under our own business categories. Our comment also reflects our grave concern over the subjective nature of this ordinance and the deprivation of the rights under the color of law. It's dangerous to give an unelected official extensive powers under the law. As elected officials making this decision, please do consider the possible consequences. Wisconsin Legislature versus Palm overturned Tony Evers' Safer at Home order in May of 2020 due to constitutional doubt. Under Section 242 of Title 18, deprivation of rights under the color of law, it makes it a crime for a person acting under color of any law to willfully deprive a person of a right or privilege protected by the Constitution. These acts include anything done by local government officials, such as city council members, county board members, or public health officials. If you vote to pass this communicable disease ordinance, you are making any member of the city council, county board, or public health department personally responsible for any decisions under this ordinance that the public health director would make. You took an oath to uphold the Constitution. You personally can be prosecuted under the color of law. This ordinance could create constitutional doubt. There is not an exception of constitutional rights in a pandemic situation or public health crisis. These individual rights, such as public gathering, right to assemble, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, don't just go away. These individual rights, including the protections of the Bill of Rights made applicable to the states through the 14th Amendment, are always active and restrain government action. When you vote on this order, we ask you to vote no and choose to protect the rights of the citizens you have taken an oath to constitutionally represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. If I could ask the participants, when you're done making your comments, if you put your hand down so we can manage, there's a long list of folks here. So thank you. Our next caller will be Michael Connor. Michael, please state your name and address and your comment. Michael?
Still, you raise your hand.
Mike, are you there? Okay, we're going to move on to the next caller. We have Jason Gonzalez. Jason, could you please give your name and address?
Yep, this is Jason Gonzalez, 1610 Fairway Street in Eau Claire. I'm commenting on behalf of 1,314 signatures. Enforcement and power obviously mean different things to different people. Many people do not want enforcement for many of the current health orders that are not justified. It was stated that the public would be provided the information that is being used to create orders to be able to validate the necessity of them and provide input. This has been done already and determined the data does not indicate validation for enforcement of the current orders. Therefore, enforcement of many of these orders cannot be equated to stopping at a stop sign. This is evidenced by looking at the average severity of each case over the past 7 months, the demographics affected, and weighing positive versus negative impact of the current orders on the community as a whole. From health department data, if you have a positive SARS-CoV-2 test, you have a 3% chance of being hospitalized and a 0.3 chance of mortality. These figures can be projected to be much lower if unreported cases are included. Alternatives to enforcement of the current health orders include allowing the immunity of healthy people, including children who are low risk, to combat the virus. Continuing many current recommendations in environments with high-risk populations to protect the most vulnerable in the community. Focusing quarantine efforts towards the high-risk populations during surges in cases. Maintaining recommendations of standard precautions such as hand hygiene and staying home if sick. Shifting some of the focus of public education from fear to immune boosting strategies such as dietary and lifestyle factors and vitamin supplementation. A shift from focusing on counting cases to the impact of cases. Stopping the spread among healthy people has been delaying the spread, allowing the virus to stick around longer, creating more opportunities for illness in vulnerable populations. Eau Claire positive cases peaked in mid-September and have been on the decline since, just as the waves in other areas of the country came and went. This stance is not about being selfish and having a lack of empathy for others. It's about seeing the whole picture, long-term effects, and this virus for what it is. If we are trying to save every last life, why are there not enforceable bans against alcohol, fast food, and cigarettes? Cigarette companies in the past used doctors and
All right, our next speaker is going to be Dory Pulse. Dory, please state your name and address.
Thank you. Am I on?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. I am in opposition of this ordinance. Many people that have already spoken have touched on many of my points, so I will not be redundant. I have to ask though, why and why now is this ordinance coming up? I do know that Attorney Steve Nick and Ms. Giese were part of the committee that helped create this ordinance. And so I'm sure it's very important to them. It is also very important to me I have a small speaking ministry in Eau Claire, and everything about this ordinance affects it. When I'm reading the ordinance, I began with Section A under local health officer orders. It was hard for me to even make sense of best available scientific understanding. What does that mean, and who determines best available scientific understanding? And I would like to know, where did the ordinance originate? I remember Ms. Giese said something that it did not originate under other entities, but where did it? The CDC website notes also, I've been reading, that the PCR test is not, and I believe that is the Q-tip test, is not 100% on COVID. It can pick up other RNA viruses. And you know, the first death in Eau Claire was very disturbing to me. Family members all over social media were hurt, disrespected, and angry that their beloved family member died of a stroke, but it was deemed COVID. Where do you think my trust level went? Right to zero. There are so many, there is so much more information coming out on COVID. This is completely unnecessary, unconstitutional at this time to try to put this through. I realize you are elected officials. Please listen to the people. The Leader Telegram ran a quick survey on Facebook. A resounding population said no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Polk. Our next speaker will be Peggy Kincaid. Peggy, can you please state your name and address?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. All right, thank you. My name is Peggy Kincaid, and I live at 4579 Meadowbrook Court in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. I am here to speak out in opposition to the proposed ordinance. My main objection is that an unelected person in any capacity should not be given unchecked administrative control. The mission and the purpose of the Public Health Department and the Public Health Board should be to advise the City Council or a county board on matters pertaining to public health. The City Council and County Board, in their capacity as elected officials, are then to weigh those recommendations against other considerations of the public good before enacting any policy. The singular focus of public health is public health, while the City Council and the County Board have a broader view of the overall needs of the community. The way that the ordinance is written in Section 8.30.040, Section A, any orders issued by the Health Director will be in effect unless the City, County, or the County Board opposes the order. That gives an unelected person powers that currently reside within the elected bodies of the City Council and County Board, who represent and are directly accountable to its citizens. It was mentioned that this is no different than the traffic, alcohol, or smoking fines, but I want to point out that those were decided by the City Council and not by a single non-elected bureaucrat. The current Health Department Director does have a very good working relationship with the City Council and the County Board to advise and educate in matters of public health. However, you have to consider that this person may not always be in this position, and subsequent health directors may not always have such a positive working relationship. My last point is that Eau Claire has always prided itself in being a people-first community. We have been working on becoming a welcoming, inclusive community, and again, worked hard to become people first. Ordinances that are punitive and focus on fines hurt lower socioeconomic groups and minorities in greater proportion. There are many studies that show the impact of this type of approach on peoples of color and people of limited means. Adding a health ordinance that allows for such penalties will exacerbate disparities that already exist. As suggested by the Chamber of Commerce, this should go back to the drawing board and be rewritten with representatives from the health sector, business sector, public sector, and elected officials to ensure that everyone has a voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kincaid. Our next comment will come from Joshua and Hillary Andrew. Could you please state your names and address, please?
Hello, my name is Joshua Andrew of 1912 Webster Avenue, and I'm speaking tonight against the proposed health ordinance. There are two of us on this computer who wish to speak, so I'll raise our hand twice. All of you are aware of the current powers of the health officer granted by state statute. The proposed ordinance does nothing to change these powers, which are effective in combating the spread of any communicable disease using legally enforceable orders to isolate, quarantine, and close public meeting venues. The primary purpose of the proposed ordinance seems to be an attempt to fix the decision of the state Supreme Court in the inaction of the legislature in order to allow the enforcement of potential general orders at the local level through fines. This ordinance allows enforcement of general orders of general effect that go above and beyond the extraordinary powers of the health department to quarantine the sick, potentially asking healthy people to stay in their homes, businesses to close, churches to stop meeting, and people to wear masks if deemed necessary. While these may all be good ideas in combating disease and part of the best available scientific knowledge, in general terms, a future one-size-fits-most mandate denies people the liberty to be responsive to their own unique needs and to devise creative solutions that protect their own interest as well as those of the community. Remember, we're not talking about sick people here because the health department can already contain these people under current law. We're talking about future general orders of general effect that you feel you need to enforce with citations. These orders would force people to comply with a non-specifically tailored order or risk being deemed a public nuisance and fined. I would ask that the city not try to punitively enforce what should otherwise be advisory orders. The citizens of Eau Claire are intelligent and creative, and we deserve the liberty to listen to the sound advice of our health department with flexibility to address the multidisciplinary complexities of our individual contexts. We can devise safe and resourceful means of applying health protocols that balance our essential needs with our community safety. Eau Claire has already been doing this, as evidenced by our lower number of cases than comparable counties, all without the presence of the proposed ordinance. Even if this bad policy does pass, the use of fines will not guarantee 100% compliance, given that some people will be exempt from general orders anyway. This order simply ties the hands of good people who self-sacrifice to find ways to keep people safe in ways the city might not even think of. You need to continue to demonstrate your trust in your constituents. You already do this for other health concerns. We don't ban smoking, we advise people of its dangers. We do not pass a condom ordinance to prevent the spread of sexually transmitted disease. Instead, we advise people to practice safe sex. Trust your community to be responsible and exercise our freedoms to protect our lives, our businesses, our faith, and our community in ways that are safe and effective for everyone. Please withdraw the proposed ordinance that serves no other purpose than demonstrating a lack of trust and a desire to discipline. If you can't trust the majority of your constituents, then you should not be representing them on this council respectfully. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. We'll move on to our next caller, will be Rebecca Zimmerman. Please state your name and address.
I live at 2105 Sunrise Circle in Eau Claire. The public comment represents the voices of 1,314 Eau Claire citizens and/or business owners. The Eau Claire Area School District has stated that it is taking its direction on schooling from requirements by our city county health director. Yet our health director states she is only recommending these measures. Because of confusion like this and blame shifting, you can understand why parents of students would be apprehensive and oppose this ordinance just simply based on how it could affect schooling. Schooling is already a struggle, as we have seen presented by parents, students, and student representatives, despite the efforts of the excellent teachers we have in our community. The last thing we need is another barrier to in-person learning, activities, access to enriched classes, and athletics. Speaking specifically about schools in Eau Claire County, as of 10/12, there are 131 students quarantined. This is 131 healthy students being asked to stay home and getting less instruction based on advisory orders. It is apparent from data easily accessible on the ECASD dashboard that the students quarantined week to week rarely result in positive cases. We are wasting valuable in-person educational hours with quarantine. In state statutes, health orders, and this ordinance in particular, the phrases necessary, reasonable, and best scientific data are used frequently. We're currently under advisory health orders that have been said to have been made with the best scientific data. The CDC currently states teachers are not a high-risk demographic, children are a minimal risk for transmission, only 6% of all COVID cases are in school-age children, hospitalizations are low, and kids make up less than 0.1% of all COVID-related deaths. Fortunately, no child has died in Wisconsin related to COVID-19. The current best scientific data actually suggests that it is safe and necessary for our children to be at school in person, even without social distancing and mask wearing. And yet, we are still following overly cautious recommendations. How can we trust the decisions when it's very clear that fear and personal bias have played a role in these decisions and orders? Even our advisory orders do not make sense compared to the best scientific data, and now you're considering making them enforceable with this ordinance. How do you expect parents to trust that future enforceable orders won't continue to be clouded by personal bias and fear? Many of the recommendations of the health department to the schools have been unreasonable and unnecessary. The parents of Eau Claire County are asking you to please heavily consider the consequences on children and the effects enforceable orders through this ordinance could have on our children in schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zimmerman. We will move on to our next caller. It will be Robert Kilo. State your name and address.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Robert Kilo. My address is 3918 113th Street in the village of Lake Hallie. And my concerns are, I've heard a lot of talk earlier about, we'll give them a fine and we'll revoke their license.
You leaving, Jason? No, we just like to open our doors.
Okay. And the problem I'm having is, you revoke a license and, people have the ability to appeal a speeding ticket. And they do that, and then we resolve that, and then we move on. Well, so while a license is revoked or suspended, and there's an appeals process going on, bread isn't going on the table, and people aren't able to support their families. That is a huge problem. And when you have, such orders, it'll only be for 30 days. 30 days will destroy business. That is a big problem. Now, with the words that upon the appearance of a communicable disease, now what does that look like? Can I walk into my house and my neighbor sees me coughing, and now all of a sudden there's a complaint, and now there's an investigation being done at my house? No, that's not how this country works. So, and the words reasonable and necessary are thrown around all over this this form that I have in front of me, and it's really ambiguous. It's basically what is one person's opinion about what should be done as far as being sick or what to do about somebody being sick. And saying, well, I don't think the people can really, decide whether or not they should go to work or go to school. So we're just going to make them do it. And we're going to post police outside their door and force them to keep their kids home. Or better yet, why don't we just take their kids and put them inside a, sheltering in place facility? There's nothing that keeps them from doing that either. And there's nothing in this form that I could see that actually mentions COVID-19, and this could go on for who knows how long. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Field. Our next speaker will be Kate Wilson. Kate, please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Kate Wilson. I live at 602 East MacArthur Avenue in Eau Claire. I've been a resident of Eau Claire for 12 years. Thank you for this comment session. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm here to support the local health officer order. I'm not going to speak specifically about COVID-19 because I know that that's not the the purpose of tonight's discussion. But during this pandemic, it has been become very clear to me why public health orders are important when dealing with contagious diseases and the health of an entire community and not just individuals. I believe that public health officials serve an important role in our community and that health orders are an appropriate and reasonable part of that role. They are trained to make evidence-informed decisions and put that information into effect quickly so that there can be rules that protect the health not just of individuals, but of entire communities. And as we've seen during this pandemic with contagious diseases, you need to move quickly to respond to health threats. And again, public health officials are trained in these types of orders, whereas as citizens, we're learning as we go. I remember in the early stages of the pandemic, just being glued to my computer, trying to understand the science behind all of this. So I see the value in being able to respond quickly with the most up-to-date and scientific information. And that's best done by trained public health professionals. Before the state health order went into effect recently, it was very difficult for us and my family to do necessary daily tasks. We felt like going to the grocery store was a threat to our health, and we had to balance that threat against to our health against then meeting our own needs and our family. When the health order went into effect at the state level, it made it much easier to do our daily business and know that we weren't sacrificing our health for those necessities. And I believe that local health orders can serve a similar purpose in ensuring the health of families and our community as a whole. One thing that makes me confident in the ordinance is that there is legislative oversight built into the order, so that if somebody acts nimbly as they need to do during a pandemic as a public health professional, then there is a check and balance system so that an elected body can overturn that and create different orders. That's all I have prepared for tonight. Thank you so much for listening and for serving.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Moving on, our next comments will be coming from Patrick John. Please state your name and address and your comment.
Hello, my name is Pat Couture. I'm a local business owner in Eau Claire. I live on 950th Street in Eau Claire. I just want to say I'm in total opposition to the local health ordinance that the city and county are considering, and believe this is a gross violation of our constitutional rights. First Amendment says Congress, and it should be noted that it includes all of our local governments, are prohibited from prohibiting the free exercise thereof or the right to peacefully assemble. This has already taken place and our rights have been violated. The government is prohibited from preventing the free exercise of a religion. And this is not right, and we're asking that you would stop doing this. You know, the gathering of a church is central to the teaching of the Bible, as well as just for the community of the church. And those restrictions have already happened. The Fifth Amendment being deprived of life, liberty, and property without due process. When you shut down widespread businesses, that is depriving us of life, liberty, and our property, our businesses, with no due process. This has already happened, and it's inconceivable that we're here tonight talking about our constitutional rights, which have already been violated dramatically, and talking about giving the Board of Health punitive power to enforce these unconstitutional ordinances. What else can a city council or a Board of Health who violates our constitutional rights, what can we call that? Only that you are lawbreakers at a health board and the matter of the county board that allows a health board to make sweeping unconstitutional ordinances and empower them with punitive power is unconscionable. The increased anxiety, depression, and suicides in Eau Claire are because of the actions of the city council, health board, and specifically Elizabeth Giese. And for these reasons, I believe that you should be deemed a menace and danger to our valley.
Mr. Couture,
Yes, sir.
please either talk it in a productive and healthy and positive manner, or we'll need to end the call.
With all due respect, I'll lower my voice, but I don't think this is a small matter to have our constitutional rights deprived from us.
We don't need to.
And I'm just asking that you remove all the power of the health board and the city official from making wide sweeping closures of businesses and restricting churches and other restrictions.
Thank you, Mr. Couture. The 3 minutes is all. Thank you very much. All right, our next caller will be Mike Schultz. Please state your name and address.
Mike Anthony Schultz from Elk Mound, Wisconsin in Dunn County. I have a few issues with the public health ordinance, and I am a Special Olympics Wisconsin athlete, and I was just wondering, why do we have to wear masks? Because it's difficult to wear masks in a water park or in a mall, and it's difficult to wear masks anywhere you go. I think the public health ordinance should be should go back to the drawing board and make real-time decisions, because I think it's taking away our constitutional rights of going out and doing our daily things. But it's being difficult because the public health officer continues to extend these orders, and these orders are becoming unconstitutional. And I don't know why, because this is getting out of hand, and it needs to, and I think you guys need to go back to the drawing board and make decisions on this public health crisis. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Again, I'm going to ask that if you've already made your comments, could you please put your hand down on the interface? Thank you very much.
I will, sir.
Thank you. Our next caller will be Scott Biederman. Please state your name and address.
Hi, thank you much, Council President Weld and council members. I'm Scott Biederman, Chair of the Board of Directors for the Eau Claire Area Chamber of Commerce, located at 101 North Farwell. We agree that COVID-19 is a serious health issue, and we all need to be doing our part. The Chamber has actively participated in Chippewa Valley Economic Recovery Task Force and has worked with our member businesses and organizations to help them implement best practices to act responsibly and slow the spread. Unfortunately, the proposed city and county ordinances were drafted and introduced without input, notice, or consensus from key stakeholders, including the business community, education, and healthcare. Once we learned of their planned introduction, we carefully considered how the chamber should respond. We surveyed our members, held a town hall with city and county officials, sought input from attorneys, and weighed the pros and cons in discussions by our governmental affairs and board of directors. At a special meeting last week, last Monday, October 5th, our board voted unanimously to request that the ordinances be withdrawn and taken back to the drawing board. Our primary concerns included the following. The ordinances are vague and ambiguous and overbroad by trying to address all future situations. Businesses are uncomfortable with an ordinance that allows for the closure of business by category. Proposed enforcement and penalties do not have clearly defined limits. And the legislative oversight is too passive and applies only when emergency declaration is not in effect. Our governmental affairs director last week provided a full statement to each of members of the city council which further explains our collective reasoning. Therefore, as we noted in that full statement, we'd ask that this ordinance be tabled at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next caller, Kayla Rick. Please state your name and address.
Kayla Rick, address is 3348 Morgan Avenue. This public comment represents the voices of 1,014 people in Eau Claire who are citizens or business owners. Please consider the impact this ordinance will have on small businesses in our great community. Since it is for enforcement of the business level, the consequences for businesses needs to be considered. Where is the risk assessment? It is essential that small business owners have the ability to create revenue and continue to have the desire to own a business in the city and employ their customers and their employees and their customers who wish to stay in Eau Claire. The City Council has previously sided with the Chamber of Commerce when passing a resolution on wearing masks in July, with the Chamber stating it would allow for businesses to stay open if we had high compliance with masks. We have had high compliance and now are considering an ordinance that can close our businesses. The Chamber of Commerce has asked that you not pass this ordinance or to table it as a way to protect small businesses. Please listen to them as you did in July. Tonight we heard the attorneys comparing this to other unelected officials who respond to emergencies. Police officers may not be elected, but they do take an oath to uphold our Constitution. This is a huge difference here. It was also stated that the ordinance creates the process for response and enforcement. We actually already have that in place as well. It's through the incident command, and that's something that is trained through police, fire, and our schools. I believe it's also been already in place for this pandemic. Additionally, we have heard the comparison that these penalties in the ordinance are no different than citations for failing to stop at a stop sign. This ordinance is not the same as the laws governing traffic for many reasons. There's no conflicting expert data on stop signs. Failure to stop at a stop sign will not result in the loss of income, loss of business license, or change in customer loyalty. Health is much more complex than driving a car. Health is comprehensive and includes proactive and reactive choices. Health includes multiple domains: mental, social, emotional, financial, and physical health. Traffic violations are paid for by an individual operating a vehicle and not at an entity level. Recently, the city attorney had also said that we are striving for 100% compliance with this ordinance. This does not allow for any exemptions. This is concerning for businesses as customers and employees' health history is unknown. The fact that this ordinance would allow for a penalty to pass into local legislation without a specific violation attached and expect 100% compliance is extremely concerning. What other local legislation has done this?
30 seconds.
Please reread the statement by the Chamber of Commerce and recognize that businesses have intrinsic motivation to protect their customers and their employees, and vote no in support of local business. Thank you very much for your time and your service to Eau Claire.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rick. Our next caller is Susan Wolfram. Please state your name and address.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Wolfram. I live at 550 Graham Avenue, and I'm co-chair of the Jonah Affordable Housing Task Force. I strongly support public health and this urgency of now ordinance. Sunday, October 11th, we added 52 more cases of COVID-19 in Eau Claire County. According to the COVID-19 dashboard, as of October 7th, being mindful that red indicates concerning case activity level very high, outbreaks red, community spread red. 38% of cases do not know where they could have contracted COVID-19. Positivity rate red, 9%, with our goal being under 5%. Contact tracing red, only 36% of contacts are reached within 48 hours of the case interview. We are in a state of emergency. As co-chair of the Jonah Affordable Housing Task Force, we have a vested interest in the enforcement of public health orders limiting community spread of this virus. We work with many of our community members living in poverty, cramped quarters, many in multi-generational households who cannot afford to rent a home with enough space to distance when members are moving in and out of the home, not having the privilege of working from home, and many coming from underrepresented groups who are at a greater risk of contracting the virus and often do not have a voice at these hearings. Community stakeholder input going forward is preferable. However, from my perspective, we do not have the luxury to wait to have enforceable orders that protect all of us, prioritizing our most vulnerable. As we move into fall and winter and more people moving inside, coupled with flu season and increased fatigue with the holidays, with families wanting and yearning to gather, there is no question from my perspective that we need to give cover to public health to do what it can to protect the public's health. Our public health department mission is promoting the health and safety for all Eau Claire County communities, full stop. Public health cannot and must not be held hostage by any opposing community influencers. Public health must follow the science amidst all the noise and needs the support of our community and city, county, local government. It is clear that America's individualistic framework is deeply unsuited to coping with an infectious pandemic, and we see this in our community and in our state. Right now, one of the most important things Americans can do is deploy measures for slowing down the natural progression of an outbreak. This requires a radical shift in Americans' thinking from an individual first to a shared discourse of communitarian ethos. And it is not a shift that is coming easily to most, especially in the absence of clear federal guidelines. Couple that with a country stubbornly hung up on a damaging idea of self-reliance.
Our next comment will be coming from Crispin Pierce. Mr. Pierce, please state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Dr. Crispin Pierce. I live at 1314 South Farwell in Eau Claire. I'm a professor of environmental public health at the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire. I also speak for my colleague, Dr. Karen Mumford. I do research on prevention of COVID transmission at the university. I've read the World Health Organization studies, the CDC studies, as well as studies from around the world and universities. It's very, very clear that 4 points are clear for us. One is that using masks does prevent transmission of COVID. 2 is that hand washing is an effective means for actually reducing contact spread. Social distancing of at least 6 feet is also shown by scientific studies to reduce this. And number 4, that despite even these measures, large gatherings increase the risk of COVID transmission. The health department, since the outbreak of the pandemic, has been consistent in the orders that support the good science. Unfortunately, we have had students at our university who have gathered at bars and adults who've gathered at restaurants, and we've seen more people exposed than we want to see. We also know that Wisconsin is among the top 3 states in the country now in terms of the rates of transmission, as well as the rates of hospitalization for COVID-19. As such, I believe that the proper step for us to take, based on science, is to support this ordinance to allow the public health department to move forward with fines in this case that I think are reasonable. They have a 30-day limit. They can be canceled by city council. They're based on the best science and available information that we have. So I ask, as a public health professional myself, that the council approve and go forward with this ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierce. Our next comments will come from Susan Miller. Ms. Miller, please state your name and address.
Susan Miller, South 8870, South Shell Ridge Road, Fall Creek. Good evening. Thank you for taking time to listen to our comments this evening. I just want to begin by pointing out that restrictions imposed through this ordinance are the same that was attempted by our governor and was struck down as unconstitutional. If it was unconstitutional then, it is unconstitutional now. I want to thank Mr. Scott Biederman for being bold and brave with his comments. The chamber has spoken, and I appreciate that. I also want to say that, sorry, several notes here. Councilman Steve Nick, I think he's a councilman, sorry, said that this ordinance doesn't talk about masks. And obviously there is much that is not specifically addressed. But just because a specific item isn't addressed in the ordinance does not put my mind at ease that it won't be a decision made at some point in the future when the health officer deems it necessary. Masks are just one example of this. It seems like the word science has been thrown around quite a bit tonight. And honestly, there is science on both sides of this issue. I have heard many doctors and nurses give scientific evidence that masks are dangerous unless you are sick, that you shouldn't be wearing a mask if you're healthy, and certainly not the elderly or people who are they're having compromised immune systems, and certainly not children. So I just think that that's we can all throw around words, but obviously there's two different sides to this, and there is fact supporting the side of our side as well, the side of the people that are against this ordinance. I implore the city council members to vote no on this health ordinance. I ask that you would listen to all the people and the people represented tonight. Obviously, there were many lists of people that were represented here in signatures. I want to say that I agree that the health official, Lisa Giese, should not have this much control when she is not an elected official. And
Order.
I'm sorry?
Ms. Miller, just again, your comments should be focused on the ordinance and not directly towards an individual, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I wasn't trying to attack her. I was just saying that the health,
I understand.
okay, the health person, the health officer is not an elected official, and that is something that I think is an important fact, that we want someone that is actually elected if they're going to have any authority to make decisions, but these are decisions that we do not want to be made.
Thank you. Our next caller will be Kathleen Kivlin. Ms. Kivlin, please state your name and address.
Kathleen Kivlin. I reside at 4229 East Hamilton Avenue, have for the past 15 years. In all honesty, I am disappointed in the lack of representation of the constituency of the City Council and the County Board. To vote to expand the powers of the health officer, as everyone else has stated, a non-elected official, goes against the Constitution, sections 1, 11, and 18, and it usurps the sound judgment of the citizenry of Eau Claire, the city of Eau Claire, and the county of Eau Claire. This ordinance is based on, quote, best science or sound evidence, which we heard earlier. I really call that into question. As the speaker previous to me stated, there is sound science on both sides. And on one side, I fear it is completely being disregarded. The pandemic, as was referenced at least 15 times this evening, is no longer even categorized as a pandemic by the WHO. And yet it was still referenced in excess of 15 times this evening. That instills fear in people. And when people are fearful, it is easier to control them. And I feel that this is a control issue more than a, quote, safe issue. Masking versus non-masking, number of deaths, which has been grossly inflated. These are things that are dwelt upon over and over and over again. And again, I'm going to say there is science on both sides. The WHO just released new evidence that there is a huge negative impact on these stay-at-home and masking orders. What concerns me, and it has been my drumbeat for months and months now, is why haven't we paid any attention to influenza statistics, where I submit to you that the death rate of influenza some years is much higher than the grossly inflated 200,000+ deaths with regard to COVID-19. I have read by sound scientific evidence that number is closer to 50,000 deaths. Now, influenza is 3 times that, and yet we never hear about that. Businesses aren't shut down. Suicides haven't increased over influenza. I just want to use my remaining time to speak to the number of cases. The number that recover without incident. We never hear about that. All we hear about is death, 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 or how many cases there are. Again, that instills fear in people. Then you can control them. Please vote no. Please listen to your constituents and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next caller will be Kathleen Sari.
Kathleen.
Sorry, please state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Sari, and I live on 5310 East Hamilton Avenue. And I, just because so many people have already voiced the objections that I wanted to say, I would just simply like to state that I strongly oppose the passing of this health ordinance, and I really urge you to please vote no. And I just want to thank you for your time and the service that you do, and we trust that you will make the best decision that is right for the majority of the people. We thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next caller is Claire Krenzolic.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Claire Krenzlock, and I live on 99th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. However, I frequent Eau Claire for work. I would just, I have a lot of questions, and I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, so I apologize. I have really wanted to get clarification from the health department and Steve Nix and Lisa Gies very specifically. I'm not pointing them out to in a bad way, but because they helped design this, and I really have some genuine questions that I feel like have not been answered, and I'd like to point them out from tonight. That we, Steve Nix, tonight he said that that this order is not vague, and you say it is a process that holds local law processes, and I would really like to have this explained to us so that we understand, because my frustration with this is that there isn't clarity, there isn't transparency, and no one is saying, for example, we brought in the firefighter tonight, and we talked about what they do as a firefighter. They have regulations, they have training, and they have code of conduct that they have to follow. And there is laws and regulations when they take that position that they are to follow. And that is what I would like to personally see from our health department, that there is a clear outline of what to expect. Where do we go from here? And that's not being answered. Steve Nix said that this does not expand extra power tonight, when actually that is exactly what this order is asking for. They want to citate, they want to give fees if you do not do as they necessary and reasonable. What is that? I just want to speak to you as a mom with little kids, and kids that I have children that have different disabilities. I have a son that is dyslexic, and I have a daughter that struggles from severe migraines from having something behind her eye that causes her to have horrible migraines, and wearing a mask she can't wear a mask. She can't breathe. Her treatment plan is she does breathing exercises. And this whole pandemic and everything that is being pushed on all of our families, there is no explanation for how to talk to each person individually, because this is an unelected health officer. She is given power to deem what she views reasonable and necessary for my family. Why do we give the health department that power? Why? I just, please, I don't want anyone to be in that kind of position of, we all have children, we all have parents, we have ourselves, and any health condition, we may actually seek out numerous different people of how to treat different things going on in those conditions. And those conditions vary greatly, as we have seen in the science of COVID-19. We have seen that everyone has a difference in opinion. Why does one person get to say, how can we expect them to cover all the bases at all times? We have seen in Eau Claire, we have been very responsible. We are good citizens. We love our community and we love one another. And we have shown that in our numbers. If you hadn't seen our numbers, there is currently, right now, there were 628 new tests conducted with 601 negatives and 21.
Our next comments will come from Carrie Kildane. Ms. Kildane, please state your name and address.
My name is Carrie Kilday. I live at 1515 Omaha Street here in Eau Claire. And I am taking this opportunity to ask that the council members approve this ordinance. Apparently, I'm a little late to the party. I didn't realize this was such a hot topic. But when I heard that there was a push from the Chamber of Commerce to oppose it, I look into that. And I think that perhaps people have not understood the purpose of the order as thoroughly as they might. There are substantial checks and balances on any emergency order that would be issued. And both the elected officials of the city council and the county board can approve or disapprove of the orders and make it advisory rather than mandatory. I'm hard pressed to understand why people are afraid of a decision to be made by an educated person that's been trained for the position that they held.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, is someone else on the line?
No.
Okay, thank you. And I do believe that the analogy of a fire and the police chief is quite apropos. They have to respond to the immediate needs of the people. So I would like to ask the council to remember that the lives of human beings are more important than monetary profit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next comments will come from Bill Hendrickson. Mr. Hendrickson, could you please state your name and address?
Sure can. Good evening. My name is Bill Hendrickson, and I live at Nova Drive in Eau Claire. And I want to thank you for this opportunity for me to voice my comments regarding this proposed health ordinance. I'll make it brief because all my comments and my opinions have been pretty well delineated by all the other people on it that oppose this. And I am opposed to the proposed health ordinance for the following reasons. Three points. They're clear. Vague language, like if there's going to be an ordinance that should be more specific. The second would be excess power. And there's no private oversight. I appreciate your time. Thank you. And I do oppose, and I hope you vote to table this thing and look at it with some input from some of the different venues that have been clearly cleared out in the past. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller are Joshua and Bethany Aberly. Will you please state your name and address?
Hi, my name is Bethany Aberly. I live at 10051 East Beaver Creek Road, Fall Creek, Wisconsin. And though we do not live in the city limits, I do almost all of my shopping in the city limits, both for our 10 children and our personal business. I'm also calling, I don't know if I can do this, but my friend was not able to get in, having technical difficulties, so I'm having 2-in-1 calls. So I'm also calling for Alma Koenig, and she lives on 428 Grover Road, Eau Claire. I'm going to read Alma's first. She wrote a letter that she would like me to read to you.
My name is Alma Koenig. I am an immigrant from Mexico and have lived in Eau Claire for 24 years, and I love Eau Claire. Shortly after I moved here from Mexico, I started having anxiety attacks and a lot of health issues. I went to many doctors which only prescribed depression medication. I believe them. It took 20 years for me to find out that I finally had Lyme's disease, which was causing all kinds of symptoms, including anxiety. 20 years. I had gone from a healthy young woman to an anxious hypochondriac at 23. At my lowest point about 4 years ago, I told my husband I needed to write a goodbye letter to my children. I could feel my body was just shutting down, and it was not a medical doctor who finally figured out what was wrong with me. It was a chiropractor, and I owe him my life. But my immune system is not the strongest, and I have to eat very healthy foods and avoid junk. I cannot take prescriptions or vaccines because they both make me very, very sick. When the pandemic started, I was all for face masks, and I even sent out videos to all my friends about how they were using face masks in the Czech Republic to slow the spread. I made lots of face masks and donated them to the Catholic Charities, Sojourner's House, and 6 Catholic priests in the area. But all the energy to help out quickly disappeared when I realized that these face masks were making me sick, and some of my friends sick. I was shopping at Menards one day when I got so nauseous I had to run and literally run out of the building. I also get massive headaches when I go out and try to wear masks. I've had many friends and some of them have had the exact same symptoms, and it is not anxiety. Nobody knows my body the way I do. My chiropractor is my trusted health advisor, along with nutritionist Karen Hurd. I don't want the government telling me what I should or shouldn't do with my body, even something as simple as a face mask. I'm asking you to vote no to an ordinance which may actually kill me in the end, and not just me. We live in the #1 place per capita for Lyme's disease in the country. The Leader Telegram ran a survey, and 90% of people who took it voted against this ordinance. The community, can I have my turn too?
Well, we'll have you just put your hand up and we'll circle back.
Okay, fair enough. The community and many businesses have been expressing their big concern to you. The Chamber of Commerce wrote a very good statement asking you to withdraw and rewrite this ordinance with the input of the community. They ask you to define certain words in ordinance. I can understand why you wouldn't want to do that unless you're trying to rule over us. I hope you.
The time is up. Our next comment will come from Amber Richards. Please state your name and address.
Amber Richards, 4111 Meadowwood Drive. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yep.
Okay. So I thank you for your time. It's been very frustrating to feel very unheard, to send emails and make phone calls. I appreciate those of you that did actually call me back. I would have loved to be standing in front of you today to give you these comments, but I will settle for this type of communication. So I first off would ask you to take a step back. And does a broad and sweeping reaction to COVID-19 even make sense at this point? What are the numbers of actual symptomatic cases, hospitalizations? Historically, does the entire community and society shift their behaviors to avoid viruses for a significantly small portion of the population with often lifestyle-induced comorbidities? Why is no one recommending vitamin D and lowering sugar intake and other immune-boosting measures that would help people to be protected against all viruses and bacteria? I am writing to ask you to vote no on the upcoming health ordinance regarding communicable disease. I will try to be brief in the reasoning with my bullet points. Number 1, power to an unelected official. Supposedly, this is limited legislative power, unquote, yet it is still legislative power. Keep new ordinances and mandates that are enforceable the way that they are with the current processes where things go through the city council and the county board. Number 2, poor wording and ambiguity. The words reasonable and necessary, unquote, and best scientific knowledge, unquote, are completely subjective and inappropriate in an ordinance that would affect the daily lives of all residents with fines and business closures and license revocation. Number 3, leading to unconstitutional results. Any new ordinance that a health officer would make will likely deal with the way a person handles their own body, aka their personal property, and place additional restrictions on building owners and businesses and tell them again how they have to treat their personal property. This is against personal property rights. There are also federal laws against giving medical advice when unlicensed to do so that surely would be broken by ordinances that deal with health practices and treatment of one's body. You're basically just asking for lawsuits by passing this ordinance. Number 4, effect on businesses. The Eau Claire Chamber already does not support this ordinance, and every business owner I have spoken to does not agree with it. The businesses have already been affected and some have closed their doors permanently. Fear of fines for not allowing unconstitutional mandates would have to be at the forefront of their decision making. Number 5, this puts us into an experiment we did not sign up for. Mandating masks, which has been alluded to by the health officer, would put us into a situation where we will not know the adverse effects of masking. As a person who has worked with children for 22 years and holds a master's degree in educational psychology, I'm extremely concerned for children wearing masks, shutting down emotionally, communication barriers.
Our next comments will come from Michelle. Michelle, can you please state your full name and address?
Yes. Hi, my name is Michelle Couture, and I live on Grant Avenue in Eau Claire, and I'm calling in opposition to this ordinance. As many of my comments have already been stated, I'll keep my comments brief. I personally don't think this is so much about a health or pandemic, as we all have heard the statistics of all of the other diseases out there, people dying that are way worse than this. And where is the hysteria about that? 480,000 people a year in our country die from smoking. Where is the stop to smoking? Where are the bans to cigarette sales? Where are the rioters saying stop smoking? I don't think it's all about the health. And while I can sympathize with people that have lost loved ones, I think this is much more about control than anything else. We're talking about just in the smoking, 2.5 times the number of deaths by COVID in our country. And with only 6 deaths in Eau Claire, and God bless those families, we are destroying our city. You drive around and see all of the businesses that are closing daily. And this will only continue. I didn't coin this phrase, but I wholeheartedly say I want my rights protected and not my health. I can take care of that myself. Please vote no to this ordinance.
Thank you. Our next caller is Annie. Annie, could you please state your full name and address? Annie, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, am I loud enough?
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Okay, this is Annie. I'm from Eau Claire, and I am calling in to oppose the health ordinance. I know it's been a long time for you guys, so just please, I ask for your openly listen and hear us all out. It is of great concern and legal issue to have an unelected health officer use of powers over our community. This community doesn't need any more division than it already has. As stated previously and also in the ordinance, it states many times, supported by best available scientific understanding. In the last 7 months, the CDC, the WHO, the Stanford, the Harvard, they've all changed their minds enough to make your head spin. So how can we place such an abusive amount of power into the hands of one person to make the so-called best scientific decision when science seems to be so contradictory of itself and ever-changing? The problem with this is that science can and will be used to push personal agendas, and how can we trust that? Also, there are countless doctors and scientific studies being silenced on such issues as COVID. How can we dismiss such science if science, in fact, holds so much weight? Another thing I was thinking about is giving the unelected health officer legislative power to create law and enforce with penalties and fines is an overreach of power and abusive to the people of our community. This ordinance gives her an enforcement mechanism which she didn't have before, so she is getting new powers. as stated by the judge earlier, or the attorney. He said that she wouldn't get new powers, but she would be. Another thing I want to point out is this: there's just so many red flags to this. So I really would like you to vote no to the health ordinance. The Leader Telegram had a survey. It was a very high percentage of people in our community that opposed this health ordinance. Also, there was a quote by Senator Terry Moulton. He said, he warned of the unintended consequences of the measures, even if it is created with the best intent. So we're maybe thinking of doing a good job with this, but we can't go backwards in a roundabout way, oversighting something that she would be given loose reins on.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Vanessa White. Ms. White, could you please state your name and address?
Hi, this is Vanessa White. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I reside in New Richmond, 242 North 4th Street. But I grew up in Eau Claire. My family lives in Eau Claire. I work in Eau Claire. I do business in Eau Claire. I would like to thank you all for being here tonight and being available to listen to us. I appreciate you taking the time for that. And I also appreciate the positive direction that Eau Claire has taken. I moved away for a while, and upon my arrival back, there was a lot of really good things going on in Eau Claire. So I'm sure some of you had something to do with that. While I can understand the need for community cooperation when it comes to public health, I can't help but to see the holes in the proposed strategies. Measures fail to consider individual needs, medical histories, genetics, unintended consequences, etc. Quarantine is supposed to be for the symptomatically ill, not for healthy people. Yet many of us have respected the orders that have come thus far to the best of our abilities, regardless of our own individual situations. Medical freedom is the single most important issue of our time. Therefore, I vehemently oppose this ordinance. These orders truly piqued my interest in learning about constitutional law, considering that the taxpayers fund all public servants, including the health department's employees' salaries. It has come to my attention that we, the people, are the ultimate authority. Is it safe to assume taxpayers would also fund the new unelected health officer? When did we vote to change our constitution republic to a communistic country? When did public servants, especially health department employees, come to believe that they have the authority of enforcement of orders which conflict with the Constitution? It has also come to my attention that there are several discrepancies over how our current government operates as a corporation and presumes we the people are automatically under authority to the corporate government presumptions. The reality is that we are always entitled to step into our rights, regardless of whether our government or fellows agree or disagree. We are always entitled to invoke our unalienable rights, which are protected by the Constitution, that all public servants take an oath to protect. No one is above the law. No emergency has just caused to suppress the Constitution. The people at large unalienable rights from the 16th American Jurisprudence, 2nd edition, section 177. The general misconception is that any statute passed by legislators bearing the appearance of law constitutes law. But the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law, and a statute to be valid must be in agreement. I think that you have probably heard that type of thing enough tonight, so I'll just thank you again for your time and end with that.
Thank you. Our next comment will come from Jason Richards. Mr. Richards, could you please state your name and address?
Thank you for taking my call. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yep.
Thank you, council members, and especially thank you, Mr. Weld, Mr. Lohr, and Mrs. for being here tonight. I really appreciate your time. the comment I'm making is based on just over 1,300 signatures and voices of Eau Claire citizens and business owners. One of the primary concerns of this group of people speaking to you today is that this ordinance is too vague, leaving it open to the interpretation of an unelected official and allowing for potential abuse of power. If this is in our local legislation, it is unlikely to be removed. There are numerous ambiguous terms that have not been defined, and the ordinance could lend itself to unconstitutional orders that further damage lives, mental health, education, religious freedom, local economy, and even invite lawsuits. This ordinance only requires the data that is considered is that of a communicable disease, but neglects to consider any other data that may show harm or failure in another area of the county, not directly tied to a communicable disease. A health officer being able to do what is reasonable and necessary based on health department data certainly creates bias and elevates that data above any other. Additionally, there are federal laws that will be important for the board to consider. As you read through the proposed ordinance, please realize it may be found in violation of several U.S. codes if it is passed and enforced. This ordinance would put too much control into the hands of a local health officer. Consider the ongoing emergency orders that our county has been living under since March. Despite the inconsistent, unreliable data sources used, questionable recommendations, infringement on individual rights, and negative impacts on the community. This campaign, which originally started as flattening the curve, has now been changed to 10 positive cases or less per day and a widely administered vaccine in order for everyone to return back to normal. Do those goals sound reasonable and necessary to you? Not only are they unnecessary, but they are unattainable. Leave this. Okay. Business owners can require masks and people can choose not to shop there. Please don't threaten fines to regulate where people can go and who businesses and establishments can allow as patrons. Give people their free will and access and assess their own risk and take responsibility for their own health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richards. One more reminder, if you've already spoken, and your hand is still raised, please, if you could put that down just so we can keep track of who hasn't had an opportunity. Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Stoner. Ms. Stoner, if you could please give us your full name and address.
Yes, Carrie Stoner, 251 North Wilson Drive, Altoona, Wisconsin. Thank you, council members, for listening to me. I'll be brief tonight. I just want to echo the comments of the Chamber of Commerce. They were spot on. Just this week, the World Health Organization, Dr. Navarro there stated that the only thing a lockdown does is make poor people poorer. As we know, our small businesses are the heart and soul of our city and our county, and we have to be better than what we are. And putting this ordinance into place is not the right thing to do. Even though it was stated that the health officer would not get any additional powers, if the state order is dropped, the city ordinance can still be put into effect, which still allows for forced isolation, business closure, non-renewal of licensure, fines without limits, and citations for public nuisance. The probably most interesting comment I heard tonight was Councilmember Emanuel actually asked, what is whole health? And to me, it is like the scales of justice. We have to constantly balance the public health, which is great. That's what they get paid to do. But we also have to balance economic health. And that is equally as important as the public health of our city and our county. Can you imagine the cortisol levels that our business owners are experiencing when they have to cut capacity down to 25%? I mean, 25% is not a magic number where COVID-19 doesn't affect them. So I really just ask you all to please take that into advisement, to understand that, yes, we do have cases. It is not a pandemic at this point any longer. We have 2,400 cases and 0.0003% deaths. Now, every death is horrible, but when we're looking at science and really taking the numbers into account, that's what we need to look at. Thank you all for your time tonight and for being there so late. I appreciate it, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Our next comments will come from Tony Eichelberger. Please state your full name and address. Thank you.
Tony Eichelberger, E14145 Lincoln Drive, Fall Creek. My comments are in opposition to the health ordinance, as I think this bus is going in the wrong direction. The state of Wisconsin set that bus rolling when it passed statutes a long time ago, recklessly delegating their authority to state and local public health departments. With that delegated authority already in place, why are many of us fired up about this and stopping this ordinance? Because we now know what our government will do in a public health emergency, attempt to take away our fundamental freedoms. Freedoms that many of us never thought we would see be infringed on in this country. We were wrong. Which freedoms? Well, like the freedom to leave my own home, go where I want to go, be with who I want to be with, deciding for myself how close I can get to people, decide for myself if my job is essential, decide if I want to wear a mask in public, or not being under house arrest for quarantine, or not having government officials contact tracing and invading my privacy. If that freedom, if that kind of freedom isn't fundamental, I don't know what is. And if we don't have these fundamental freedoms, even during emergencies, we aren't free. So instead of an ordinance that enables enforcement of public health orders, let's do something courageous and inspiring, something that very few people in history have ever done. The founders of our nation did it. They looked at the power before them, and they decided to use that power to limit themselves and the power of future leaders for the cause of freedom and individual liberty. I don't want to see that die in this country. Freedom resonates with people, especially when you know what it's like to lose it. We now know. So let's turn this bus around and vote no on this ordinance. And not only that, let's create an ordinance that removes all enforcement power from our country's health department, our county's health department. Let's take away the power that was delegated from the state. And by this, we can enable our health department to do a better job of promoting ideas and recommendations to the community. This freedom in our country comes at a price, and often a very steep price. And it takes courage to stand for freedom. It always has, and it always will. So please stand for freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Eichelberger. Our next comments will come from Dan C. Dan, could you please state your full name and address?
Dan, and I live on East Grant Avenue. I'll keep my comments very brief. I am in the process of considering moving here permanently from the state of Colorado, and this ordinance is something that I would seriously reconsider, not knowing how and when this could ever come to an end. And it certainly wouldn't be a place conducive to start a business in under these rules. So I am in total opposition to this ordinance. I want to start by saying, please stop calling this virus a disease. When has the flu or any other virus been referred to as a disease? The answer is it's never been. This is a respiratory illness. Cancer is a disease. Parkinson's is a disease. Stop trying to create fear by labeling it something that it's not. Who has ever given you, the members of a health department, the authority to be the protector of my health and well-being? Whatever happened to my body, my choice? I think it's incredibly arrogant that we've been repeatedly told that citizens of Eau Claire don't understand the scope of this order. I assert the public is far more informed regarding legal and scientific arguments regarding this virus and the ramifications this order than most of the government bureaucrats that are enforcing it. President Weld, I would love for you to comment either at the end of tonight's comments or somewhere in the future and ask these, I would like to ask you these two questions. How many of you on the city council or the health department have ever or have lost your job due to COVID? And how many of you run a small business in this area that have been impacted by these COVID restrictions? I ask this because I don't think any of you who did own a business or who have been unemployed would be as unified as you are on this issue when obviously the public is in mass agreement that this ruling is unconstitutional and just overbearing. How many of you believe this order overrides the U.S. Constitution regarding the pursuit of happiness, the right to assemble, and the ability to infringe on my freedoms of worship? Wouldn't it make sense for the council or health department to specifically list how this order and how it's written by unelected bureaucrats override the Constitution? Give us the power to supersede the U.S. Constitution. I think that'd be interesting. And lastly, I would like to ask Health Department Giese to voluntarily reduce your yearly salary by 75% to match what you are asking business owners to do by restricting their businesses to operate at 25%.
Can we mute it, please?
Point of order.
We're trying to get it muted. Sorry. Moving on to our next caller, we will have Mark. Mark, could you please state your full name and address?
Sure. My name is Mark Klein. I live at 204 North Holly Avenue, Elk Mound. I've lived with the community. Eau Claire, I do a lot of commerce in Eau Claire, and for the last over 25 years, I do 90% of my encounters with the Eau Claire County and the city of Eau Claire. And what I am proposing right now, I adherently am against this health ordinance. We are not, as you can tell and listen to these comments, we are not misinformed. We are very much, since this COVID, I'm not even going to say pandemic, because in order for it to be classified as a pandemic, it has to be 7% or more. And as the gal couple messages or speeches before is 0.000, and it's not 7%, which is classified as a pandemic. As you know, it's not even close as resemblance as the early 1900s. Now that was considered a pandemic. As you know, you guys should be very well known as, is this a disease? I've heard references, from the council that if this is a disease, well, remember that movie in Outbreak? What did they wear? They didn't wear a mask. They wore hazmat suits from head to toe. And is this a virus? You know that these viruses are small particles. And they pass through even the masks that are N95. So masks are useless because, if you guys ever I encourage you guys to go to the people or go to the government departments that handle viruses and diseases. Masks, are they wearing masks? No. They're wearing those hazmat suits from head to toe. And this being said, that the masks don't help. And giving the not elected health official extra powers is unconstitutional. And I strongly oppose this health ordinance, and thank you for letting me speak what is on my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. We're getting to the end of our list. It looks like, again, I would just ask that any further comments again, focus on the ordinance itself and not the individuals, any individuals. It is about the ordinance that we're speaking to. And then secondly, if you want to, offer some fresh and new thoughts from what we've been hearing, would be appreciated. Thank you.
Our next comments are from Barb S. Barb, could you please state your full name and address? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay, Barb Strong, E10023, 530th Avenue, Elk Mound. However, I do pretty much everything in Eau Claire. I might as well have a home there, but I don't. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to listen to my comment. I'm here tonight to talk about the impact that this is having on special needs families. I am not a stranger to special needs. I work with special needs as a profession. I have 2 special needs children of my own. One has clinical depression and anxiety and is a very much an invisible disease, and one has autism, which is also an invisible disease. And with an enforceable law, they would not be able to look at my children and say, or know that there are exemptions in place, which then would cause unnecessary trauma to my children. And I don't believe they need any more of that. I'm pretty confident that you guys are aware of the Special Olympics program, which my son with autism has participated in for the last several years. That is no longer able to operate because of everything that's going on. My son's social skills and ability to deal emotionally with the stress of being in public has deteriorated drastically since all of this has started. And enforcing these rules would not be helpful with my family. I've been tackling different behaviors, such as being put in chokeholds. I've been punched, kicked, and the list can go on. I've had to talk my daughter off the proverbial cliff of suicidal ideations and complete emotional meltdowns. This ordinance would not help me in my life at all. I strongly oppose this ordinance, and I ask you to vote no and keep the families of the city of Eau Claire with special needs in mind as you vote. Please say no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Our next speaker is Sandra Zylstra. Sandra, could you please state your full name and address?
Yes, this is Sandy Zylstra, and I live 643 West Elm, Chippewa Falls, and we have a business 607 North Bridge. And I thank you for listening so late. I agree with all the comments that are opposing this ordinance. It's unconstitutional and against my civil rights. Just please say no to this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Jacqueline Christner. Jacqueline, could you please state your name and full address?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I'm Jacqueline Christner, and I reside at 3125 Elf Avenue in Eau Claire. And I have stuck with you all night long and heard the pros and cons, and I realize there are arguments all over the place. However, I want to really recognize Attorney Nick and Jessica Stromberger for doing this excellent job, and for Lisa Giese for sticking with such a difficult job. And I'm behind them all the way. I've read the proposal of the ordinance on contagious disease emergency response carefully, and I find nothing to be afraid of. If some people are afraid that an unelected official could overreach on her enforcement power, they should review the state statute 251.04. Number 3 states, quote, "The regulations may be no less stringent than and may not conflict with state statutes and rules of the department," end of quote. In addition, the proposed ordinance, and Attorney Nick had mentioned the state 252 also. I won't go into that one. But the proposed ordinance orders authorized by the county board in the absence of an emergency declaration when an enforceable general local public health order of general application is found to be necessary by the local health officer based on the best available scientific understanding. And I do believe that Lisa Giese and all the people in our health department are capable of determining the best available scientific understanding of the conditions in Eau Claire County. The local health officer may issue such an order consistent with the requirements of 252.03 Wisconsin statutes for a duration of no longer than 30 days. And within the duration of any order issued in accordance with this paragraph, the county board may consider on its agenda a resolution to support and uphold such an order, as Attorney Nick has pointed out. If the resolution fails, the order shall become advisory and shall no longer be enforceable within the county. If the order is not considered by the county board within the duration of the order shall be deemed approved. I see nothing vague or inconsistent here. I believe there is a need for an ordinance when our COVID-19 is out of control in our community, as it seems to be when so many people do not feel a need to mask or social distance. It would be great if all would voluntarily follow the scientific suggestions in order to protect our community. Unfortunately, that is not happening. If we can find people for not mowing their lawns or not disposing of hazardous waste properly, or even wearing a seatbelt, certainly we can find people for putting their neighbors' health at risk.
Our next caller is Terry Miller. Mr. Miller, could you please state your full name and address?
Terry Miller, 8870 South Shale Ridge Road, Fall Creek, Wisconsin. Been a resident of Eau Claire County for over 20 years. I do business in Eau Claire, work there, visit it quite often, several times a day. I'll keep this short. It's late with respect to your time. So I echo so many of the comments that have been made already tonight. Urge you to vote no on this ordinance. I am totally against an unelected health official having the power to make the decisions. So please vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller, Margaret Jackson. Ms. Jackson, please state your full name and address.
My name is Margaret Jackson, and I live on East Tyler Avenue in Eau Claire. I've lived in Eau Claire 30 years. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a healthcare worker. I worked for an agency this year that sent me to at least 7 different facilities. Wisconsin and Eau Claire are doing an excellent job keeping people safe. We do not need this ordinance. People are smart enough to take care of themselves. I'm still waiting to hear the answer of where this ordinance came from. That was never answered. Please vote against this. We do not need it, and it is unconstitutional. And I'd love to hear that answer. Thank you.
All right, our next caller, David Robarge. Mr. Robarge, could you please state your full name and address?
David Robarge, 7394 123rd Street, Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. I'm a 23-year business owner in the city of Eau Claire. All of my comments here that I was planning on making have been stated numerous times over. I'm in opposition to this health ordinance and ask that you vote no to this ordinance. I've followed this for quite some time. I don't believe I'm misinformed at all. This ordinance is a overreach of power and an infringement on our rights and my employees' rights. I appreciate your time and thank you for your service and time tonight.
Thank you. All right, our next caller is Tom. It does not look like Tom is being unmuted. So, just another reminder, I have a handful of people here and I recognize the names. I think, most of you have been spoken to already. If you don't want to go have a second round, please, no. Okay, there was just a couple that had people listed. Sure, you know who they are. Yes, I do. Okay. All right, Joshua and Bethany Everly, I believe you wanted to speak a second time?
That's correct. Thank you so much for giving me the time. Do you want me to restate my name and address?
Sure.
My name is Bethany Averly, and I live at 10051 East Beaver Creek Road, Fall Creek, Wisconsin. And we do a lot of business in Eau Claire. I'm blessed with 10 children, and we run a small plumbing business. So we frequent Eau Claire a lot. I'm calling in opposition for this ordinance. I'd like to thank you, all the council members, for opening up for unlimited comment. I won't go through the stats again. I feel like those have gone through enough. But I would recommend everyone go to the CDC and look up the new data that's out on face masks and those who are tested positive in COVID. You can look all those up for yourself, so I won't go over it. But I would like to comment for those with autoimmune diseases and conditions that cause it difficulty for them to follow some of the recommendations. And my concern with passing this ordinance, besides what have already been stated, is the difficulty with those. I have 3 relatives who are severely immune compromised. They've got POTS, diabetes 1s. I won't go on the but when you look at them, they look fine. My family members have been cursed. My family members have been blocked for not wearing masks. My mom currently has bronchitis because she feels so guilty not wearing a mask. I can't deal with all the glares. She puts it on, and she's an individual who should not be wearing a mask. And I know that if this ordinance were to be passed and things were mandated, that for people like that, it would be far worse. Secondly, I had an aunt recently die from COVID. I also had a grandma recently die. She did not die from COVID. My aunt's death was sad. It was sadder still that personal allowances were not made so that no one was ever allowed to say goodbye to her. I thoroughly agree with people being cautious, but please allow us to make our individual decisions as to what is best for our family's health. We all want to protect each other, but a mask blanket does not help. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, again, that ends the public discussion. We've gone through everyone on our list and appreciate the engagement and discussion. We will move on to agenda item number 4. Mr. Winzan, in regards to the public discussion on the 2021 proposed operating budget, library and health department budget, and special agency funding. Mr. Winzan, good evening. You may have. You would need to be, promoted, unmuted, yeah. Should be there now. Thank you. Mr. Winzenz.
Thank you, Council President Weld. This evening is the opportunity for the public to discuss with the City Council ideas or things that they would like to see in the 2021 city operating budget, or to comment on the proposal prepared by the city manager. Just as a reminder to the City Council, there will be a work session tomorrow on the proposed budget. We, the city manager and I, will be going through the departmental budgets and hitting highlights and answering council questions related to those. There will be another work session, which is scheduled for October 27th. At which time the City Council may discuss amongst themselves any proposed or amendments that they may be proposing to offer to the budget, and we'll also be finishing up with any departmental budgets that we didn't get to on the 13th. And then on October 30th, budget amendments are due to myself by 5 o'clock that evening. And just as a reminder, if members of the City Council are thinking about offering budget amendments, we would appreciate it if those could be discussed with either the city manager or myself by October 23rd. November 9th is the scheduled public hearing on the proposed budget. November 10th is when we anticipate the City Council will take action on the budget. And then November 24th is the date which City Council will take action on the property tax levy. So with that, this would be the time for public to comment on the proposed budget and offer those comments to the City Council.
All right. Any discussion in regards to this agenda? One moment, please. You want to leave it up there, Terry? What's that? All right. Again, is there anyone that wishes to speak to this agenda item in regards to our 2021 operating budget?
Did we?
Hello.
My hand was raised to speak during agenda item number 3. My husband specifically stated in his comment time that there were 2 of us to speak. And you went to another lady who spoke after us, who said they had 2 people, and let her speak, and you did not let us speak. So we were here.
We thought we got through them all. We closed that agenda item. So, I mean,
But we were there. So can I please give my comment for agenda item number 3 that I was promised that I would be able to give?
I can ask you to email it to us, or you're welcome to call me tomorrow.
I will file a complaint with the district attorney's office that you've violated.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Seeing none. We will move on to the public comment period. City Council desires to hear the viewpoints of residents of the city of Eau Claire and ideas or concerns. The citywide application, the public comment period will be up for 20 minutes, eligible to be extended for 2/3 of the city council vote. City council members present. Each speaker shall be permitted to speak no more than 3 minutes and shall speak only once per session, and again, only pertains to citywide applications and items that we have not spoken about tonight on our agenda. Again, please be aware that during this public comment period, council members are not allowed to ask questions or comment on your remarks, so please do not misinterpret our silence. We are listening. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to the public comment period? I'm not seeing any. With that, there is no objection from council. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Oakland City Council meeting is now in session. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it
stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson,
Here.
Beaton,
Here.
Berge,
Here.
Christopherson. Here. Emmanuel,
Here.
Gregor,
Here.
Gregor,
Here.
Klinkhammer,
Here?
Moore,
Here.
Wells,
Here.
Worthman,
Here.
Worthman,
Here.
Shaw.
Here.
Okay, welcome to Tuesday, October 13th legislative session of the Eau Claire City Council. Again, I appreciate all those joining us here in chambers, our staff and council members that are here, and then also our fellow council members that are joining us remotely, and staff members that are joining us remotely, and the community throughout. Again, I want to thank everyone yesterday for their engagement and their comments and our public discussion. And yeah, I guess look forward to our legislative session this afternoon. So this session, council members will be participating, again, either remotely or in person, to deliberate and take action on the agenda items before us today. City staff and council members have spent a great deal of time preparing for this meeting, and I have sincere appreciation for their continued work and dedication to our community. I also want to thank Valley MediaWorks and their staff for live streaming this meeting. To watch, please visit valleymediaworks.org or visit channel 994 on Spectrum Cable. The first item on our agenda is the COVID-19 update from City Manager Peters. Good afternoon, Mr. Peters.
Good afternoon, Council President Weld and members of the City Council. And thank you for the time this afternoon to provide a brief update on where we are at with COVID-19 and our response to COVID-19 in the Eau Claire area. As has been the custom, just starting out with where you can find the best and most accurate and timely information. The best place to go is our coronavirus hub, which is maintained by the City County Health Department. And on that website, you'll find metrics and statistics that are now updated on Thursday And the orders, when they come out every other week, have been posted on Friday, and that would also be the case this week as well. There's also live updates on Thursday at 3:30 that can be found on YouTube and also on Facebook. And we still have a call center that you can reach at 715-831-7425. And then, of course, there's the Facebook page as well. In terms of some of our statistics to date, as of yesterday, we've had 2,400 people in the Eau Claire area that have tested positive, with 26,000, just over 26,000 tested negative. We have experienced, unfortunately, our 8th loss of life due to COVID in the Eau Claire area since we last had the update. And there's just over 2,000 people that recovered, and we have about 76 that have ever been hospitalized. Few of the other numbers, all of our disease occurrence metrics are in the red category, and we're going to go over that in a minute. We've been averaging about 35 cases a day. Our goal is to be down around 10 cases a day. We have been as high as 50 or 60 cases a day. So we are seeing that there's been some stabilization of cases over the last week. But that stabilization is still coming with an awful lot of work. There's 216 Eau Claire residents that remain in isolation, and we've had to do the contact tracing work with that. Our positivity rate in the last 7 days is about 9%. But again, our activity level as rated by the state is still in the very high category. As I mentioned before, the community lost our 8th person due to COVID. This was an individual that was over 65 and did have underlying condition. The cases are going across all age groups, but I thought it'd be interesting to know that since the pandemic began, nearly 50% of all cases are in that 18 to 24 age group. And in Eau Claire County, the majority, as we would expect, because the city of Eau Claire has about 70% of the population of the county, a majority of the cases in the county do remain in the city of Eau Claire. Community spread is about 38%. We've had 71 who've been hospitalized and 12 additional people just since October. So just, total, we've had the 71 people hospitalized, but just in the last 12 days, we've had 12 of them of that 71. And again, or maybe not again, but we do have a new community testing site that is now up and operating in the Eau Claire and Augusta areas. In terms of the metrics, and this can be found on the website, you can see our disease occurrence metrics are in the red. And our healthcare capacity still remains in the green, and that is a credit to the work that is being done. By the time that those turn red, we will have a lot that has already been happening in the community, and that's certainly something we want to keep green and not see turn yellow and red. So the work that we're doing preemptively, the work that we're doing across the community is helping to keep that healthcare capacity in the green. You can see that our public health response, we have one metric that's red and one that's yellow. There are now state orders, and just to provide a brief update on the state orders, the governor did issue a new mask requirement on September 22nd that is now in effect through November 21st. It had been challenged in court, but yesterday it survived that challenge with the request of a temporary injunction. We suspect that there will still be future litigation on that, but the request to put an injunction on the mask, was not granted, and the mask requirement remains in place. Also, last week, the State Department of Health Services issued a mandate for 25% occupancy in indoor gatherings and public spaces. This will be in effect until November 6th. It is different than the 50% capacity that we have as a state order, and there's also some other differences between the local order and the state order as it relates to occupancy. And the health department is working with legal to develop some questions and answers to help us sort through the differences between those two orders, and that will be on the health department's website shortly. In the last 3-week period, there have been no emergency orders that have been issued by the city manager. In terms of other updates, we're planning for the October drive-through of absentee voting. That will start next week on October 20th. We are planning for about 16,000 people to come driving through our parking lot or on Dewey. Just advise residents that, that parts of Dewey will be closed off and rerouted. And as we, make some traffic accommodations to be able to handle that many people driving through. We're also going to be moving the apparatus out of the Station 2 so that we can use the station bays for equipment and personnel that are managing the drive-through. The drop boxes have been installed and operational. To date, we've collected about 4,500 ballots through the drop boxes of about the 8,000 ballots that we've received to date. So we've got, actually, we're receiving more in the drop boxes than we are, pretty split, but slightly more than 50% of the ballots have been coming in through the drop boxes versus the mail, which is an interesting statistic and shows the value of those drop boxes in our community. In terms of next steps, we're considering ordinances that can extend past an emergency order. You've already taken up and addressed the remote meetings issue, and tonight you have a health order support that's on your agenda for today. We continue to remain flexible to the changing conditions, making operational adjustments as needed, and continue the recovery efforts, and we're supporting the response together. I didn't point out, but I believe it's well known in the community that on the 5th of October, the population experiencing homelessness moved from Hobbs up to the former IGA store, and that was a successful move. And we have one sheet of ice that is down in Hobbs and is able to be used, and we're currently putting in the second sheet of ice that will be available going forward. At this point, I would be available for any questions that you might have. And our health director, Lisa Gagese, is also on the line if you have any questions for her relative to the current status of COVID-19 in our community.
Thank you, City Manager Peters. Is there any questions from council? And Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President Wells. Mr. Peters, I wonder if you would just give a more substantive report on how the homeless population made their transfer to the IGA setting. I know that there are some residents who just are concerned about that. Could you help us see what that's going to be like and what the time frame is?
Sure. Happy to address that, and that's a good question. And in terms of how that facility is operating, before COVID, the homeless population was able to access the Sojourner House in the evening, but it was closed during the day. And that population was then also had access to Positive Avenues, which was run by the Lutheran Social Services as well as the community table during the day. Lutheran Social Services and Catholic Charities have worked together cooperatively to provide 24-hour service under the one roof. And so we've moved the bus stop so that it is right in front of the facility, so there won't be a long move, between that. There has been established a separate smoking area that is out the back and off to the side of the building. And there's an expectation that the people experiencing homelessness, if they are there at that facility, they have the ability to be inside the facility, and that they should be inside the facility accessing those services. And then there's also the bus line, which will be right out front to take them if they need to move to some other part of the community for accessing other services that they might have or need.
Yeah. I'm wondering too, the free bus fares have ended. Is there, maybe I would just suggest that there might be a need for the city residents or what I want to say, or charity organizations to supply money for bus fares. Is that the case? They don't have free fares any longer?
So there are agencies that provide free bus passes, and I'm not aware of how those services are made available to the people through Positive Avenues or Sojourner, but we can certainly follow up on that.
Any other questions from council? I do not see any. Thank you, Mr. Peters.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. Do council members have any questions regarding the consent agenda or wish to remove an item for separate consideration? I'm not seeing any. On a motion by Councilmember Anderson and seconded by Councilmember Klinkhammer, the consent agenda is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berkey,
Aye.
Berkey,
Aye.
Christopherson, Emmanuel,
Aye.
Rager,
Aye.
Rager,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Moore, Wells,
Aye.
Workman, Workman,
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
And the consent agenda passes unanimously. Next, I have two proclamations this afternoon. The first is recognizing White Cane Awareness Day, and I have Mr. Sipple joining us this afternoon. And if I could, I'd like to share the proclamation with everyone, and then we'll invite Mr. Sipple to share his comments afterwards. Whereas the white cane, which every person who is blind or visually impaired has the right to carry, demonstrates and symbolizes the ability to achieve a full and independent life and the capacity to work productively in competitive employment. Whereas the white cane, by allowing every person who is blind or visually impaired to move freely and safely from place to place, makes it possible to fully participate and contribute to our society and to live the lives they want. And the City of Eau Claire calls upon employers, both public and private, to be aware of and utilize the employment skills of people who are blind or visually impaired and facilitate the expansion of opportunities for and greater acceptance of blind persons in the competitive labor market. Whereas every citizen should be aware that the law requires that motorists and cyclists exercise appropriate caution when approaching a person carrying a white cane. Now therefore I, Terry L. Wells, President of the Eau Claire City Council, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim October 15, 2020 as White Cane Awareness Day in the City of Eau Claire, and do call upon everyone to recognize the white cane as a tool of independence for blind and visually impaired pedestrians. Mr. Sipple, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Council President and all of City Council. It is a pleasure to be here, and I'm really honored. Just a little background. I had the opportunity to accept employment with the state of Wisconsin 45 years ago last month. The state gave me a choice of Madison, Milwaukee, Green Bay, or Eau Claire. And since at that time, my wife and I have never been to Eau Claire, and we looked on the map, found out where it was. We chose Eau Claire. And we have come to appreciate that decision was the right one. And day by day and year by year, I have come to know a lot of city employees, from the boots on the ground all the way up to the chiefs and the council members and administrators. And I am very proud of every one of you that is willing to serve the city and to make us a safe place. we decided that this is the place we wanted to raise 3 daughters. We were successful in that, and our daughters are all very successful. Oldest graduated summa cum laude with a master's degree in business, and she currently pays more in income tax than I have ever earned in my life. And so I'm very proud to be part of Eau Claire, and especially this day really reaffirms our decision to make Eau Claire our home and for our family by the entire city council, entire city recognizing that we with White Canes, we like to move, and we like to move safely. And the city of Eau Claire has recognized the safety of all pedestrians, in particular us blind and visually impaired individuals, with recognizing White Cane Safety Day, as well as putting the most current street lights, stop lights at the corner of Roosevelt and State Street. Them are just fantastic. And I really appreciate all of you and all the city staff that are responsible for this, making this happen so that we can move about and become more productive members of society as we go. So again, I'm very proud today that you recognize us and to make this Eau Claire the safe place it's always been, and I encourage you to continue with that effort to making it a safe place for all of us to finish out our life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sippel. The next proclamation that I wanted to share is recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day. And the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas American Indians have inhabited this continent since time immemorial, and Wisconsin is home to 11 federally recognized Native nations and 1 federally unrecognized nation, all with unique cultures, languages, and rich contributions to Wisconsin's identity. And throughout history, American Indian leaders have defended rights and promoted sovereignty and prosperity for their people. And whereas the city of Eau Claire recognizes the historic, cultural, and contemporary significance of the Indigenous peoples of this region, and this further recognizes the responsibility to oppose systemic racism, which perpetrates high rates of poverty and income inequality and exasperates disproportionate health, education, and social outcomes. And whereas the city of Eau Claire recognizes the historical sacrifices of Indigenous peoples and greatly values the social, economic, and cultural contributions they make while recommitting to local efforts to promote the well-being and growth of American Indian communities. And the city wishes to honor our nation's Indigenous roots, history, and contributions. Now, therefore, I, Terry L. Weld, President of the Eau Claire City Council, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim October 12, 2020 as Indigenous Peoples Day in the city of Eau Claire, and call upon businesses, organizations, public institutions, and local governments to recognize and celebrate Indigenous peoples and cultivate strong relationships with Wisconsin Native nations. Thank you. All right. Let's get started with our business agenda, which is agenda item number 14, resolution accepting and appropriating Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant for program funds from the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Bureau of Justice Assistance. Because this item amends the budget, a 2/3 vote or 8 affirmative votes is needed for adoption. Ms. Thompson is with us this afternoon. Does council have any questions from our presentation last night? Not seeing any. On a motion then, motion then by Councilmember Beaton and seconded by Councilmember Berge. This item is moved. Is there any discussion? none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gregor,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lord,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 15 is a resolution authorizing the fire department to accept grant monies from the Department of Natural Resources to purchase radio equipment. Because this item amends the budget, a 2/3 vote of the elected members and 8 affirmative votes is required for adoption. Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Bertrand.
Good afternoon. This is a grant that I came and made a request, I believe, in June to apply for. It's one we apply for each year, and we have been fortunate enough to get this grant awarded to us for a number of years. We would be purchasing radio equipment again with this. It's a 50% match, with our match being $3,864.85. And the intent would be that we would utilize our portion out of the 2021 CIP, should that be approved. If not, we will be making the purchase out of operating budget money.
Are there any questions from council for Chief Bertrand? I am not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
On a motion then by Councilmember Christopherson and seconded by Vice President Emmanuel, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gregor,
Aye. Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lord,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 16 is a resolution authorizing city staff to apply for an Environmental Protection Agency brownfield cleanup grant to assist with soil contamination remediation on city-owned property located adjacent to Fire Station number 10 on Malden Avenue. Good afternoon, Mr. White.
Good afternoon. The property in question is located at 820 Malden Avenue and was purchased by the city in 2017 as a location for Fire Station 10. The property was, the northern portion of it was developed, and the site was the site of construction in 2018. During the phase 1 and phase 2 analysis, it was determined that there was some site contamination, soil contamination, primarily on the southern portion of the property. That was due to unauthorized and unapproved dumping by area residents in the 1940s. As part of the project to build Fire Station 10, there were steps taken to provide some level of remediation and monitoring on the site where the fire station is, but nothing else was done on the remainder of the property. And we're talking about the southern portion of the property. Recently, staff was contacted by a local developer who owns property adjacent to the site and who had expressed interest in purchasing the balance of the lot, which is approximately 3 acres for multifamily development. Obviously, the contamination that is in the soil makes it very cost prohibitive for a single developer to come in and try and do any type of development in the space. So we were looking at the EPA Brownfield Cleanup Assistance Grant to provide some matching dollars that would help move that cleanup forward and make the site more attractive for potential development. The developer has not submitted a specific project for the site, but based on development and an adjacent property, we expect them to build some type of lower density multifamily housing. Based on the lot size and discussions with our planning department, we feel there's probably space for about 60 units total of multifamily housing configured in 2 to 3 story individual buildings of about upwards of 20 units apiece. So very, very conducive for what else is in the area and fits well with the development that's going on and around the area. And again, the grant funds would help provide some soil removal, bringing back in engineered soils, capping the space, and would provide for monitoring, and that would make the site more marketable. We've been working with Ayers and Associates to draft the grant. They're the ones who drafted the documents that have been submitted to council, and we are looking forward to potentially seeing this site cleaned up and move forward in marketing for potential housing. So at this point, I would invite any questions from the council.
Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. Mr. White, I see that the vast majority of that site is forested right now. Do you know, in order to remediate the site, how many of those trees would have to be removed, or in what area of the site is specifically the problem?
The contamination is spread fairly broadly across that southern portion. So there would be a fair amount of grubbing within the lot, which would be removing the trees and the root balls in order to remove the contamination. They would have to dig down and remove a certain amount of soil to replace it with fresh soil. And then there would be some sort of cover placed on top as well. So you would see a fair amount of the trees removed from that site.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President. I was just wondering if the city was not awarded the grant, what would be the next steps?
For us, obviously, with the cost to do that, we would not be moving forward. We don't have it within our budget to move forward on a cleanup. We would still likely offer if the developer wanted to pursue that themselves and pursue the cleanup themselves, we'd certainly entertain an offer with them and work on pricing. But it's likely that the land would then just sit as it is and continue to be unutilized.
Any other questions from council for Mr. White? I am not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So on a motion then by Councilmember Gregor and seconded by Councilmember Lohr, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President. Well, I simply want to make a statement. I'm grateful for the staff and the ability that we have to apply successfully to so many of these grants. It really supports the citizens that are living in areas that experience low income. It gives us many more resources to support the community with. And I just think it's an excellent yet unrecognized resource. Thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Gregor.
Aye.
Gregor,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lord, Wells,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 17 is the resolution authorizing operating and capital budget appropriations for fiscal year 2020. Because this item amends the budget, a 2/3 vote or 8 affirmative votes is needed for passage. Good afternoon, Ms. Bateson.
Thank you. Before you this afternoon is a resolution authorizing third quarter budget adjustments as outlined in the attached memo. For 2020 operating adjustments, they include $505,900 for the health department for various grants and donations, and $4,900 for the library for various grants and donations. TID 5 was the Gateway Northwest Business Park. It was created in 1997. The park, or the TID, closed in 2018 with an assessed valuation growth of $60.4 million. The last bond issue was paid this year. There's no outstanding liabilities. The remaining increment is then issued back to the taxing jurisdictions using the same ratio that we use for the tax bills. So that would include the Eau Claire School District would receive $740,373.50. Eau Claire County is $302,056.10. The Chippewa Valley Technical College receives $67,490.70, and the city would retain $66,150.63. The city's share would be allocated to the Economic Development Fund for future appropriations. And then for the 2020 capital budget appropriations, there's a $450,000 request for TID 11. That is to cover the costs associated with the design for the transit transfer center housing that would be taken from fund balance. And with that, I would take any questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Bateson from council? I do not see any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On a motion made by Councilmember Workman and seconded by Councilmember Zhang, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emanuel,
Aye.
Gregor,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lord, Wells,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Councilmember Workman, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I noticed that the WebEx microphone takes a little time sometimes to notice when you're talking. And so oftentimes when there's voting, like we can hear the other council members voting on WebEx and sometimes, but it's not coming through to the room. So I found that if you turn it on earlier, it kind of helps. But that's the reason why there's been some delays on the voting.
Okay. All right, we appreciate that. Thank you. Agenda item number 18 is a resolution approving a site plan in a Peak Public District to allow for a parking lot expansion known as Phase 1 for the Transportation Education Center for Chippewa Valley Technical College for the CDTC. Is there any questions for Mr. Allen from the presentation last night? Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. I guess my question for Mr. Allen was with regard to the essentially a revised site plan. I guess I'm not exactly sure what to call it, but the one that was not included in our packet but was rather presented by the applicant that showed the additional sidewalk connections. I guess I'd like some clarification as to whether this is replacing, or if this proposed additional sidewalk connection is essentially being proposed as an amendment to the site plan that we see detailed in our packet, or how exactly logistically I could, support, some of these changes.
Sure. No, it's a very good question, Councilmember Gregor. Looking at what was submitted, I see that at the very least responsive to staff recommendations, which were provided to the Plan Commission last week for their consideration and recommendation to the City Council here today. So, for example, the blue lines are showing what was recommended that the applicant provide as a condition of approval. And again, they were responsive to the point that they were able to provide that between the Plan Commission meeting last week and your meeting here today. So with that, I would call this a revised or amended site plan submitted by the applicant. Mr. Nick or others would like to weigh in terms of kind of any formal motion or amendment to that, but I see this as satisfying the recommendations that were included from the Plan Commission's recommendation to the City Council today. Long story short, yes, I see this as a replacement site plan from the applicant for your consideration today.
Okay, thank you. I do have a follow-up to that.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Allen. Yeah, and I'm certainly pleased to see this. I guess, in addition to it, that may or may not be an amendment, would be that a crosswalk striping, through the loading area where the sidewalk ends below the southwest entrance. So that you can see that, and the blue line just kind of ends. Would proposing that be considered an amendment, or is that kind of assumed under this replacement site plan that would be striped?
I would operate that this would be, that would be assumed with the lines shown here that they are designating these as pedestrian access ways. So however that needs to be done pragmatically, either through striping or other surface improvements, I would anticipate that to occur because of the drawing that you're showing here too. I should also note that, again, as presented, the focus is on the Phase 1 parking lot. So not to say that a lot of this can be deferred, but there could certainly be some additional connections as the dots are connected, as it were, through additional phases, meaning as the other phases of the Transportation Education Center, such as the building itself, come forward, can certainly that would be an opportunity as well to ensure that these connections are maintained throughout the continuity of the project.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Allen? and council? I am not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
On a motion then by Councilmember Anderson and seconded by Councilmember Klinkhammer, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. I did not support this site plan at Plan Commission, but due to the replacement, like I'm willing to support it. I do think there's a lot of, I do have some concerns about, access for all people, I guess, to this campus, particularly when we're talking about transportation and like the future of transportation. I realize the Transportation Education Center is really about that, and it's going to need to evolve in order to stay current on the needs of transportation in this country. And obviously the Energy Education Center is about very similar needs and evolution and innovation. And I really don't see a parking lot, exemplifying, a very bright future necessarily for those two focus areas. However, I'm hoping that, together with the city, we can find ways to eventually get public transit to this site and increase bikeability and walkability as this area of the city develops and as this campus is built out. And the location of this parking lot right now might not be very good for accessing a lot of the buildings. It may very well be very much more utilized in the future as other buildings are built out and this really becomes a more cohesive campus area. So I'm willing to support it at this juncture because it's providing some additional pedestrian connectivity so that it can eventually be, I guess, more central or crucial toward the development of a very important institution in our community. So I'll be supporting it today.
Thank you, Councilmember Gregor. Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President Wells. I'd like to amplify the comments made by colleague Councilmember Gregor. At the Plan Commission, there was substantive conversation about the size of parking and the location of the parking, and the fact that that's a really valuable location on the western edge of our city. And the response from Chippewa Valley Technical College is a fairly typical one for 25 years ago. They have a lot of students that are coming from outlying areas and coming to park. They have jobs in Eau Claire, so that they're driving from school to work and then back. And we did engage that conversation of becoming a more powerful and meaningful partner for the city in really fleshing out what does it mean to look forward to conserving energy and changing our transportation patterns. And I think that conversation got their attention. I think that we could develop a stronger conversation, particularly in having students join that vision and not be looking at just how can I repair vehicles, but how can I really change the patterns of transportation for my community and for my state. So although this was surprising to see this development just start out with a parking lot, I think if we pay attention to our partners, we might find that this is really a valuable conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Any other discussion in regards to the site plan? I'm not seeing any. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gregor,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Burby,
Aye.
Bergie,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item 19, a resolution canceling the city council meeting scheduled for December 21st and 22nd, 2020. Good afternoon, City Manager Peters.
Good afternoon, Council President Weld and members of the City Council. Before you is a resolution to cancel the second meeting in December on the 21st and 22nd. That is your custom to have a little bit of a longer break there over the holidays. And it does seem like a little early to be taking that on, especially if you walked outside today. But it does help for us to know you're planning on that so that we can schedule meetings to make sure that we're able to take care of business and have people understand that that second meeting is canceled, and we can take care of business in the first meeting of December and the first meeting of January. So this is a resolution to cancel the second meeting in December.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Any questions from council? Seeing none, on a motion then by Councilmember Berge and seconded by Councilmember Beaton, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Klinkhammer,
Aye. Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Bergie,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Grader.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 20 is a resolution appointing an interim city manager. Good afternoon, Ms. Sultan.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. Before you is a resolution appointing an interim city manager. The resolution is confirmation of direction provided earlier by the City Council during a closed session review on September 22nd, 2020, of those individuals willing to serve in an interim capacity. I want to thank Engineering Director Dave Solberg for being willing to serve in this interim capacity. And if this resolution is passed today, Mr. Solberg will assume the interim duties at 5:00 p.m. on Wednesday, October 21st, upon the retirement of City Manager Peters. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Sultan. Any questions from council? I do not see any. Thank you. On a motion then by Councilmember Berge and seconded by Councilmember Beaton, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Council Vice President Emmanuel.
Thank you, Council President Weld, and good evening to our colleagues. I want to also echo what our HR director shared of thanking Mr. Solberg for his willingness to serve, and to many others who have offered their service here in our community. One of my first memories of Mr. Solberg that just sticks with me is, I think when he was pretty new as our city engineer, there was a very complicated and difficult policy decision that was brought before council. Something about a curve in a road. That's probably the most details I remember.
And he really laid it out so well of, you can go plan A, here's your strengths and limitations, plan B, strengths and limitations, plan C, strengths and limitations, and then passed it over with his professional expertise and then work collaboratively with council. And I've also seen Mr. Solberg be an excellent ambassador on behalf of our city with our neighborhoods, with other community partners or state agencies, which he has extensive professional background and experience in. So I think our city is in excellent hands with a good track record of building trust, community collaboration, and putting Eau Claire front and foremost. So definitely has my support and my appreciation for your willingness to serve.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other discussion? I just want to say thank you, Mr. Solberg, and your, again, dedication to our community and every role that you serve in, and it is to be commended, and we are very fortunate to have you there to step in for our retiring city manager Peters, and look forward to working with you over the next few months. Thank you. With that, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lohr. Aye. Weld.
Aye.
Bergman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson. Aye. Emmanuel.
Aye.
Gregor.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
That item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 21 is an ordinance amending Chapter 8.04 Contagious Disease by creating Section 8.04.021 entitled Local Health Officer Orders of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire, authorizing the local health officer to issue enforceable orders with necessary procedural and substantive safeguards. Are there any questions for City Attorney Nick or Assistant City Attorney Stromberger from council? I do not see any. On a motion, then by Councilmember Christopherson and seconded by Council Vice President Emmanuel, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President Weld. And I think we all have a lot of discussion about this evening, and just reading council's kind of pause for a little bit. I know that you and I had talked a little bit about maybe the idea of council just kind of sharing some preliminary thoughts. And so I'm wondering if that would be okay to do, or if you would like us to deliberate this item just a little bit more before maybe council opens up to maybe some different possibilities here.
I guess, however, the floor of the council members wish to respond. I think we can intermix the comments and the expressions that council has with the deliberations as well. I guess I don't want to steer it in any one direction. Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Thank you. Am I being heard?
You are.
Okay. When this first came up. I see and I saw how much this type of ordinance can help. Unfortunately, it still has stirred a lot of emotion and a lot of objection to it. And the concerns that I have about passing as it is that whatever the health benefits of our community are by passing it, it is so divisive right now that I'm concerned that attitudes will be not served well. I think that the main reason why this is so divisive is that from the business community, that the threat of revocation or suspension of a license and the ability to do business has such an adverse effect on the businesses to the point of possible closure, as well as all of the people that are involved as employees in those businesses. I probably should have asked this question, but I don't know if there was any effort to, instead of implementing revocation or suspension of licenses, to go with an escalating fine system for businesses that are not complying with the health order. Either way, whether there was or wasn't, I guess is immaterial. But I do think that our community, both from a social standpoint and a health standpoint, would be better served if we postpone this for whatever time is necessary so that there can be possible accord between all corners of the community, so that we can go ahead with something that will increase the overall health of our community.
Thank you, Councilmember Clickhammer. Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Mr. President. And can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, good. Well, I just want to say that it has taken me about a month to fully understand this ordinance. You know, I first found out about the ordinance a few days before the Board of Health meeting. And since then, I've asked a lot of questions of the legal department, of our health director. I attended the chamber town hall. I attended the city county town hall. I've read all the emails from people. I'm sorry I couldn't respond to all of them, but I did read them all. I listened to all the my voicemails. And this is not a black or white decision at all. And I know people, you know, the ones we've gotten in support of the ordinance, you know, they want to be able to enforce the local health orders. And I understand that. However, I worry about the expense of that enforcement. As we heard last night from Ms. Giese, that, you know, most people are following the local health orders, which is, now that's not the mask order, that's something different. But most businesses are following the local health orders. And so it's this enforcement, she said it was a small tool. She said it was an important tool, but it was a small tool with a small, sounds like, minority of people. So I guess I wonder, is this enforcement, again, what's the cost? Is it worth, as Councilmember Klinkhammer has said, is it worth the divisiveness in our community? Another area I'm concerned about as well is I believe that this ordinance will politicize public health. You know, this ordinance is not about COVID-19. It's not about right now. It's going to be on the books for years to come. And this will give legislative bodies, so politicians, the right to rescind health orders or approve health orders. And that's a big responsibility for elected officials, and I have my experience in mental health and other areas, but it's not in public health. And I just, when we mix politicians and public health, I wonder if that's the best course of action. And maybe it is, but I do wonder about that, and I worry about that, because I think when we're in a public health crisis, as we are now, I think listening to the experts, they should be in the driver's seat, not necessarily the politicians. I also just want to add one more thing, that I think overall our goal is to slow the spread, to not overwhelm the hospitals, to keep our vulnerable community members safe, keep our businesses and schools open. And so what's the best way forward to accomplish that goal? Is it enforcement, as we talked about, that this ordinance will do? Or is it more about messaging, shared messaging, getting everyone on the same page, coming together as a community, for most of us at least, and doing the right thing to keep all of our communities safe? So there's just a lot. Like I said, it's not a black or white issue, and every day I've thought about this, and I've asked a lot of questions, and so that's where I'm at now. And I would be open to postponing as well as my colleague, Councilmember Klinkhammer. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Berkey. Council Vice President Emanuel.
Thank you so much, Council President Weld. And so much to say about this. I remember before I ran for office, there was a really contentious issue in the community, and we've had a handful of contentious issues over the last 5 years, and some of them have in the end brought us together, and they've been hard roads. And I remember before I was elected just thinking, why can't people just talk it out a little bit more? Why can't we build some goodwill between each other? And what I've seen here, the level of tension, I've seen the level of division and frankly, misinformation about what this ordinance is, even with a lot of efforts to try to clarify. It's really concerning when people are using and interchanging words that are not part of the ordinance, and being really upset or being really passionate when there's clearly we've got work to do on making sure we have accuracy in the community. A good friend of mine called me recently to say, how are you doing? I know this must be a lot. I support your judgment, which is nice to hear. And I said, I kind of want to just tell everybody, let's take a big breath and relax a little bit. And she said, yeah, and give somebody in your pod a hug. And I thought, that's some good advice right now, of just taking a pause. So I also think that, to me, I don't see enough evidence demonstrated that our public health department has taken the lead on this. And this is absolutely not to blame anybody or any department or any organization. Philosophically, especially when it comes to public health emergencies, contagious diseases, I want the public health department in the community that I live in to be, as Councilmember Berge said, in the driver's seat. That is so important. And I was really taken last night with some comments from one of our local experts, our public health director, about whole health in the community. And that sometimes a pause can, in the end, these are my words, I want to be clear, but sometimes a pause in the end can make a better product. And so I want to absolutely support council discussion on this. And when it seems appropriate, I would like to propose an amendment or resolution for postponement. And I can explain that at that time, but I would like to respect my colleagues and their right and ability to share their feedback before a resolution would be submitted.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilmember Zhang.
Thank you, Council President. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, you can. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge and say that I heard a lot of voices last night, and I've read a lot of emails and responded to phone calls. And so I really appreciate our community coming. Myself personally, I know I've also been, I know all of us has been impacted by COVID, regardless of health issues or not. While my family goes through with the challenge of having health issues within our family members, I also know that I've worked with individuals who have been impacted by COVID, and they are, they have intellectual disabilities. They need to have the social interactions, and their life is on pause because of this, but they are trying on a daily basis to, protect the people surrounding them also. And so I have hope and I have faith in our community that we are trying our best to keep everyone safe, regardless of, what we look at politically. And that's one of my biggest concern, is that the health of our public is becoming a political agenda. And that's something that I hate for us to look at it and be so divisive about. And I want us to be able to come to have organizations, have our public health, and the leaders of our communities be able to come up with a plan that will meet the needs of everyone when the time is right. I am in full support of making sure that our entire community is healthy, but I also know there is both sides to the story. And so, it just tears me seeing that our community is being divided by a real pandemic, if you would, a real virus that is killing people and has killed people in my own family that that affects me personally. And so I want to be able to say, I will not denounce the virus, but then it hurts that our community is so divided over something like this.
Thank you, Councilmember Zhang. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Council President Weld, and thank you to my colleagues for this participating in what is a really complex and challenging conversation. And I'm also grateful for all of the many folks who have contacted us in the past several months, really, as we've thought collectively about how to respond to COVID-19 and how we want to move forward together as a community when it comes to emergency response and public health. We have heard a lot of different voices with a lot of different ideas. And I've heard a lot of stories about different ways people have been impacted by this. Everyone has been impacted, but not everyone has been impacted in the same way. And so it's very a positive thing that people are sharing their thoughts and their views. And I know that that comes from a place of care for community, and care for their city, care for their country. And that a lot of good intentions are being brought to this, even though we have a variety of different points of view. A couple of things I wanted to point out. The reason that we're here today, the reason that we're having a conversation that I think feels very distressing, is because in the past, when we have had pandemics or other large-scale emergencies, we have had a coordinated response from the state. But we're in a situation where our state legislature has chosen not to act and not to respond. So I do think there are many in this community, many who have contacted me, who feel that our city government is kind of the last line of defense in a situation where there hasn't been coordinated and consistent leadership at the state or federal level. And so I want to acknowledge that that's real. It's also real that there are people, you know, in our community and many from outside of our community who spoke last night who feel that, you know, a government initiated response is inappropriate. And that's a reality as well. But I do think that we are here having this conversation because we do need to develop a tool for when, as we are learning, what we think is already in place to manage emergencies is not working. So I wanted to just sort of lift up that. I think that it's my colleagues who have brought up the idea of postponement tonight. I think that often postponing until an emotional issue has time to kind of ease and people can have more time to come together is often good. At the same time, I feel a little bit conflicted because I want to communicate consistently that I believe that our City County Board of Health and our public health workers are doing an excellent job. They deserve our trust, and they are not unaccountable. They are accountable to the City County Board of Health, an appointed board, just like our police chief is accountable to our police and fire commission, or our fire chief the same. So I also want to make that I wouldn't want a postponement to indicate anything other than support for the folks doing those roles. I also think that, as has been said before, there are voices in this community who think that public health has sort of too much power, or government shouldn't intervene in that. But there are also voices that think that legislators, council members, shouldn't be able to override public health. So in a lot of ways, what we have before us tonight does represent already a kind of middle ground. So those are my sort of complicated constellation of thoughts and feelings about this. And I appreciate this conversation very much because it is not easy to be finding a way forward at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. One moment, Councilmember Klinkhammer, did you have another comment or is your hand?
Sorry, I'll take it down.
Certainly, no problem. Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President Rose. I really do appreciate the breadth and depth of the conversation we're able to have tonight about this very important and what has become a very divisive conversation. The piece that I would like to offer is 3 years ago when many of my colleagues and I were running for city council, we were very interested in having the voice of the community to be represented at the council table. And so many of our community members believe that you have to have agreement in order to feel represented. But I think this kind of quality of listening is really the kind of constituent conversation and responsiveness that government should represent. We should be able to have conversations that come to a higher level of community agreement instead of simply disregarding a voice or overriding an opposition. I think there's been substantive conversation. Some of it I don't agree with. Some of it I think is somewhat misled, but it's still important to be included in what the decision is. So if a postponement is considered, I would hope that that postponement would also consider broad community conversation towards a different level of agreement on an ordinance. I know that I did hear from one of our former colleagues, Mr. Strobel. I can't, even now I can't remember for sure which day he is, but Mr. Strobel talked about that very successful experience that the council had in going from a public intoxication ordinance and then going back to their constituents to say what makes sense to you. And the legislation that came forward was supported. It was a much better a much more effective piece at achieving that level of health and collaboration that we're really wanting in that part of our community. So I really appreciate the outpouring of concern that our constituents have given to us, but I think that our response needs to support and include those voices as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Councilmember Beaton.
Yes, thank you, Council President Weld. And I want to thank everybody who reached out to us through email and phone and was with us last night. Out of the almost 5 years that I've been on the City Council, I can very confidently say that I've never seen any level of engagement on any other issue, not even close, compared to this issue. And I think that, it's, in a lot of ways, unsurprising that we receive so much feedback and so much engagement on this issue as it is. I think it's a real testament to how deeply COVID-19 impacts our daily lives and our health and our families. And so I think I want to say that first, that that engagement and those comments are noticed, and they're certainly taken into consideration. I think as we see COVID-19, raging through Wisconsin and our community at a rate we've never seen before since the pandemic started, I feel an enormous responsibility like I've never had before as a city council member to really, no matter how scary it might be, stand for what I know is right, to listen to science, to listen to folks who have given us input, and also to act in a way that's going to protect the lives of the thousands and thousands of people who didn't contact us. Never before have I had to consider a decision that could impact the lives of so many of our neighbors. And so I want to say that, this is a complicated decision, and it's more complicated than just what we've heard directly. I think from what I know to be true and the science behind this virus, and I will say, the combination of the facts behind the virus and also unfortunate inaction at the state and federal level, leaving local communities to bear the full burden of the pandemic. I think it's completely clear to me that we need more local tools. That is not something that I'm questioning now. It's clear that we need more local tools to be able to protect people in Eau Claire. I would be open to a postponement of this resolution. Truthfully, I feel hesitant. So I guess I'll step back. I think a postponement, I do agree with the comments that have been said that a postponement would just take a little breather and give us an opportunity for us all to cool off. And I think that, everybody who works in local government, and I think everybody on this council, and everybody can point to a time in their lives when taking a break in a hot moment has resulted in something positive. So I think that could help us here. Truthfully, I feel concerned though, because I think that, when there's a disagreement over facts, I'm concerned that we're going to be coming back to a negotiating table that isn't open for negotiation. I think that the level of intensity that we heard last night, I'm concerned that the discussion as to whether we have local tools to combat this virus or not, and I think that's not under negotiation. I think what we have and what it looks like is certainly something I'd like to talk about. But I guess what I'm saying is I would ask that if we do if we do postpone and take a little break, that everybody come to the table with fresh eyes and with a reasonable spirit of finding a real solution and finding real tools that will serve our community. I would also, before we vote on a postponement, I'd be really interested to hear from our city staff, certainly the city attorney and the health director, about what a postponement would give us and what sort of work might happen after that. So those are my initial thoughts, and I really appreciate all the work that's gone into creating this ordinance, and certainly the work of the health department to really serve our community so brilliantly through this very difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beaton. Councilmember Lohr.
I think that listening to this ordinance last night for all people come out and speak, all the emails that we want to say to say thank you for all the emails. I've been reading to all those emails and listening to all the speech last night. But I certainly understand that you are arguing pushing the ordinance. But I think that the elected official and we need to look at these ordinance. I open to the postpone, but I mainly think that we need to listen to the science, health department to get us the direction how we need to postpone this and what we need to come together to make sure that everybody on the same page. Since the virus is continuing going up and people, and this is local is still not following the rules, and that if we not bring this ordinance in place, people will be avoiding that, and we will not be able to control the virus. Then I think that, further discussion, I will be fine with that, but I still want to get answer from Attorney Nick or tell the DG and what if we postpone, what will come up next? What are the next solution that we will get it before I will be open for the more conversation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohr. Councilmember Grigor.
Yeah, thank you, President Weld, and thank you to my colleagues and to staff, and certainly the community. It's been, I've probably spent 6 hours reading emails and letters, and haven't been able to respond to everyone yet, but I hope to. I think, there are, just the way that this ordinance was rolled out, I think, process is really important to me, and we have had a month with this in front of city and county governing bodies, and as a other council member said earlier, it's taken some time to understand in full, like the purpose, the specifics, the limitations, all of the nuance with regard to the state Supreme Court ruling, and in the context of what our city county health department is already doing, and in many ways is doing quite well, and our partners in the community to be able to accomplish these things together. And obviously we're not doing perfectly in this community right now with this virus. Despite that, if I were to vote on this ordinance, just with keeping in mind like the kind of feedback I've received, and I've read all of it from people within my district, I would be enthusiastically voting yes on this ordinance. But as I mentioned earlier, process is really important, and the Chamber of Commerce letter, there's a quotation from there that reads, the ordinance were drafted and introduced without input, notice, or consensus from key stakeholders, including the business community, education, and healthcare. I'm not sure if that's like, if everyone would agree with that, but in some ways, this is the first time that the city council has actually been able to discuss the ordinance. And it's a month into the broader community's discussion, and it's certainly taken time for us to get here just to process it. And there are questions about how much the city county health department has been involved in the crafting, and that as like the central stakeholder essentially. And the Board of Health did see it first, but they were only asked to provide a basic level of perspective, not a up or down on it. So maybe the process wasn't perfect, and maybe there's an opportunity to improve that. Keeping in mind, however, that we're in a very urgent time right now with the current pandemic, and maybe that is the time to actually write something like this, because it gives us a sense of the gravity and importance of the ordinance. So we pick it apart, and we do disagree, because that's really something that the community as a whole, it's hard to come up with a consensus, and that's the word that the Chamber of Commerce used, which I don't think I necessarily agree with is something that we can accomplish, particularly when we had some folks that spoke last night that also spoke against the city even passing a resolution suggesting that it's a good idea to wear masks, because I guess we might just keep ending up on different sides of this issue consistently, and not being able to find consensus in every aspect of an ordinance. And I think that's okay. So whatever process we may put forth in the time of a postponement, I think we can expect to make progress on getting on the same page on how we can have more cooperation and continue the cooperation we've had and the partnerships to be able to tackle the virus. But I don't think we can expect to have full consensus on every point. That being said, I'm still interested in hearing further discussion on this. I haven't decided whether I would vote to postpone, because I don't know exactly what we're going to do with the time until that is presented with the proposal. Because I think it is really important how because if my concern is process, which it is, like, I need to know what the next process is. So thank you very much for helping me have a sounding board for this.
Thank you, Councilmember Gregor. Councilmember Zhang.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you so much for allowing me the time to recollect myself. And as I've shown, this is a very sensitive topic, not only just for me, but for our entire community. And so, I want to express my support for an ordinance such as this. Is it the right time? I don't think there's ever going to be a right time to put an ordinance. However, there is a right process there is some sort of process that could be put in place so we have the peace of mind. And I think being that it's a month into, we've been having numerous forums and town halls. However, being that this is the first time that as a council, we are talking about it and listening from the health department, echoing my colleagues here, that they also probably wasn't part of the entire process from the beginning. It might be a good way to take a step back and see how we could do that. And as we do move forward, I would like to see an ordinance like this, or something similar that would be able to keep the best interest of the health of our community at heart. And there's this phrase that we talk about, and growing up, this is something that I hear not only in just my community, but in our entire community. It takes a village to raise a child. And then we also tell our kids and we tell ourselves there are a few that ruins it for the majority. And with COVID, it is that. It is exactly that there are a few that ruins it for the majority. And so we need to, unfortunately, I don't think there's a perfect answer, but I really do hope that our community will be able to come together and set our differences aside and look at all of our community. I care for every one of, my community members, just as I would hope that everyone cared about me also. And so I'd be interested in learning about what the postponing would look like, and how that process would look like. That would give all of us peace of mind that at the end of the day, when I do put an actual vote down, that I am certain that there's no regrets. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember John. Councilmember Workman.
Thank you, Council President. And I want to thank all of the folks who contacted us over the last month. I think that we have had, people are passionate about this issue, and it's because of, I think, again, because of a failure at our state and our national level to have a comprehensive plan, as so many other countries do, in handling this. I can't help but see the fact that the United States is only 4% of the world's population, and yet we have 20% of the death from this pandemic. And it's just sad to me that we're failing to come together in a comprehensive and smart way to take care of each other. There's no way of looking past that. I think last night, one of the things that struck me is that so many people did not have a grasp of this ordinance and of, I think the gravity of what we're actually facing in our community. That, I think there's this perception that if we do nothing, that it's going to be okay, and it's simply not true. We all know that without some action to mitigate the impacts of this virus, that things will be far, far worse, and that our state right now is experiencing some of the worst impacts of this virus out of any state in our country right now. We just went through a day with the most death in our state since the pandemic started in March, and 34 families are now, missing someone in their family because of this. And so, I think from my perspective on this is what we do need is the tools to be able to respond in our community because of the failure of our state and national leaders on this. And, I think what I want to hear is point blank that from our health director and our community health experts, that this is exactly the ordinance that we need. I don't think I've heard that message loud and clear. That's kind of what I need to hear. I agree with others who have spoken before that, those are the voices that matter most right now. This isn't a political issue. We need to be listening to experts, scientists, people who have a background in public health. And I need to hear that voice loud and clear, and I don't think it's there. So I would be open to a postponement because I do think that there's a better ordinance that can be in front of us. But this is in no way to minimize the work that's been done on this or to minimize the strong feelings of I am certain a majority of people in our community who believe COVID is real, who understand that we have to take this seriously, and who understand that we need an ordinance that gives our community the tools to be able to handle this pandemic.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilson. Any other discussion from council? Councilmember Clinkhammer.
Thank you. Forgot to unmute myself. Are we ever going to get consensus? Probably not. But what I would like to see, and I think that it's certainly possible, that that an ordinance could be written that would eliminate the fear of unnecessary harm to individuals and to businesses. I think that the vast majority of our community realize that this is a threat, and that but it isn't just this situation that we're addressing now. It's how are we going to address the next one? And to eliminate this uncertainty, I could see a lot of benefit from it. But as I said before in my earlier remarks, I think that the divisiveness that exists out there, the fear that exists out there right now, that this only, it doesn't work toward a cohesive approach, even though that cohesive approach may not be based on total consensus. I'm not idealistic to the point where I could believe that that's ever going to happen. But I think that it's potential, if this is written well, that it does what some of us have already mentioned, and that is it takes it out of the political arena and puts it in a healthcare responsibility.
Thank you, Councilmember Clinkhammer. Just share a few thoughts. I appreciate the comments that we've heard so far today, and obviously the comments that we've heard from our community over these past 30 days. This has been a really challenging time for all of us. One of the most difficult things that I've been a part of, and again, it's one of those things that that we have to weigh as far as it's something that's necessary. The actions that we take, the legislation that we pass, that certainly they're needed. And in this case, this is certainly something that we continue to struggle with as far as how can we meet the needs of everyone? How can we answer the concerns of everyone? As a body, we serve 70,000 people. Our city staff serves 70,000 people. And our health director and our board of health and our community board members or our county board members that again serve over 115,000 people. And so to meet those needs of everyone and to make sure that we're looking out for what's going to get them through the day, or what's going to get them through the week or through the year, and whether it's financially or health-wise or safety-wise. I think these are all things that we take on as legislators, and it's a challenging task, and I take it very seriously. And I know that my fellow council members do too, and I know that our city staff does as well. I've said this numerous times. That is our ultimate goal, is to ensure the safety and health of our community in every aspect of it. And I think that again, is what we're setting out to do here. From the beginning, that was the intention, And I know moving forward, that will continue to be the intention. And we're going to figure this out. As Council Member Clinkham has said, you know, we can do this. We can find a way to provide the safeguards that we feel are necessary and put us in a position where we feel like we've allowed the opportunity for our community to be engaged with this process. And I'm certain that we'll be able to do that. And I can speak more about what it looks like if there is a postponement. And I know that our staff members can speak to that as well. But I guess I just wanted to speak just briefly on the weight of this and what it's meant for us. And we understand what it's meant for our community. And I know that we can do this. We can get through it. So, any other comments or any other discussion? Any other proposed amendments or resolutions? The floor is open. Council Vice President Emmanuel. Council Vice President. Councilmember Worthman, did you have another comment? Councilmember Emmanuel, are you there?
I sure am. Gotta love technology. Thank you. I do have an amendment, and it's going to be a little challenging just because we're not all nested around a table with a draft to read. What I'd like to do is, I think, perhaps read, and I would gladly take any assistance from staff if they feel like there's a better way to do it. What I would
Councilmember Manuel, if you could just, I know you sent that to us just a little bit ago. If I could just ask Carrie or Kathy, do you have the ability to put that language into the PowerPoint that's on the screen now? Thank you. If you could just give us a minute, we'll see if we can't get that up on the screen, Vice President Emmanuel.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you. May I ask a question while it's being brought up?
There is.
Is it most proper for me to read kind of the bolded text, or should I actually read through all of the whereases?
I think we're all comfortable with the whereases. We have it up in front of us now.
Okay, we're going to be here a minute. Okay, may I introduce this?
Certainly.
Okay. This is a resolution approving the postponement of item number 21, the ordinance amending chapter 8.04 contagious disease by creating the section 8.04021 entitled Local Health Officer Orders of the City, of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire, authorizing the local health officer to issue enforceable orders with necessary procedural and substantive safeguards. Whereas, though there have been broad discussions regarding the proposed changes amending the contagious disease ordinance, there is a need for a deliberate pause. And whereas the ability to take a step back can foster our community's ability to bring partners and perspectives to the table that will strengthen the long-term ability to look at the public health perspective. And whereas public policy frameworks such as a city council work session and a city council pre-legislative discussion can foster collaboration between staff and policymakers. And now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Eau Claire that the Public Health Director and the City Manager bring a revised engagement plan and recommendations to form a task force to the Eau Claire City Council on or before Monday, January 25th, 2021, in the form of a city council work session that includes an update on the proposed task force membership and community engagement, including a shared understanding of the process that will be used to engage our community on the strengths and limitations of amending the section. And be it further resolved that the Eau Claire City County Board of Health populate the task force membership. And be it further resolved that the public health director is a designated lead on the task force and engagement plans. And be it further resolved that the public health director and city manager may consider and recommend a facilitator to assist in these efforts. And be it further resolved that the public health director and city manager bring the findings of the community task force with recommendations to the city council on the proposed contagious disease ordinance on or before June 8th, 2021, in the form of a pre-legislative work session. And be it further resolved by the City Council of the City of Eau Claire that any changes to the schedule must be approved by the Eau Claire City Council and should be coordinated through the Eau Claire City Manager.
Right, there's a motion to amend or to postpone. Is there a second? Councilmember Christopherson is seconded. Council Vice President Emmanuel, does she wish to share?
I do think. I do. I think it'll be moderately brief. I want to say that I am definitely not a public health expert. I'm a person who happens to hold elected office and serves as a policymaker. What I'm thinking about is, I heard a phrase recently where I was working on a team project and somebody wrote something up in a Google Doc and said, okay, this is a sandbox. Now everybody give their feedback and we'll make it good. And so that's how I approach this, is like, I'm a citizen. I am not a public health expert. And I really believe in the ability of our council to pick away at this, take things out that don't make sense, add to it. You're not going to hurt my feelings, because what matters at the end of the day is that we have something that we can move forward on that at least most of us feel like we can get behind. A couple of things. This certainly does put our local public health department in the professional expertise driver's seat as far as the expertise goes. Of course, still maintaining that policy oversight. There are some key considerations about the dates. One, that you will see that there's one date, the first one is January, at the end of January. Really have in mind that, fingers crossed, we will have a new city manager by the end of this year or maybe early 2021. This would allow a little bit of time for our new city manager and public health director to come up with a plan. This also gives the city county department oversight of the membership, knowing that they are the public health experts. They understand the feedback. I know they've been engaged with listening to the chamber's feedback. And ultimately, I'll just speak for the city council. For the people who are representing the city on the Board of Health, we do have oversight of those electeds as well through our appointments process. Some pieces that I could use as part of our conversation is really maybe hearing from our public health director. Of course, like, what do you think? What do you think? And how does the timing resonate? If council goes forward with this, is this right? Do we need to adjust it? And then the last is something that I'm not sure about, and I will definitely need some help. Maybe Mr. Nick would be able to help. Is this resolution sufficiently close the loop on the ordinance procedure? It's not directing the staff to bring this back for a definitive vote. And that's the part I could use some additional help on. So with that, I have said a lot. I'm going to be quiet for a while.
Councilmember Worthman, did you have discussion?
Thank you, Council President Weld. Thank you, Councilmember Emmanuel, for offering this. I guess I just had a question on this. It's kind of written in a resolution format, but it's also a motion to postpone, and I'm just kind of confused by it. We don't normally see postponements in this format, so any clarification would help.
Thank you. I wrote it similarly to an item that Councilmember Beaton and I wrote probably about 3 years ago around the good order ordinance, and I apologize, I forget the proper name. So I basically took those items out of what was submitted to council members, and I tried to mirror the pieces that made sense. Again, I am absolutely not married to this. This is really kind of like a first step at our conversation. So if this isn't, if there's words that should be changed, I definitely encourage that discussion and decision making.
Thank you for that feedback, Councilmember Emanuel. And I guess my only other observation is just the timing of this is, we're going into the worst part potentially of this pandemic in the next few months here. Really, we're looking at 2, 3, 4, 5 months that could all be worse than the last. And I want to be sure that we're giving ourselves flexibility to be able to respond if, in fact, it does continue to worsen. And I guess part of me worries that the lengthened timeline of this doesn't give us the tools to be really on top of this. And not us, the tools necessarily, but our public health experts and our city county public health director, the tools needed to respond to a potentially worsening pandemic.
If it's okay, Mr. Mover, maybe I'll take a note of the questions that I think that we may have for the city attorney Nick or city manager Peters, and maybe we can address those after everyone's had a chance to weigh in. Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted just to deliberately ask the health director her thoughts on this postponement. We have all kind of talked about, we want to ask her, so I just wanted to ask her her thoughts on this. And so I don't know if we can do that now. I feel like her feedback is really important for going forward, but I understand if you don't want to do that now. And I will just say one other thing is that if my memory serves me well, that the health director has said 3 times publicly that this is a very challenging time right now to bring forward this ordinance. So one of my council colleagues said that maybe now is the best time, but from what I've heard, that it is not. Of course, Ms. Giese might correct my statement just there, but that's just my understanding that it's really hard to bring forward something like this right now because of it's so divisive. So I'm just really curious. I would like to hear from Ms. Giese sooner than later, I guess.
Sure, and again, certainly I will encourage her to share her thoughts as well. And I just want to, again, open it up just a little bit longer with Councilmember Anderson. Did you have any?
Yes, thank you, Council President, and thank you, Council Vice President Emanuel, for bringing this forward. I really appreciate the sort of innovative process thinking that went into this. I do agree that process is important. The concerns that I have, I think, echo Councilmember Worthman's concerns. Right now, I was just reading that the hospitals in Green Bay, a couple of hours away, are overwhelmed. We may need some swift action coming up. And so I guess the question that I have probably for our health director is, if we were to move forward with a postponement like this, I guess what is there for folks who are, listening to this conversation to know that everything is being done to keep them safe and to continue to have the tools needed to flatten the curve. So that remains kind of my concern, but I also appreciate the sort of innovative and inclusive thinking that went into this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Beaton.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I think I'm going to wait to share my thoughts. I also would like to hear from the health director and have a couple questions too before I share. My question is sort of similar to Councilmember Anderson's, but I just wanted to ask it just so we're covering all of our bases, I guess. I think that, you know, I am also a little concerned about the timeline of this postponement, and you know, if we're all really lucky, we could, you know, postpone, and this process would surely be very drawn out, and we would have an ordinance when we have a vaccine and the pandemic's over. I don't know if that's an unrealistic expectation. It probably is, but you know, I wonder if we have. I guess my question is, you know, do we have the local tools to get through this whole pandemic with like the full efficiency of protecting the people in our community? Do we truly have all those tools? And if we do, I'd like to hear some of them specifically. And if we don't, I'm wondering if, you know, I guess I'll leave it there. Like, do we have the tools to truly combat the virus locally without this ordinance? Because I think the timeline that's being laid out here, you know, could serve us as like really useless to this particular pandemic, but certainly a good tool for the future. So that's my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Clint-Chandler.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of points that I would like to make. One, unlike a normal motion to postpone, this resolution is structured in a way that it calls for specific actions to be taken. Given the time frame that's in it, doesn't say that it can't move faster. It can happen at whatever pace staff is able to and ourselves are able to make it happen or allow it to happen. Do we have the means necessary to deal with something before this is resolved? Absolutely. If I don't remember anything else from all the discussion that we've had regarding this ordinance, is that we can take direct legislative action. If the health director says, we need to do this, we can take that action and do it. So I think this is for spur of the moment. Normally I'm opposed to writing resolutions on the fly, but in essence, I think that this is an excellent piece of work. And we're not dealing with COVID-19. We're dealing with health threats now and for as long as this ordinance is on the books. So I think it's imperative that it's done right, and when we have a situation, if we have a situation similar to what we're going through now, that we aren't wondering whether it's a political action that's being taken or whether, and we know it's from a health standpoint. So I think this is really well done.
City Manager Peters.
Thank you, Council President Weld. Just responding to Councilmember Beaton and a couple of the other questions. If it is postponed, the future order going forward would be advisory and voluntary in nature. So everybody would understand that, which means that any orders that are put in place would have to have direct legislation. So back to Councilmember Klinkhammer's point. So if to postpone, we'd be going to advisory orders, and there needs to be direct legislation if we wanted to, have an enforceable order. Certainly from my perspective, we would then use collaboration and education, partnership pathways that we have to achieve the voluntary, work, going forward to address the challenges. And I guess what I would then offer is perhaps if City Attorney Nick has any further comment or perspective on the legal status of things during a postponement, and then we could ask Health Director Giese if she has further comments or perspectives on how we would address the pandemic going forward during the period of postponement.
City Attorney Nick?
Thank you, City Manager and Council President, respectively. So, yeah, the number of questions that were kind of queued up there. One, I think, from Vice President Emanuel on the nature of the action, and I would consider it a motion to postpone with direction. That's the action here. We have an ordinance in front of you, and it's postponing that ordinance with a number of directives to the city manager on what could be done in the interim before it's brought back for further council action. And then City Manager Peters already correctly reaffirmed what before that City Council Member Klinkhammer correctly stated about what the status is in the interim. So, the policy choice you have, and one of the, key reasons why this proposal is brought forward to you at this time to make that policy choice is whether orders could continue to be, represented as mandatory and enforceable within, the necessary legislative authorization locally, or, whether they would move to advisory with action of any enforceable or city council. So in this interim, if there was need for the type of action that a number of council members indicated may be if the pandemic worsens, if potentially, as we've been tracking, if state requirements, whether they be a mask requirement or anything else that's deemed in the local best interest and for local public health, safety, and welfare, a standard community-wide, the process that we have to use is to forward a recommendation, like from the health department, from the health director, that type of action was needed to be a community-wide enforceable standard, and then it would be an ordinance that you would consider adopting. So that would be the response means, at least to get to the one tool that this ordinance only dealt with, among many others in the public health principle, is the notion of a citywide enforceable standard, a mandatory standard. Advisory orders can still continue, as can the individual response that's authorized by state law. So isolation, quarantine, and specific outbreak response.
Thank you, City Attorney Nick. Ms. Giese, are you there?
I am. Yeah. So first of all, my thanks, City Council President and all the council members. I really appreciate your thoughtfulness and the care that you have for the community. It really shows that you're listening to all perspectives. I also really appreciate the support you have for the work that the health department does. Probably most importantly to me are the 70 plus people in this department that have been putting their heart and soul into protecting this community. And they really care, and it makes a difference to have the support of the community and the work that they do. It's not easy, and this is not a simple decision. So I really agree with the feedback that I've been hearing tonight. As Mr. Nick said, the general order is only one tool in the toolbox that we do have. It's an important one, and one that we felt starting in May was critical for the response to this pandemic. And we still feel that it's an important tool to lay out really clear public health science-based expectations. That is part of the responsibility, the requirement I have in state statute as a local health officer. I take that seriously, that mandate that we have here as a department. And this tool is important. As some of you have described, the need to enforce at some points in time for any situation is also an important tool. But it's also very important to me that we think about the divisiveness in the community, and that word divisive was used by many of you in the course of your feedback. As I see the proposal in front of me, and there's a request for response to that, I guess I would share a couple of things. I am worried about the fall. We are likely with respiratory diseases typically hitting harder in the fall and winter, going to have increased disease and increased death in this community from COVID-19. And having a full panel of tools to be used is important. The city manager shared the case numbers and the fatalities in Eau Claire County. We actually today had 54 more cases and 1 more death. So we now have 9 Eau Claire County residents that have died from COVID-19. And that's going to continue to grow. We also have a lot of really good things happening in this community, and partners leaning in hard. So while you may not have heard in all of the feedback that you got about the partnership work, I do want to really say that we have had amazing partners: business, education, healthcare, community partners across the spectrum working with us on COVID-19. So we are in an amazingly different place than many communities because of that partnership. The proposal that's in front of you that does delay this, maybe if I put my glass half full hat on, I would say to you that it does remove some tools, immediate tools. It does, though, give some opportunity for some conversation in this community that I think is needed. It does, I think Council Member Emanuel used the language of pause. I think that that things are in a place right now that having a good conversation about this topic is really difficult. More importantly, it's difficult across the state. It's not just here in Eau Claire. So I do see an opportunity with this kind of a pause. It does create some challenges. I will own that. I will be honest with all of you as well. I may need to come forward with, again, the option of direct legislation and really lay out to you why, if we are in a worsening situation, we need that. And I would anticipate that there would be a lot of questions about that, because a direct legislation option wouldn't be ever my first choice. It's having an ordinance, just like having a state law around something that's short term, doesn't seem like the right way to do things. But I think if we had to, I would be prepared to do that. And I think there is an opportunity to have a better community conversation, perhaps. We do have state statute that right now says reasonable and necessary, and a community that hasn't had a chance to digest why a person in a professional role, we might all want to find shared reasons that kind of shared best interests that we do things in a pandemic that are tough, but we can find shared interest around because it helps all of us. So I would welcome that opportunity. I have to put my reading glasses on to read on my small screen what's here, but I think as I heard Councilmember Emanuel reading it, nothing jumped out to me as being incredibly concerning. I think we can bring it back with a shorter time frame if that works. It does give us some time to have some space and some thought put into things. I think Council President Weld said we can do this. We do these things. We make tough decisions in this community, and I actually think we can. I will obviously support and work with the council on whatever the next steps are. And I will commit to you that I'm not backing off from my from the ethics and the values that I hold to protect this community. I have to do that, and I will bring things to you if in my professional judgment and the judgment of the amazing professionals in this department is that we need to bring something forward, you will hear from me.
Thank you, Ms. Kesey. Mr. Peters, do you have your hand is up?
Sorry about that.
Are there any other questions, I guess, for Mr. Nick or Mr. Peters or Ms. Kesey? Councilmember Lohr.
After this amendment, I still maybe, can you give me a little more detail to make me understanding the timing from now to June? Do we be able to have two or something that can handle the pandemic? Because it is growing in Wisconsin, number increase to number 3 or higher cases in the country. And then now we're talking about 6 months from now, all can postpone this amendment.
For Council Vice President Emanuel?
No, for Ms. Kesey.
Oh, for Ms. Kesey.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohr. We are in an urgent space, and I hear your concern. I do think that we have many tools in the toolbox. Our order is not the only one, and I would reassure you that we are prepared to use the state order as long as that is with us. And I know that there are challenges there, but as long as we have that available to us, we're prepared to use that order. And we have really strong partners. Many of the people that provided input to you and the organizations that have provided input to you are maybe in different places with the recommendations that they brought forward, but I have heard countless times they're wanting to work together. So I think we need to lean in hard to say that we have shared interest in having a healthier community. We can't afford to have Eau Claire cases explode and hospitalizations explode. And we're going to need to lean in hard to that. We need to do that anyway, and we have been doing that anyway. I appreciate and I have to look at the dates, but I believe the end of January and end of June dates. I may not have that right, but something like that gives some space for maybe calming kind of the direct heat of the right now that we have. I don't know that I can come up with different dates that would make an enormous difference. I think having some space is good. I'm not certain what a city council work session or pre-legislative discussion process exactly looks like. So that would be an important discussion with council and the city manager to know how that works. But I'm comfortable with these dates as long as the council also understands that there may be need to come forward with direct legislation, as Attorney Nick and others and City Manager Dale Peters have also indicated that it might need to be both and if we can't together keep what's happening across the state from really exploding here.
Council Vice President Emmanuel.
Thank you, and thank you, everybody. As I'm sitting here, I'm thinking it's like there's no good options. It's like, do you want to swallow a knife? Do you want to swallow like fire? Do you want to swallow rocks? Like none of them are good options. And so, of course, like to be totally honest, like I want to emphasize, I am a citizen. I am not a public health expert, and I really trust our policymaking body and the respect that we have for each other and the benefit that we have of a rare and amazing partnership with the city county health department. We don't think we're the only one in the state, so we're pretty lucky to have that. I want to just ask the very vulnerable question of, from a public health perspective, Director Giese, is there anything in here that you would want to tell me directly to say, I'm worried about this, or I'm concerned, or you might want to rethink, X. I'm not saying that this is a policy decision, so I want to be sensitive to that. And I also want to be brave enough to ask. And there's a PDF in your email if that's easier to get. I'm sure you have been inundated today. And we can even pause for a few minutes if that would be helpful.
And I apologize that I haven't pulled up the PDF or seen it. I don't see anything in the language that's in front of me that causes concern from a public health perspective. I do think that this ordinance is primarily about what happens after COVID-19, frankly. And a number of you spoke to that. I also think that this ordinance really worked hard to talk through procedural and substantive safeguards that are, it's a starting point for really important pieces of a conversation. So I also want to share that. I think my simple answer is that it makes sense to me that there be an engagement plan and a task force or some type of group that meets and that there be then a conversation as described.
Thank you. May I just add one more brief thing?
Certainly.
This is for our public health director and really anybody who may be listening, and the language around a council work, a work session or a pre-legislative session. Those are things that our city manager or our interim manager could help orientate you with. We have that outlined in our city council handbook as some policy procedures of before, especially really highly contentious policy comes before council. It gives a chance to have an informal conversation. The temperature is really dialed down, able to hear preliminary feedback and no votes are taken at those types of discussions. It's really like, let's work as partners, as our local administration team, our local public health team, and as policymakers. Of course, I'm certain we'll continue to hear from citizens, and that's really important. So I just wanted to clear that up for anybody who may be listening, and they are kind of, I guess, public policy slang for our organization, but I think really important public policy tools.
Any other discussion from council? Councilmember Clinkhammer. Any other discussion from council?
Oop.
Councilmember Clinkhammer?
Yes, push the button twice. I'm sorry. If this resolution is a motion, I will second it.
We have a second already. Yeah. Thank you. Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to be, I've talked maybe a lot tonight, I'm not sure, but I just really want to be clear in my support for our public health department and our city staff as well. At one of the town halls, I heard it might have been Mr. Sullivan from the county. He said that, we're fighting a worldwide pandemic at the local level. And that really struck me, and that's true. We are fighting a worldwide pandemic at the local level, and that's because we have to. It's the buck stops at the local level, and I just really appreciate all the hard work. So we're not only fighting a pandemic, but we're keeping the city and the county and the public health running, and our police running, and our fire department running. Everything that makes our city run has to keep going. It just has to. And, it's also fallen to us to deal with this pandemic as well. And it makes everything harder. And I just really, I just support, and I am very thankful for everyone that's doing all the work, boots on the ground work as well. I just wanted to be really clear about that. And I know this is a really challenging time. I think we're doing a good job as a city, as good as we can do. I was talking to a group of scouts a couple days ago, and they had lots of questions about the city, and COVID came up. And I got to talk about all the creative ideas that has come up that the city has done. I talked about voting and what that's been doing. So, and what the solutions we came up for. So I'm noticing all the work everyone's doing, and I'm very appreciative of it. And I know it's difficult. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Berge. Any other discussion? Councilmember Beaton.
Yes, thank you. On the motion to postpone, this is a really hard decision. I think that I will be voting no on this resolution. I'm concerned about the timeline, and I'm hearing the health department or the health director, say that this could work, but I'm also hearing that it could only work if potentially if we have the power to add in take legislative action in the event that we would need to without this ordinance. And we're hearing that that's maybe not a great option for us. And so I really appreciate Councilmember Emanuel's work to create this, and certainly this is the kind of model that I love to see. Really intentional space, for our community to be able to deliberate at the speed that they need to deliberate, right? I think that I'm just concerned that we don't have that time right now. I'm really concerned about the pandemic going into the winter. And so I would be inclined to support something that perhaps gave the specifics of what's going to happen, gave that sort of gave those reins to city staff and the health department, but asked, simply asked that this ordinance come back before council, perhaps like the first meeting in December. I know it's a lot shorter, but that's sort of what we're working with the pandemic. So with my great appreciation to Councilmember Emanuel and certainly the health director and everybody involved, I will be voting no.
Thank you, Councilmember Beaton. Councilmember Workman.
I'm in the same place. I think this is the right direction, but I am concerned about this pandemic growing worse, and I do think that these are important tools that we ought to be seeing hopefully sooner. And so I'll be voting no, but I do appreciate the direction of this motion.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you very well. I think that I appreciate all the work that Vice President Emanuel has put in the right direction, but at the same time, I listen to directly see the talking about it, and then the timing of this, I will vote no too, because I think that right now the cases growing in Wisconsin, and we need to take care of the slower spread of the virus right now, instead of waiting for 6-7 months from now. It will be we could not be able to control the virus continuing up. So I will vote no today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Moore. Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to support the postponement. What I'm hanging on is a best practice and the fact that our time frame is just that as suggested, that it can certainly happen more quickly than that, and that Ms. Peasy will ask for the assistance that she needs if it's needed in an emergency. So again, I at this point in time, I'm really feeling compelled to invite further conversation from the community. So I will be supporting this.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. This is a really challenging decision because, my desire to foster great community conversation, which I think this this motion to postpone does, is strong, and I would like to see that. But I also think that time is of the essence right now, so I think I'm inclined to vote no.
Councilmember Berge.
I guess I heard from the health director that the time is okay, and that she said that she could bring forward direct legislation if needed, and she would do that if something happened. She also talked about other tools besides this order, which I know there are. I also think relationship building is very important, and I know all my council colleagues agree with that too. But I do, I was at I attended a League of Wisconsin Municipalities emergency meeting a couple weeks ago, where the president and CEO of the Medical College of Wisconsin was the guest. And he was concerned, obviously, about hospitalizations, and it wasn't looking good. And he said, again, he's like, the way forward is shared messaging, that we all just need to get on the same page about wearing a mask, social distancing, washing your hands, avoiding crowds, all the non-pharmaceutical methods that we have right now. We all need to get on the same page and put that out there. And he said this is the most effective way forward. I mean, that's his opinion as a physician and the president and CEO. But I guess I agree with that, hearing that. And I hear the health director agree with that too, about relationships and leaning in hard. And I'm just nervous that this ordinance passed without the postponement will make that very difficult to do. And I'm very worried about that because we talked about the divisiveness and it's real. So those are my thoughts.
Councilmember Jean.
Thank you, Council President. And I want to echo that. I did also hear Ms. Peasy say in the event of an emergency that she would bring up, and she will not neglect her role and responsibility of ensuring the health of our community. I feel comfortable postponing this with, again, the objective of coming to a solid plan that's going to work for our entire community, and it's going to allow us to take a breather from this. So I am for it still. As far as postponing, I am still for postponing this. Doesn't mean that again, that the virus is not serious. It's fall, it's going to come. We know it is, and I am counting on our public health director to making those best judgment and bringing it forth for us to vote on. So I'll make myself readily available when that happens.
Thank you, Councilmember Jean. I guess just a couple things briefly. Certainly, the orders are there at the state and the local level that will continue to provide direction and safeguards and guidelines for our community. With this postponement, those are still there. I think the one thing, though, that is going to make this successful, any legislative action we take, the key to any of them being successful is ourselves. We really need to hold ourselves accountable to the safety and the health of ourselves and those around us. And again, the messaging that comes from us, the legislators, and from our staff, and from the County Board of Health and the state, it's certainly, the guidelines, but in the end, it's about us listening and trusting it and acting on it and asking others to do the same. And I really think that even though we're looking at this as a long distance away or a long time away these days, I agree we can move quicker when the opportunity arises. But secondly, there isn't as much time as it may look like on paper. It will take some time to organize the things that we need to get done, to do this successfully, to get the engagement that's necessary, and to really make it an effective ordinance that is, again, reaching out and satisfying and serving the needs of everyone. But we can only do so much as legislators and as health directors. In the end, it is about how much we want to put into it. And I think that's what we start asking ourselves and we start asking each other. And I think we can do this. I will support the postponement. I will work hard along with everyone that's here with us today. And I know that we can make this, again, we can get this done. Council Vice President Emanuel.
Thank you, Vice President, Council President Weld, pardon me. I just have just some last comments I wanted to make, and then maybe a question for some of our colleagues who are not feeling comfortable with this. In the spirit of trying to find, is there somehow we can come closer together? What I want to say is that I feel like this piece of legislation really, for me, reflects my public policy ethos, which is to have a fierce commitment to meaningful public engagement. And in this case, with with the accordance with our public health department. And I feel strongly that this meets both of those. I also want to say that I think that there's going to be a perception, if this passes, that council is caving. And I don't see this in any way, shape, or form to caving. What I see this is moving in with people, prioritizing our public health guidance to within the confines of, like, unfortunately, because of the lack of federal and state leadership, we do not have a tool to act nimbly. That's what's supposed to happen on the federal level. That's what's supposed to happen on the state level. And so here we are with a choice of flawed tools. And so which local flawed tool do we want to use? And that's my phrase. I own that. The better tool would be at a coordinated level, federally and or statewide. So I just want to say that I, in no way, shape, or form, feel like this is caving. I feel like this is really prioritizing that public health guidance and moving in with people. My question is, I guess, I feel like it's so important to send a strong message to our community, if possible, of more support, stronger support. And if it's not there, we accept that. You know, we respect and we accept that. And I'm wondering if there's any suggestions that could be brought forward to make this more palatable, that would also have the support of our public health director. And maybe that's not possible. And again, I accept and respect that. But if we haven't voted yet, so if there's a way that we can strengthen our message of support, I think that's an asset if we're able to do it.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you very much for those remarks, Councilmember Emanuel, or Council Vice President Emanuel. You asked the question if there's anything that would make people a little bit more comfortable supporting it. I'm wondering what the impact would be of a whereas clause that explicitly included the ability of an emergency meeting of the council to be called and legislative action to be taken to protect public health. I'm wondering how people would feel about that. Thank you.
I would easily support that.
Councilmember Jean. I'm sorry. Councilmember Jean.
I just want to echo that I would support what Councilmember Anderson had suggested. I was under that same impression earlier when I said I'd be readily available at an emergency to ensuring the health of our community. So.
Councilmember Worthman.
I would support that, and somewhere where, yeah, it explicitly says that is a possibility, and that we would be ready to meet that ask. I think the other thing would be an understanding that the timeline could be shortened, and we would be open to that as well. If it's possible that the timeline could be shorter. Maybe it already says that in the language, I can't see, but that would give me greater confidence.
Councilmember Warr.
Yeah, I will be supporting that too. I will be supporting Council and Anderson mentioned earlier. Yeah, I will be supporting that. If we can shorten the time on this amendment, I will be supporting that too. Thanks.
Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld, and thank you to Vice President Emanuel and for drafting this. Really is a very important discussion about how we can include everyone in the discussion over a long term. And one of the things that gets me thinking is, obviously this winter is not going to be easy. It's going to be potentially the worst winter you could possibly imagine, but it's one of those things where we're drafting an ordinance that is for all, essentially meant to be for all time in terms of future situations with pandemics or other contagious diseases. And we're going to learn a lot this winter about what an ordinance would need to look like in order to protect public health. And it's not going to be an easy learning curve at all. And I don't think this last month has been very easy for us, both in terms of the impact this virus has had on our community over the last month, as it's grown almost exponentially, or in some of the weeks it definitely has. And that could look like nothing compared to what this winter is going to look like. So there may be a lot to learn, I guess. Having a public process that's going on as we struggle as a community in many different ways. To actually have a process that's going on that's drafting like the long-term plan. At the same time, we could pass this today and we could always amend it later based on new information and experience. And but what our health department director Giese said about being able to also respond with direct legislation is an option that allows a little bit of a hybrid there too. But I think we all need to be prepared for for an ordinance that may not look like what we have in front of us here. And maybe one that's actually quite a bit stronger about recognizing the extremely important role that our public health professionals have in the community. And they've shown like tremendous expertise and understanding of how to work together with the community to be able to accomplish things. And I guess the worry I have about passing this today is that a lot of that work may be undermined just because of maybe this not being rolled out the best way it could be. So I'm like open-minded to postponing this for some of those reasons, but recognizing that this is going to be not an easy process either. So, but in terms of those specific additions that have been discussed, it seems like it would make sense to acknowledge the fact that we may need to take significant action in the meantime before the work of any task force is done. Thanks.
Councilmember Pete.
Yeah, thank you, Council President Weld. I appreciate the amendment, and I think it definitely is a positive addition. I think I will still be voting no. I guess I want to really highlight the date that we have in front of us. January 25th is essentially a start date, not an end date. This is the date that city staff will be bringing a plan for engagement forward to start filling a task force. So our start date is 3 months away, and so if we postpone with this resolution, I can't imagine that we would see this ordinance again for another 6 or 9 months at least. And I just don't feel like that is fast enough. I think that we need to be acting more swiftly in this pandemic. So again, appreciative, but I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Any other discussion, Council Vice President Emanuel? Council Vice President?
Thank you so much. It just takes sometimes a moment to unmute it. It doesn't always cooperate. I have listened to feedback, and I don't know if Councilmember Anderson maybe was drafting. She's our resident writer. I could propose what I think I heard from some folks, but as potentially 2 amendments, but wondering if Councilmember Anderson might have something. I don't want to step on your toes.
Councilmember Anderson?
My toes are safe. I have not been drafting anything. Thank you so much for your.
Okay, thank you. If I may, Council President Weld, I can read what I have and then I can email our staff to maybe put it on the screen in just a moment. So let's see. The first is, be it further resolved that the public health director and city manager are empowered to apply their professional judgment to shorten the time frame. The second would be it further resolved, should it be deemed a necessity, the city council supports emergency legislative requests from our public health department and shall act without haste to protect local public health. So I can send those both in a minute. Would that be helpful for colleagues to see on the screen?
Sure.
Okay, it'll take me about 60 seconds. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
While they're preparing that, may I make a remark?
Certainly.
While some of you that have indicated voting no on this, I understand the sense of urgency that we may feel regarding taking all steps necessary as quickly as possible, but weigh also the cost of those steps. The divisiveness is real. The threat that our business partners feel from this is real. I think that we're not dealing just with COVID-19. We're dealing with now and we're dealing with the future. And I think it's imperative that we take the time necessary to address both. So having the option of legislative action and the opportunity for all parties to have opportunity for input into this, I think is really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Craighammer. Councilmember John, did you have a comment?
Sorry about that. Yes, I did. I have a question for Vice Council President Emmanuel. Could you share with us maybe the perspective or reasoning behind why the start date is pushed out to January versus maybe effective in November? Since this is already like a process that's been worked on and we've been having town hall meetings, and it could just be built on the momentum.
Council President, may I respond?
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. One of the pieces I would lift up is that it says on or before that January date. So it doesn't say that it has to start in January. It just says on or before. Really thinking about our timing is if the public health director felt like we got to fast forward this, we would listen. I know that this council would listen in a heartbeat and we'd be having a conversation sooner. So I feel like the language is written in a way that allows that, welcomes that, encourages that. And if it's, we just don't know what's going to happen tomorrow type of thing. And so if it's, works out that this rolls out with our new city manager, pending a successful search, it might be a natural time frame. We don't know if the new city manager will start December 1, January 1. But it really, Mr. Peters is here with us through the 21st, 5:01 p.m. Mr. Solberg starts, and we have a really solid transitional plan. And so I really do feel that this language is written that at any time this could be started sooner, and I'm certain council would welcome that. So it's certainly not meant as you have to start in January. It's really, let's empower our professionals. We're kind of giving some policy direction. The policy direction is we want deliberative conversation in the community. Okay. Now we hand it to our our administration team, and they make it happen. They do the how part. We have identified the what, they do the how. And so the language certainly leaves that door wide open to come back to council anytime before then. And if these amendments are passed, we would have support for emergency legislation and an additional layer to shorten a time frame.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? I see that Council Vice President has the additional language there before you. I'm not sure if the city attorney or the city manager or Peasy or any of our staff members have any concerns or corrections or suggestions. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Council President Weld. This looks really great to me. The only change that I have is I think maybe a typo. Would it be shall act with all haste versus without? Does that make sense?
Okay. We're going to do
It's the second to last line with all haste. And that was all haste. Okay.
Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. I'm not sure if we could have the language back up in front of us for a little bit more discussion on these two whereas clauses.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, certainly.
Thank you. Guess maybe this is a question for City Attorney Nick. I see the word in the, this is in the second, oh, sorry, this is the be it further resolved clause is what I meant. So these are the correct ones. I see the word supports after city council. The city council supports emergency legislative requests. I guess I'm a little concerned about that word because it sounds as if we're supportive of a request that we haven't even seen. So I'm not sure if there's a legal issue with that, or if this is binding us in any way. I don't imagine it is, but I just wonder maybe there's another word like welcomes rather than supports that could be used and mean the same thing, but maybe offer more clarity to ourselves and the public.
City Attorney Nick.
Thank you both. There may be, other terms, but know that the legal effect is such that nothing in a motion such as this, which is fundamentally a motion to postpone, can be future legislative action. So it would take legislative action to adopt an ordinance of general application. It should not be at least understood as it's currently written that it would support whatever the request might be. I think its intent means that it supports such requests coming forward, should they be deemed necessary, at which point they'd be reviewed based on current conditions and by the council applying its legislative judgment of whether it's in the health, safety, and welfare of the community to take that sort of action under their existing legislative authority, at that time. So certainly future council action would be needed to adopt an ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Nick. Vice President.
Thank you. Just two pieces. I don't know that we've moved it, so maybe we could just move, and if there's a seconder, then I could answer Councilmember Fragert's suggestion. So I'd like to move these amendments, bundle them together into one amendment. We could just add it to the bottom of the resolution. I don't have that in front of me, but add it to the bottom there.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Klinkhammer, if you would welcome it, pardon the pun, I would welcome a change of language from supports to welcomes. Would that be accepted as a friendly amendment to you? Councilmember Klinkhammer?
Welcomes would be fine, although I was thinking of a different term, but that's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Just welcome. Thank you. Any other discussion in regards to the additional language to the resolution? Any other discussion in regards to the resolution postponed overall? Seeing no further discussion in regards to the resolution to postpone, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Oh, first, Annie.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so we added an amendment to this. We had a motion and a second, so again, any discussion into the amendment to the resolution? Seeing none, please take, Madam Clerk, City Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Bell,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye. Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Shaw,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson. Aye. Emmanuel,
Aye.
Grager,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lord. Aye.
So the amendment to the resolution passes. Now back to the original resolution. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Workman,
Aye.
Shaw,
Aye.
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
No.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson. Aye. Emmanuel,
Aye.
Grager,
Aye.
Grager,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lord. Aye. Wells.
Aye. All right, the resolution postponed passes. Moving on to ordinances for introduction. The agenda item number 22 is an ordinance rezoning property located at 3301 and 3155 Birch Street to amend the general development plan for a mixed-use development for a 4-story apartment building and a commercial building. Agenda item number 23 is an ordinance rezoning property located at the southwest corner of the North Crossing and Mill Run Road from C2P to R3P and to adopt the general development plan for multifamily apartments up to 56 units. Does council wish to suspend the rules and take up this ordinance this evening? Seeing no such interest in that, we'll move on to announcements. City Manager Peters.
Thank you, Council President Weld. Just a couple of announcements. One is that on Friday morning, there's an Eggs and Issue that's going to feature our very own Erin White, our Economic Development Manager, giving an Eau Claire Economic Development update. So if you haven't signed up for that virtual Eggs and Issue opportunity, I would encourage you to talk to Kathy Marole. The second is that at this point, we had scheduled a budget work session for half an hour to start half an hour after this meeting tonight. And the next budget work session would have been on October 27th. Just wanted to perhaps look to see if you had any direction, given the length of the evening tonight, and that we wouldn't start probably until, close to 7:45, which is going to take us after 9 o'clock. Another option, depending on your schedules, would be to hold the budget work session next week on the 20th at 5 o'clock. So just looking for, I know it's a little unusual in the announcements, but given that we have this work session afterwards, if you'd prefer to move that to next week at 5, that is certainly something that staff is able to accomplish. We're also fully prepared to take the half-hour break and jump right into the budget work session tonight as well. So that's what I would have for announcements, and perhaps just a little bit of discussion and feedback from you on where you'd like to go tonight with that work session.
Mr. President, I, for one, would like to wait till next Tuesday.
Okay. Councilmember John?
Yeah, I just have a quick clarification. Mr. Peters, next Tuesday, the 20th, do we already have a scheduled work session at 5 o'clock?
Yes, yep, we did have one. And then based upon other things that were happening, and just kind of where we were at, we were looking at canceling that one and not having it. And then just having the one tonight and the 27th. And so the last 2 times we've talked about budget, we've talked about not having it on the 20th. And so this is just, I guess, revisiting that schedule to say if we don't do it tonight, then we would suggest that we reactivate the 20th, so that you still have some time to learn about the budget on the 20th, more about it on the 20th, and that leaves you the 27th for your amendments. But yes, it is on your calendar for the 20th currently, but we've been talking about not having it on the 20th.
And currently, we do have interviews on the morning of the 20th, but certainly don't foresee being going so late in the afternoon.
I would be open with either plowing through tonight or postponing it, given that we do have interviews next week. I don't know how that will come to play.
Councilmember Anderson.
I'd prefer to postpone. It was a really great and rigorous discussion tonight. My brain is a little tired, so thanks.
Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld. I'm fine either way, but I certainly defer to the folks that feel we need to pace ourselves. So.
Okay. Councilmember Berge.
I'm fine either way as well.
Well, if there is no objection, and certainly everyone's welcome to oppose postponing, then I guess it looks like we can push our work session out till next Tuesday. We'll be confirming times for Monday and Tuesday shortly tonight. And then in regards to the work session as well, we'll plan for, was it 5 o'clock, Mr. Peters?
Yes, that is what it's currently scheduled for, and we would continue to hold that unless directed otherwise.
Okay. Mr. Peters, did you have any other announcements?
Nope, that's all for tonight. Thank you.
I do, Mr. Peters, if I could have you wait just one moment. It's been mentioned several times tonight and maybe over the past couple of months that this could potentially, or is your last city council meeting with us here in Chambers and certainly here at City Hall. And so we wanted to, I guess, acknowledge that. And I will just briefly mention that we do have a recognition scheduled for our city managers on November 10th. And so Mr. Peters has agreed to come back, and so we'll have something then as well. But yeah, I think it gives us all an opportunity to again, thank you and I can start off, but, 31 years is certainly a long time. You committed your heart and soul, and, this building becomes a part of you, and the leadership becomes a part of you, but we are all better because of it. I'm thankful for all that you've done, and I'm thankful for the friendship that I've gained with you, and also the friendship that you provided to the community. And I think that's a special quality, and will be certainly missed. Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you. Mr. Peters, I want you to know that as we entered into the evaluative interviews, everyone talked about how beautifully poised Eau Claire is for their move forward, and how envious they are to become a part of our community. And I think a lot of that is you. Being soft with the fun and building teams. My entry onto the city council was rocky. It was a difficult time, and I really appreciated the way your mentoring helped me mature in my work here. And I'm grateful for that, and I wish you the best. And just think, what a fine transition this is. It's a craziness to but to finish your career as a city manager with such a huge task, emergency, but also a relational event that involves the whole community. So I'm grateful for your work, for your leadership, and for your extended time with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
I want to city manager Peter, the city council. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you for all the professional work that you put yourself into this community. I look at y'all said I would know you a pretty short time, but I have seen your honesty, your leadership to bring the community forward for the last 30 years I have been here, living on my life here. And certainly that life is short, and I'm happy that you are retired and travel around the world. Spend time with your families, your children, your wife, and we have a good time on your retirement and go paying off. So you don't have to worry about listening to the clock every morning, 8 o'clock to get out and people enjoy your time. And happy with your retirement. Good luck.
Thank you.
Council Vice President.
Thank you so much. Mr. Peters and Dale, I know that we'll see you around the community, probably riding your bike. It'll be fun to see you there. One of my all-time favorite memories is us working together as a team to prepare for All America City Award. And the team of us that were working together, everybody had their part. Some had some dance moves, some had some speeches, some had some stories. And of course, we picked out our outfits. And then here comes Dale Peters in Colorado, full-on lumberjack with his outfit inspired by real historical people from the Chippewa Valley Museum. He actually borrowed the axe from the Chippewa Valley Museum. And we sat together. I might cry because it was a really special moment, but we sat together and they called out 10 communities that were going to win all across America. And they weren't calling Eau Claire. We went through all that work and they weren't calling us. And Dale and I held hands and I squeezed his hand like a death grip because we weren't winning. And then they called us and we won and we were all jumping up and down. And it was just like one of the highlights of my public policy time in Eau Claire. And Dale, you hands down helped make that happen. So thank you so much. And I want to wish you the most sincere peace to you as you close up this chapter. And as you start your next one. I wish you all the peace that you can have in your life with your family, and that you have joy.
Thank you. I too remember that moment very well and very fondly. Thank you.
Maya.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Peters, I think I've said this to you multiple times. I am so going to miss you. I'm going to miss your smile. Within our short period of time that we've had the opportunity to work together, you have been amazing. You've been an amazing city manager, a very cool city manager, and I'm excited for your next journey. I know you will be spending that time sailing and still making those small ripple effects to us. And so I'm hopeful that we will be running into each other, but just know that you are the cool city manager in my heart. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. That's very kind. Thank you.
Kate.
Dale, we're really sad to see you go, and but certainly are wishing you well on your retirement. I shared this with you before, but I have so cherished our professional relationship over the last few years. I think that when we're working in politics, it can be hard to find a relationship, a professional relationship that is so rooted in respect and transparency. And so I want you to know that I have learned a lot from you as a young professional in public service, and I'm going to really carry those lessons on throughout my life. And so I'm glad that you are going to be staying in my neighborhood. So I'm hoping to see you around walking with your dog and your wife.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Jeremy.
Dale, yeah, I'm really happy for you and all of you've accomplished with bringing so many people together at city staff and with council members in the community to really make this a great city. And I really found it to be a privilege to have, worked with you when I was a citizen for many years before having the opportunity to work with you as an elected official. So having that dynamic, we're seeing a new dynamic come up where I'll be your city council representative for your neighborhood, and you'll be able to advocate, some great advice to me going forward when you're in your citizen role. And I'm sure I'll, be pulling up to stoplights with you on our bikes, maybe on over to City Hall together at some point. Because I don't think you'll ever stop advocating for this community and really inspiring a lot of other great leaders in the community. So happy to see what adventures you'll spring along for yourself, but also for the city. So I'll probably see you soon. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Emily Berkey.
Well, Mr. Peters, it's been really great working with you. Probably my favorite memory was right away when I was running the half marathon and the Eau Claire half, and there you were around the bend on your bike, and you were cheering, and that was really cool. And then I saw you later on, maybe one or two times. So just cool on a couple different levels that our city manager was out there in the crowds cheering on our runners and athletes throughout the city. But it's also cool that just as I was a new council member then, and seeing you support me even in the race was heartwarming. So and it's always good when you're running to have fans.
Yeah.
So I'm also excited for you for your next chapter. I know you have lots of hobbies, lots of activities you like to do, and I hope you get to do them all. So Good luck to you and see you around though.
Thank you.
Emily Ann?
Thank you, and thanks so much. I'm glad to have this opportunity to talk. I wish I could turn my camera on, but there are 2 other virtual meetings happening in my house right now, and my internet just will not work. But I just want to thank you so much for your leadership over the years. And when I think about our city, one of the things I think that people take for granted is that when they have a problem, they're going to encounter kind, professional, responsive staff who act with integrity. And I think that comes from the top. And that's something that actually doesn't happen in a lot of cities. And it just gives you, when you live in a place like Eau Claire, like a really grounded, steady comfort and quality of life from having a really well-run, high-integrity city organization. And so that's something that I think is just a really wonderful achievement. And your achievements are entering into people's everyday lives, from the water they drink to the level of aspiration that they can have about being able to transform a city in really wonderful ways. So I just am so grateful for your leadership. And, I know it's been a heavy few months, and, I hope that like lightness of heart is something that comes to you in your retirement, because you definitely deserve it. And thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back when it was socially acceptable, I did shake your hand once or twice, but I don't think I've ever held your hand. Anyway, I hope that your retirement does not mean that we can never have coffee together. But I do wish you following seas and a wonderful new adventure in your next chapter. Congratulations on your upcoming retirement.
Thank you.
Andrew?
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Dale, for all of your service and commitment to this city. I can't help but keep coming back to this idea that, especially over the last few months, when our city needed it the most, you brought, an incredible skill set and heart and thoughtfulness to how to respond in one of the most challenging periods, and just how lucky we are to have you and to have had your service in that time. I think we all in this community owe a huge debt of gratitude. I had, obviously, I know I've mentioned this before, but the chance as acting president to work with you closely, and appreciated that a great deal. And also getting to know you through that period is something I'll always look back to fondly. But just, I know that this isn't really an ending, it's really a beginning, and a beginning of a new chapter. And I look forward to continuing to be in touch and continuing to see how you help our community in the coming years become stronger and become a better place. And just thank you again for all of your service.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Any other comments?
Well, I would just say I'm very, very humbled by all of your kind and generous comments. When I started working for the city 31 years ago, I was going to go back to the private sector after 3 to 5 years. I had no idea that I would, continue. But it's such a wonderful community. It's such an amazing organization of people. And it's 31 years that have actually gone, amazingly fast. And you're right, tonight's my last legislative meeting. At one point I calculated, I think I've had somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 hours of council meetings. So, that's that's, 3 years of your work life in council meetings. And, over those years, I've worked with a lot of different council members and a lot of different city councils, and each is uniquely different. But my observation is every single person that has served in the council has been dedicated to making Eau Claire the very best that they possibly could. And all of you have worked together with staff to create a safe, functional, and meaningful and fun community. And I just want to thank you and all of the other previous council members and people who, for all practical purposes, volunteer their time to provide leadership and guidance and vision for this community. It's really been an honor and privilege to work with you and all the other city councils. So thank you very much. And yes, I'll still be around.
Thanks, Dale. There is no objection from council. Not seeing any or hearing any. We are adjourned, everyone. Thank you. Have a great night.
This program was brought to you by a cooperative